killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here. We are still strong. Do you know Europe? How much longer? How much longer? How long? Do you know Europe?
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud, patriots, Durud Arhamihans. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to day 122 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin NAVABI.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. Armin, how are you doing today?
I'm very concerned because apparently there was 9 world wars that we ran through, and I didn't even notice. 9 world wars that I missed. How did I follow the news all the time. I don't know how I missed that.
You know, I'm with you on that. I woke up and I realized, wait, did we just sleep through 9 world wars?
9. I promise I followed. Sorry to disappoint. I promise I followed the news. I don't know how I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, guys, this is a big epic failure on our part because yeah, like we've been monitoring this, and you know, everyone has been talking about you know, World War III, But this is a big failure on our this is a big failure on our part because apparently um World War III is done, World War IV is done, World War V, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And we just slept through it
Done.
all. So right
Yeah.
now we should actually be talking about the possibility of World War 12.
12.
Armin, do you want to show everyone what we're talking about?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll show. People are confused in the chat, some people. Okay, so Elon Musk was giving a speech, and look, Elon Musk is even quoting. All right, so let's play it. Oh, let me refresh because it's not pausing for some reason. X. All right, there we go.
Audio.
Yeah, I will get it. There we go. All right. Listen to this, guys, carefully because this is very important.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
Oh no! Oh, no. One more time.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
11. Oh wow. No, guys, it's not AI. It's not AI. It's been confirmed. It's everywhere. This is not AI.
This is real. She actually said World War 11. Armin, some of the memes
She
coming
doesn't know
out.
how the Roman numerics works. If she thinks she saw the 2. She saw the number 2 in like Roman numbers, and she thought it's 11. Okay. Oh no!
Armin, look at this.
Yeah, so it's 11 Han Omar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So from now on, her name is 11 Han Omar.
Han Omar is
11 Han Omar.
Right.
and then there's this one, Armin.
Oh my god.
Did Ilhan Omar think Super Bowl XXX was for adults only?
Oh my god, Goldie, World War III, she's going to think it's World War 111. For World War III, she's going to think this is the 111. Oh no, 100. We went from 11 to 111. Oh my. Oh no.
Can we play that again? Can we play that again?
Okay.
Like it is wild to me that these are the kinds of people that are making decisions and impacting American politics.
Actually, let's play it. Well, she calls President Trump stupid. That's better. Okay, because
nice.
Yeah,
Amazing.
let's put them next to each other here. Like the people who voted for President Trump stupid. Yeah.
These people are just idiots. I really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people. The dumbing of the United States has arrived because how else do we get a Trump presidency again?
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
Oh my gosh. Did you notice, Armin, how she pauses and she like looks down at the script as if she has to confirm like which world war was it? Because apparently there have been like so many world wars, we can't keep track of which one. We can't keep track of which world war the Japanese were involved in.
Oh my god. She looks at it, she thinks about it for a second, and she's like, it says 11. It says 11. I'm just going to say 11.
She's going to roll with that. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Oh my god. Wow. Where did she go to school?
Somalia.
Oh, Somalia. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
This is so funny. Can you send this one to me? The link, just send it
Oh
in this
yeah.
video chat or something? Oh my gosh, that is so
Yeah.
funny.
I'll
Yeah, I
put it.
woke up this morning. My sister sent me some videos, and I just like I was half asleep, and I was like, I was watching it. I was like, wait, is this AI? And I was like, no, this is real. This is real. So, yeah, World War 11. World War 11. So we're right now, Armin. We have to be worried about World War 12.
Or 12. 12. Oh.
Gosh.
Oh my god, there's so many memes coming out of this, I think. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me see. What is this one? Okay, so I think this is AI. I'm just joking. It is AI, okay?
Plus
So
1 equals
wait, hold on. So that's 7-Eleven.
1 plus 1 equals 11.
Boom! I win. Snake eyes.
All right, so that was not good. But I saw so many other good memes. I should find it. Oh, here, Quality Learning Center. Let me see. Is this good? We should make our own memes. These are not quality memes. Congratulations, Lamar. You're
Valedictorian.
Victorian. Yeah, for the Learning Center class of 2026.
Time the alien
Let me see.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was you during World War 11.
No, these are not good. We should make our own meme. Goldie, you're the expert at meme making.
Am I?
You should come up. Yeah. Oh my god, you make the best memes. Can you come up with a meme for this? I think we could turn it into something good.
I'll think about it. I don't know. There's already some really good ones out here.
Yeah, give us some ideas, guys.
Yeah, people in the chat. Oh my gosh. Like I can't believe this is real. But you know what? That's what makes it so funny is because because it's real.
Wait, hold on. Okay. So sorry, I had something playing in my ear and I didn't know which tab it was. I was looking for the tab to close it. It was Marco Rubio speaking in my ear. Like, which tab is Marco Rubio? Anyways, we have some actual important news. This one, look at this, Goldie. I'm sure you already seen it, but look at this, guys. President Trump is confirming that the Islamic Republic is really, really hurting. Goldie, the SHIT is hitting the fan real fast. Like the regime is panicking and they're trying to figure out how to open the ports. So look at this. President Trump is confirming because we now have a much better understanding that when President Trump tells us what the Islamic Republic is telling them, it's actually closer to the truth than a lot of people were guessing. Like he's not, like he doesn't, like I know he plays mind games, but so many of the things that he said that the Islamic Republic is telling him behind the scenes end up being true. Like when he talked about the tankers, like they're gonna that ended up being true. When President Trump talked about the internal division, that eventually got confirmed. President Trump talking about some of these people are being more pragmatic with him. We didn't have the news regarding how flexible Ghalibaf is being with him. Eventually, we realized that Ghalibaf is actually trying to be a lot more flexible with President Trump. Not that they are like moderate or anything, more in the sense that they're all radicals, obviously, but some of them understand that if they are too end of times minded, the whole thing is going to collapse. Ghalibaf understands that. Some other radicals don't understand that. So President Trump was eventually got confirmed that Ghalibaf was that person. So President Trump was correct about that. So given the record that President Trump has regarding exposing what the Islamic Republic is telling the Americans behind the scenes, we can actually trust that President Trump when he tells us what's happening behind the scenes, this is not mind games. This is actually him exposing the Islamic Republic to us, right? So with that record, now let's read this with that record. So President Trump has posted this just recently saying, Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I think this suggests that there's an attempted coup happening behind the scenes right now. But I don't know. What do you think, Goldie? Like, I think that some people within the regime are like, okay, that's it. We can't handle this. Like, we're going to lose all our income if we keep doing this Durka to the max version of things. We need to basically get rid of anybody in our way that is not that doesn't want us to be flexible to President Trump. What do you think?
Well, I mean, the regime is definitely in a state of collapse. We're seeing that.
Right.
I don't know if you saw the video, but apparently there was a protest outside of one of the Islamic regime's news agencies. I think it was Tasneem, maybe. Yeah.
Mhm.
Here,
Yep.
let me share this with
The
you.
graffitis, right?
Yeah, let me share this link with you. So, just the fact that we're seeing different factions, right? Different supporters of the Islamic regime. They
Yeah.
are attacking one another and attacking different media outlets because apparently the media outlets are loyal to different factions. This just shows this like internal collapse.
Regime.
And the way that I see it, President Trump is just going to let them collapse, right? Like at this point, President Trump really doesn't have to do too much. I mean, of course, from the Iranian perspective, from our perspective, obviously we want things to happen as quickly as possible because the Islamic regime is executing people, and that's horrific. But when I look at this from sort of the American perspective, right? I put on my
Mhm.
American hat. Um,
Right.
President Trump doesn't really have to do much at this point because the regime is collapsing, and also
Right.
there's incredible pressure on the regime because of the fact that their oil storage facilities have pretty much been used up, and the
Right.
blockade is what's I think speeding up the collapse of the regime.
Right. And Goldie, you're completely correct that Iranians prefer us going boom boom because they're in a rush for the regime to collapse, and also because of the executions and everything. But the silver lining, though, even let me know if you agree with this or not. But the silver lining is that if President Trump is successful to make the regime topple without more military operation, like get a surrender deal without actually going back to war, the silver lining to that is that even though we understand if some of the infrastructure is blown up, and that's what is required to get rid of the regime, we understand that, and we prefer to rebuild that infrastructure rather than giving the Islamic Republic a chance to continue. But we do actually prefer it if there is a way for the infrastructure not to get destroyed. That is like a benefit of this method. If this is the way that I don't know which method we're going to go, just continuing with the blockade until they surrender, or we're going to require the military operations. But either or, our main priority is just for the regime to collapse in whatever way possible. But the silver lining of the second method, of the blockade method, is that more of the infrastructure will remain intact. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just checking this weird setting on. I was checking this weird setting on my WhatsApp. But let me send you something, Armin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen this, but this sort of ties into how desperate the regime is becoming. In
The
terms
graffiti,
of
right?
no,
Hmm.
the graffiti will share as well. But look at this.
Sure. Did you send it?
Yeah, I sent it on WhatsApp. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, let me get it. I was looking at the wrong place though. Sorry, my WhatsApp is opening. I don't know why it wasn't already open. Apologize.
No, that's fine.
Goldie. Are you sure it's on WhatsApp? Because I'm seeing it on the group chat, and I'm not seeing anything on WhatsApp. Let me say hi.
I sent you a video.
Really? Can you send it in the StreamYard? Because for some reason, my WhatsApp is not updated.
Okay.
Test.
Sorry. I can just upload it.
No, send it to me because for some reason, I don't know why your messages on WhatsApp, I'm not seeing it. Send me the link.
Yeah, I'm having an issue with WhatsApp. Okay, let me just send you the link.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, I see.
Oh yeah, this drinking girl. Yes, I saw that. I had that in my list of things for today to show. Guys, look how desperate they are. To look at this. Okay, Goldie, I have a wedding as well to show you a hijabless wedding in the street protest. Yes, I'll show you that. Okay, guys, look at this. I'll play it and then I'll translate.
من آدم سلامتگویی نیستم و مشروبم زیاد نمیخورم ولی امشب به سلامتی رهبر جدیدمون به سلامتی رزمنده‌های اسلام به سلامتی تمام کسانی که هر عقیده و فکری دارن ولی وطن فروش نیستن و خائن نیستن میخوام پیک بزنم.
That's alcohol. She's in Iran.
سلامتی همتون. آدم مشروب بخوره شلاق بخوره ولی خائن به کشورش نباشه.
Wow. Okay, this is inside Iran. That was alcohol. She just took a shot for the supreme leader. For the supreme leader. For the health of the supreme leader.
And the country is under 100% prohibition, right? So no alcohol is allowed. So that's contraband.
Yes. So let me just, I mean, she says it's alcohol, but whatever, like, yeah, but let me, yeah. But by the way, guys, alcohol is, you can't find alcohol inside Iran. Many people drink alcohol, but it's really expensive because it's kind of treated like drugs because it's illegal, right? So let me just play it and translate it. Guys, the reason why this shows a huge level of desperation is because they're trying to appeal to a broader audience. They're trying to show that they have widespread support, and they're also trying to get more Iranians to support the regime. So remember how we told you that if we continue like this, they're bringing hijabless girls out to support the regime. And we said by this rate, by next month, they're going to have topless girls waving the Islamic Republic flags in the streets of Iran. But I mean, we were like joking about that, but this is real. Like so hijabless is not enough. Alcohol drinking is also now being added in Iran. So let me play this. So I'm not usually somebody who does a toast, and I don't drink alcohol often. But today I'm going to do a toast for the health of our supreme leader. For a new supreme leader. For the health of the fighters for Islam. My God, she's doing a toast for the health of Islamic fighters. She's drinking alcohol, hijabless, to do a toast for the health of Islamic fighters inside Iran, where alcohol is illegal and you could get flogged for it 80 times. So you're saying for the health of all the people with whatever beliefs that they have, but they're not sellouts. They're not selling out their country. For the health of all the people who are not traitors, basically like Goldie and I, like traitors apparently. So I'm saying for your all health, and now she's saying like whether you drink alcohol or not, like you could drink alcohol. and get lashed for it,
ولی خائن به کشورش نباشه.
but don't betray your country. So she's saying even if you're somebody who drinks alcohol and get lashed for it, like 80 lashes, right? Is it 80? I forgot the number. 80 lashes for drinking alcohol. But at least I'm not a sellout. At least I'm not betraying my country. Which is by the way, you know what she's doing? She's confirming that the law within the country that she is in right now is to be lashed for drinking alcohol. She said, even if you're bad enough that you drink alcohol and you get lashed for it for drinking alcohol, but at least I'm not as low as the people who are sellouts. And yeah,
It's wild.
wild. So she's Goldie. So she's supporting a regime that she just confirmed lashes people for just doing exactly what she just did. That's what she's supporting. And as more signs of desperation, let me show you weddings. Hold on, let me see if I have the wedding video. Yeah, look at this.
It's basically this. It's alcohol for Islam. Yeah, that's what the Islamic regime is doing now. They're like shots for Islam. Yeah,
shots for Islam. Yeah, unbelievable. And look at this, guys. This is in the street protest by the regime supporters. Look what they're doing now. Look at the wedding. And look, there's a police car behind them, escorting them. It's not just that she's hijabless. Look at her legs. Look here. Let me see. Look at this. Like, this is super illegal.
Women have been lashed for that. Like, guys, the Islamic regime's morality police drags women away and lashes them, beats them, tortures them if they show this much leg.
Yeah, and she's doing it in the streets as a pro-regime. Like, look at the Islamic Republic flag in a pro-regime protest. She's getting married without a hijab, while showing legs, while being followed by a police car. Look, that's a police car.
Wow. Honestly, like, Armin, the things that we're seeing right now, like, we've never seen anything like this, right? Like, I think, to me, this just shows how, like, it just, to me, these are all signs that we are close to the end, because this is just, like, these things are insane. Like, we've never ever seen anything like this. Because everything that they're doing right now, this is exactly what they have prevented us from doing for the last 47, 48 years. And now they're the ones doing it and promoting it as if they want to say, look, we've reformed or whatever. But they're not going to fool Iranians, Armin, because we all know the strategy and the play here. They're doing this right now because they're desperate. They want people on their side, and their hope is that when things calm down, which they won't, but when things calm down, they can go back to their strict Islamic ways, right? Because all we're seeing right now, guys, this is taqiyya. So they are lying and deceiving for the purposes of self-survival, right? So this is basically just for them to survive. So it's all taqiyya.
That's true. But to add to that, Goldie, even if they didn't go back to their ways, and this was now the new norm, that's not what the Iranian people are asking for. Like, the Iranian people are not doing a revolution to be able to show some leg, to be able to drink alcohol. The Iranian people are doing a revolution to be able to choose their own destiny.
Yeah.
To have the right to self-determination, to have freedom of expression. So you're completely right that this is just a show. Like, we already experienced that sometimes they loosen up stuff and then they go back to their old ways. But even if they didn't go back to their old ways, like, Iranian people are not fighting just to be able to remove their hijab and wear short skirts and go with bikinis on the beach or be able to drink alcohol. That's not what they're fighting for. They're fighting for all the freedoms. They're fighting for being able for sovereignty to come back to the people. That's what they're fighting for. This is not what they're fighting for.
Absolutely. We're not fighting. You're absolutely right. Like, یعنی به فارسی میگن دیگه از اینا ما گذشتیم. Like از اینا ما گذشتیم. Like we're beyond all this. Like so we don't even care. We don't care. Guys, so let me put it this way. If the Islamic Republic came out tomorrow and said we're going to transition to a secular democracy, Iranians, we wouldn't care because we're over the Islamic regime. We don't want the Islamic regime. We want the complete and total eradication of the Islamic regime. We want a completely new government that is not related to the Islamic regime in any way, shape, or form, right? We don't want reform. We want revolution. We want a brand new system.
So Goldie, what you're saying, this woman managed to really capture your message here in this video. So let me play this. Look at this.
Yeah, this is really good. This is in Glasgow.
درود بر شما خبرگزاری جمهوری اسلامی خانم خبرنگار
من پرستو نظام هستم کارمند صدای جمهوری
So she's saying I work for the regime
اسلامی برای عادی سازی شرایط در ایران
to normalize the current situation right now in Iran.
از شرایطم مشخص
you can see like there's a pink IRGC logo. This is this is currently the two sides of the Islamic Republic right now.
I think this was very well done. This was very, very well done to show the hypocrisy of the regime.
Right. This is the new black pink, apparently. But Goldie, look at her face. She's trying not to laugh. Look at this.
پرفورمنس واقعا واقعیتی که در جمهوری اسلامی دیدیم نقابی که به چهره دارن موضوعان جمهوری.
Yeah, so that was perfect. That was perfect. Good job.
She did a very, very good job of calling out the hypocrisy of the regime.
Right. Goldie, look at this. You know, everything you said, this woman agrees because they're realizing themselves that they're getting very desperate and for good reason. So let me play this. So the question is like if the negotiations, if you have the negotiations that are weak, like basically we don't like the negotiations are too flexible, basically, what do you think will happen if we're too flexible to the Americans in the negotiation? She says that would be the end of this regime, the blood of the supreme leader, and this flag. That would be the end of this flag, the end of this regime.
چون اگه این اتفاق بیفته مذاکره حالا به قول شما ماسمالی بشه همین مردم پشت همه رو خالی میکنن.
This is what Goldie and I have been telling you. She says if the negotiations end up like that, or basically it's weak and it's too flexible to the Americans, like basically we give them what they want, the people that you see here, they will stop supporting the regime. They will stop supporting the regime. Guys, did we not tell you did we not tell you that this is why the regime cannot be flexible to the Americans? Because they will lose the support of the regime people, right? The pro-regime people. So you will lose our motivation. And then we wouldn't know what will happen next. She's saying that if that happens, something beyond what happened in early January will happen. You know what she's referring to? She's talking about an uprising. She's threatening the regime. She says that the uprising in early January, whatever happened, if the regime is now flexible to the Americans, something bigger beyond the early January uprising will happen. And she says that then, by that time, even God will stop supporting us. Even God will stop supporting the regime. And the uprising against the regime will be bigger. Guys, remember the term double uprising that I mentioned? The double uprising? If the regime is too flexible to the Americans, there would be an uprising, a secular-minded uprising against the Islamic Republic, but also these people will also do an uprising against the Islamic Republic. And that's why it would become very difficult for the regime to be able to maintain control. And that is the point of the proxies that they're bringing in, because they're afraid of the time that they need to be too flexible to the Americans. So they're bringing proxies in to suppress both our people and their people, both of them. And they can tell. They can now Goldie, now they're realizing that this is happening.
Yeah.
And
Armin, oh, sorry. Let me just really quick. I just want to share this. So some people in the chat were a little bit confused by the pink, because maybe some people missed the whole pink propaganda. So guys, for those of you in the chat who were confused about why that Iranian woman in Glasgow was protesting by, wearing like a hijab, but then wearing like a pink dress, just watch this, because this is literally what the Islamic regime has been doing. It's very bizarre. So they're trying to use like girl power propaganda.
امروز روز دختر، نیروهای هوافضای ایران پهباد 136 رو برای ما صورتی کردن به یاد دختران شهید مینا.
یه مجید نخزن با موشک صورتی تلاوی و شخ بزن.
ما الان به تیم مذاکره کننده اعتماد داریم؟
ما فقط میدون رو نگه می‌داریم دیگه، حرفمون رو تو میدون نشون میدیم.
الان واسه اینکه مثلا یه توافقی بشه،
خواهش میکنم
من 2 روز اومدم
محکم بزنه، ما هستیم
در هر جای جهان دنیا.
اصلا اتفاقا
ایران پیروز
بر من اصلا اینا مهم نیست.
اینم پرچم مقاومته. حالا علاوه بر همبستگی با فلسطین، نشون دهنده اینه که ما مقاومت میکنیم دیگه، بالاتر از فلسطین که نیست. فکر نمی‌کنم مردم الان از اینجور چیزا بترسن. یعنی برقمون رو از دست بدیم، هر چیزی رو که از دست بدیم.
There you go. So
Goldie, can you send me that?
Yeah. Yeah, this was on Iran International. I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's sort of the reason why that Iranian woman in Glasgow was wearing pink. She was basically calling out the hypocrisy of the Islamic regime and, making all these like weird pink things. Like, it's just very bizarre. So, yeah.
So Goldie, look, the pro-regime people on their own media is calling out this whole pink stuff.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. they're like, what is that? So the regime is trying to, guys, this is the problem. The regime is trying to create a broader base of support, but the problem is that the extra Durkas are not having it. They're like, what the hell is all of this? This is like, you're like, what are these hijabless girls? What is this pink stuff? So they're trying to broaden their audience, but they're losing some of the more jihadi-minded supporters. So basically, it's quality versus quantity. They're trying to increase the quantity, but they're losing quality because the more diehard supporters of the Islamic Republic don't like this, right? So let's listen to her.
شما دیگه وقتی میگی که جهاد خانوما صورتیه.
So like when you now say that the jihad of the women's are pink, when you say that,
خروجی اون ترکیب فضای کاریکاتوری میسازه.
Like the outcome of that is like a caricature. It's like ridiculous. Like you're
satire or like a joke, yeah. Which is true.
Yeah, you're turning everything into a joke, yeah.
بازی خاله بازی طوره، اسباب بازی طوره.
It's like child's play. It's like women's play, like child's play.
فضا برای کاریکاتوری خنده‌دار و مسخره میشه.
And like everything is getting like funny and a joke and ridiculous.
سرباز صورتی یک اسلحه.
True, yeah, we agree with her.
سرباز صورتی یک اسلحه صورتی.
like a pink soldier with the pink
از
gun,
یک خودروی زرهی صورتی
with the pink armored vehicle.
معنا و مفهوم جهاد و مقاومت به ذهنت متبادر نمیشه.
So when you see that, you don't see resistance, you don't see jihad, you don't see like strength, you don't get the sense of strength from that.
در عالم واقع درباره رنگ صورتی ذهن آدم‌ها به یک معناهای مشخصی متبادر میشه.
So it's like in the real world, when you see pink, people's minds go to something different, something like cutesy, basically, or like not something strong. So she's like, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like the pink stuff.
Armin, whose
my
idea do you think it was to make all these pink things? Like, if we look at the Durka Jihadi bingo sheet, who do you think made the call? Like, who do you think like authorized this?
Oh, okay. I think I know here. I think I know is here. Let's bring our bingo card. I think it was this guy here.
Who?
This guy. Jebeli.
Jebeli?
Yeah. Jebeli.
Okay. اسمی داره جبلی. Jebeli bebeli. Oh, some people think it was Rafsan, like Khatami. Well, Rafsanjani's dead, so someone is saying it's Khatami. It was Khatami.
Which Khatami? No, Muhammad Khatami has no. He's basically been sidelined. He has no decision-making power. He has zero decision-making power right now. So not him. Definitely not him. This Muhammad Khatami. And if you're talking about the other Khatami, he's more Durka than Khamenei, so probably not him. The Friday, there's another Khatami, which is a Friday prayer imam, and he's like extra Durka, so I don't think so. But this one, look at this one. They're still leaning in to come for the girls here. They're interviewing girls, and look at this one. Look what she says. Are you single? Obviously, the first question. They're trying to just show they're single girls here in the protests. Yes. Are people coming and proposing to you? She's like, well, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. So like in these nights, in the gatherings, in the street gathering, you come. Would they come to you to propose to you? Like with their mothers? Would their mothers come to you to propose to you? Yes, a couple of times that has happened. Like so apparently boys are coming with their mothers in the street gatherings, and their mothers are going to the girls to propose to these girls. So basically what this means is that, guys, the best girls are being taken. Like, come on, there's girls here, and the best ones are going to be taken by the people who show up if you're too late. So that's what is happening. That's what this is supposed to be an ad of. And this one, Goldie, you shared, and this is very important because it shows the division. So the context, let me see, does this, oh wow, this provides the context. So my understanding of the context is that the Tansim publication, which is an IRGC publications, criticized the 10-point negotiating framework. And because that 10-point negotiating framework came from the Mujtaba, some people are attacking the offices. So let's actually read this really quickly. Regime infighting has spilled into the streets with graffiti attacks on state-linked outfit, exposing a deeper fracture inside the system. Tasneem, an IRGC-linked outlet, guys, they're attacking an IRGC pro-regime people. This Tasneem is like so Durka, but for these people, it's not Durka enough. Like, it's not jihadi enough. They're attacking it because this IRGC linked outlet is going against the supreme leader. So look at this. Tasneem, an IRGC link outlet aligned with the more pragmatic Ghalibaf wing. I wouldn't say that, but okay. Just attacked Mujtaba Khamenei's 10-point negotiating framework released in early April after the war and ceasefire. This is not just a proposal. It is Mujtaba's officially approved red line framework for any deal with Trump. But here's the thing: allegedly, we don't know if this was actually Mujtaba's 10-point negotiating framework. And Tasneem openly mocked it. Tasneem, this is a big deal, guys. Tasneem, which is an IRGC-based media, openly mocked the 10-point negotiating framework that was said was approved by Mujtaba Khamenei. They described the demands as on the level of magic beans, calling them unrealistic. The 10-point plans include full sanctions removal, control of the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, regional ceasefires across the axis of resistance, and long-term guarantees. That alone would be significant. What followed made it impossible to ignore. Hours later, hardline supporters tied to Saeed Jalili. Guys, we have on Iran Revolution Live, we have been talking to you about Saeed Jalili. And look at this, Ali Akbar Raifipur. You know who this is? Ali Akbar Raifipur is the Kung Fu Panda guy. The Kung Fu Panda guy. Remember the guy, the Kung Fu Panda guy that I used to cover on my show? And guys, Ali Akbar Raifipur is also part of the Paidari camp. And Saeed Jalili is over here. Look at him. The guy that they're saying might replace Ghalibaf as the head of the negotiating team, if there is any other negotiations. We don't know if we're going to get to that. This is Saeed Jalili, who is right now the second most important person within the Supreme Security Council. And again, part of the Paidari camp. Guys, you have been hearing these names way before other people. And now other people are talking about them, right? So supporters tied to Saeed Jalili, when they say Saeed Jalili and Ali Akbar Raifipur, that means that they are the most jihadi. Okay, remember the Paidari camp is more Islamic and jihadi minded than even the Khamenei camp. Okay, so hardline supporters tied to Saeed Jalili and Ali Akbar Raifipur. And let me also show you who Ali Akbar Raifipur is. Look at his image so you guys remember him. This is the Kung Fu Panda guy. Okay. Yeah, this is the Alex Jones of the Islamic Republic. There's not a conspiracy that this man doesn't believe in. Okay, so responded by covering Tasneem's headquarters in Tehran with protest graffiti, turning an internal disagreement into a visible confrontation. This is no longer contained factional debate, but an open confrontation between competing power centers inside the regime. And the fracture is not just political, but organizational within the IRGC, where the very ecosystem meant to enforce unity is now visibly split. This is very important, guys, because we have already seen a lot of division, but not enough division within the IRGC itself. Okay, so many of the divisions that we have seen has been like the executive branch versus IRGC, the head of the legislative branch like Ghalibaf versus IRGC, like maybe the state media versus IRGC, even the circle of the office of supreme leadership and the circle around the supreme leadership versus IRGC. Some people are hoping a division between Artesh and the IRGC. We have so-called reformers versus IRGC. We had the Guardian Council versus IRGC. We had the Assembly of Experts versus IRGC. We have seen so many divisions versus IRGC, but the best division that we're looking for signs of is IRGC versus IRGC. That would be the best division that we could see. That we haven't seen that much of yet. And when we see more of that, that is absolute fracture. That is the division that would, because the core is IRGC. Anything that is not IRGC is basically has less power than IRGC. So division between IRGC and other segments of the Islamic Republic is less important than inter-IRGC divisions. Okay? So continuing here, hardline elements aligned with Mujtaba are treating the 10-point plan as non-negotiable red lines blocked by powerful figures like former IRGC commander Mohsen Rezai. pragmatic IRGC link voices, including outlets like Tasneem, are signaling those demands are detached from current realities. That kind of divergence inside a security military structure is rare and signals stress at the top of the system. The timing makes it even more significant. This comes just weeks after February-March 2026 war and the death of Ali Khamenei. Mujtaba has stepped into power, but his authority is still being tested. He has not appeared in public or on camera, and his statements are only released indirectly. The April ceasefire forced the regime to define its position, and instead of unity, it exposed competing strategies. Okay, one camp is pushing maximalist terms and ideological confrontation. Another is signaling the need for a face-saving deal under pressure, especially severe economic pressure. When a regime-aligned outlet mocks the supreme leader's position, it shows authority is slipping, and even the most powerful figure is now being openly challenged. The system is no longer unified. It is exposing competing power centers that are becoming harder to contain. And these are the graffitis that you see. Okay, so like this. ملاک وحدت شکنی توهین به شرط رهبری. So they're saying basically that the way that you can see who is breaking their unity is whoever is insulting the supreme leader. Okay. What is this bottom part? توهم مذاکره. Oh, لوبیای سحرآمیز equals توهم مذاکره. So he's saying basically the magic beans that you're talking about is the delusion of negotiations. So you're saying like, no, the supreme leader is not right, not wrong. You first of all, you are breaking our unity by insulting the supreme leader. That's what the first line says. And the second line is basically saying it's not the 10 conditions that the supreme leader that is the magic beans. It's your delusion that we could negotiate with the United States. That is the magic bean. That's what the second line is suggesting. So also, we had this over here. You could see in the nightly.
Wait, Armin, sorry, before we go to this, President Trump just posted, so I just wanted to share his Truth Social.
Okay, let's do that.
So President Trump posted about like 4 or 5 minutes ago, the Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now, that other nations or presidents should have done long ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. President Donald J. Trump. So he's doing something with Iran right now. Interesting.
Yes. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what did Merz say. Is it saying which statements of Merz was it that President Trump is responding?
I don't think it's a particular statement. I think what this is Germany's desire to want to appease the Islamic regime and negotiate with them and basically engage in diplomacy, right? So I think President Trump is just calling out that strategy. That's probably what's happening. Is President Trump is calling out basically he's calling out the Europeans for wanting to appease the Islamic regime and keep them in power, right? Basically, he's doing the same thing that King Reza Pahlavi is doing. He's calling out the Europeans.
Right. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
thank you for keeping in mind.
Merz said that the U.S. has no plan. This is the reaction. Okay, so. Oh, Merz said you guys have no plan. Oh, wow. That's interesting.
What is his plan?
Yeah, what's his plan? His plan is to help the Islamic regime get a nuclear weapon. That's clearly what what his plan is. So
okay, should I go back to this? Yeah, okay. All right, so guys, look at the chants. This is the pro-regime people. Listen to their chants because it shows their chants shows you what they're pushing back against, right? So they're saying that an Islamic Iran is a superpower, and they're saying that the reason for our victory is our unity. Okay, so this chant is very telling. Okay, because there seems to be challenges to unity, and these people are calling for unity. They're saying the reason why we're a superpower, the reason why we're winning, is because of our unity. So this chanting is basically, to me, suggests that they're trying to encourage. These are the people who are trying to encourage the officials to stop the infighting. And guys, remember that yesterday I also showed you there was a report that showed that the members of parliament put out a statement that they say that they support the negotiating team because there were so many attacks on Ghalibaf and Arakchi from many people within the regime regarding being weak and flexible in front of the Americans. So the parliament came out and put out a statement supporting the negotiating team to try to show them that they have backing. But now we got reports that there's certain people who didn't sign it. So several hardline MPs break ranks as 261 lawmakers back Iran negotiators. So guys, who are the people who are breaking rank? I wonder. Let's read. A group of lawmakers aligned with hardline politicians. Look at this. Saeed Jalili again. Saeed Jalili. Guys, are you not impressed? Like, now you're hearing his name everywhere on Iran Revolution Live. I was like, pay attention to Saeed Jalili. We were telling you guys, pay attention to Saeed Jalili. Like, guys, when we told you to pay attention to Vahidi, weeks after, everybody was talking about Vahidi. And then when we told you to pay attention to Saeed Jalili, now everybody's mentioning Saeed Jalili. So, all right, he comes again. All right, so yeah, again, for people who weren't here, this is Saeed Jalili, a key member of the Paidari camp, which is the most Durka of all the camps in the Islamic Republic, right? So, a group of lawmakers aligned with hardline politician Saeed Jalili declined to sign a parliamentary statement backing Iran's negotiating team led by Speaker Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, despite broad support from 261 other MPs. Oh, thank you guys. The statement expressed confidence in the negotiating delegations. However, several prominent hardline figures, including Mahmoud Nabavian. Remember, I told you he was part of the Paidari camp, right? Nabavian. We showed him on state TV talking about the fact that we made a mistake when we went to Islamabad. We shouldn't have even put the nuclear stuff as part of the negotiations, as part of the negotiation talks. That is that guy, right? This is the guy that when we saw he was on the plane to go to Islamabad, we were a little bit surprised. Like, why is he going? He's a Paidari camp guy. Shouldn't he be against the negotiations? Apparently, Ghalibaf took him with them to basically show diversity in the people that they're taking. But now he's coming out and against what Ghalibaf did in Islamabad, right? So Mohammad Taghi Nagadali, Nagadali, yes, Murtaza Agha Tehrani, Amir Hossein Sabiti. We showed you this guy. This is one of the most famous Paidari camp people. And remember, I showed this guy to you. This is him. Okay, so remember him as well. Sabiti, he's a favorite. Like he's younger. He has a lot more energy. He's considered to be a lot more charismatic. So he's part of the Paidari camp. He denies being an official part of the Paidari camp, but he's always associated with Paidari camp. So remember him because a lot of people, a lot of especially younger pro-regime people love Sabati. Okay, Hamid Rasai, this guy is like really crazy. Like this guy is like very aggressive. Okay, Ruhollah Azad Khan and Meysam Zuhurian did not sign the statement. So this is the list of the people who did not sign the statement. No, no, it's not. Wait, no. His family name is not Navabian. It's Nabavian. Nabavian. No. I do not claim this man. Okay.
Guys, oh my gosh, is Armin related to Nabavian?
Okay. No, it's not. Oh, okay. If you wanna call me out, you should call out this guy because this guy's name is closer to me. Nawab Safavi.
Whoa!
This is the yeah.
Isn't that
This
Tusi's
is
grandfather? Isn't that Shrita Parsi's grandfather?
I don't think so. I don't, but
Why does
this
he
is
look
the guy.
like? Oh my god, guys, we found Armin's mullah doppelganger. That's Durka Armin.
Goldie, it actually gets worse because Nawab Safavi is the person who brought the Islamic Republic ideology from a Muslim Brotherhood to Iran. This is the link. This is the guy that met with Sayyid Qutb in Egypt and all of the Khomeinism and Khamenei and all of that ideology. This is the guy who brought it to Iran. If it wasn't for this guy, we wouldn't have the Islamic Republic.
So basically, we can blame you because that's basically the Durka version of you.
Yes, because.
Oh man. Armin, I just want to share some of the comments here. So Armin is also right sometimes.
Sometimes.
Armin's usually right. Armin is always 99.9% right.
Right.
Armin is increasingly right. Armin is always right.
Oh.
I would argue Armin is always right when it comes to Iranian politics. And Armin is also right. There you go.
Also. How about this? Armin is always right unless Goldie corrects him. Then those are the
not when it comes to Iranian politics.
No. Thank you guys. You guys are sweet.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the statement warned that the enemy is seeking to create divisions between the state, society, and diplomatic institutions during what it described as a new phase of conflict. So, guys, look at this. Did I not tell you that every time the regime officials want to call each other out, instead of like pointing to them directly, they would say the enemy this or the enemy that? So, for example, imagine if I say something that Goldie disagrees with, and then instead of saying, Armin, you're wrong, she waits like an hour and she says, the enemies, our enemies believe, and then she repeats what I said, okay? This is the Islamic Republic tactic.
That's basically what I've been doing whenever you go to your discussion group. As soon as you go, I start with enemies. Yeah, that's what I do the 2 hours that you're gone.
Yeah. So this is Goldie. This is very dangerous for the Islamic Republic because every time they say that, they're calling each other like traitors and the enemy of the Islamic Republic. So in the same way that the Jalili camp, the Paidari camp, called the negotiators like Zionist spies and the enemies, now the more flexible part of the Islamic Republic is calling the Paidari camp the enemy of the Islamic Republic because they're trying to sow division. They're like, oh, no, we're not the Zionist spies. You're the Zionist spies because you're trying to divide us. So there's two claims, right? So the more Durka camp, the more jihadi camp is saying the part that is being flexible, they are Zionist spies and the enemy because they want us to bend the knee to the Americans, even though we were winning in the battle. They have infiltrated into the regime and they're trying to get us to accept the terms of the ceasefire and the negotiations so that we stop fighting because we were winning and they want us to surrender to the regime. So they're the enemy, okay? They're the Zionist spies. But the other side is saying like, no, they are the enemy because they're trying to cause division among us and instead of having a united front, make us have infighting. So that's how the regime will fall. and that's how they are the enemy. Okay, so these are that's what's happening. Okay, do you guys understand? Okay. Okay.
Armin, look, now because I call you the enemy when you're gone, the enemy is almost 99.9% almost right. And then we have this one. The Durkha is 99.9% always wrong. That is
Always wrong. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it also urged political and social actors to avoid speculation based on rumors and incomplete information, cautioning against contributing to what is called the enemy's cognitive warfare. Yep, exactly. Lawmakers who signed the statement expressed full support for the negotiating team, particularly Ghalibaf, saying they trust the delegation. So the fact that this even needed to be said, because why would they do that? Why would they sign such a statement? Because there's a division. If there wasn't division, they wouldn't be needing to sign to, because we told you there was division and you guys thought that we're just speculating. And now these statements from the regime shows that we were right, that we were telling you the truth, that our theories ended up being correct, right? Oh, Goldie, do you know who else is almost always right?
Who?
Marco, because
Rubio?
he just yes, Marco Rubio.
Oh yeah, he had
He just
yeah.
He had like I don't know if the full version is out, but he just had an exclusive interview with Fox News, and the clips coming out of it is epic. The clips coming out of it are epic, and the Iranians are loving it. The Iranians are like, nobody understands Iran that is not Iranian better than Marco Rubio. They're so good. They're so good. Is there the full?
I think the full version is about 3 minutes maybe, and I played it yesterday. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't think so. It should be longer. Is there? Okay. I saw the 3-minute version, but I thought maybe
that's all I see.
Maybe it's not out yet.
It's a longer version, but I thought that it was just the 3-minute version.
Okay, well, let's listen to the clips at least. Okay, maybe I'll play the 3-minute version and see if the clips that we have includes anything that was not in the 3 minutes, because it surprises me that such an important discussion was only 3 minutes. Okay, so let's listen to this stuff.
And just moments ago, Fox News senior foreign correspondent Trey Ying's, he sat down with Secretary of State Marco Rubio in an exclusive interview, and they talked about a lot of things, including the Iran conflict and the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He joins us from the State Department. What were your top takeaways, Trey?
Dana, good morning. We just spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio for an exclusive interview, his first sit down since the ceasefire went into effect between the United States and Iran. We talked not just about that conflict, but also the negotiations between Israel and Lebanon and the ceasefire inside the Gaza Strip. But I also asked the secretary about the White House Correspondents' Dinner he attended on Saturday night. Here's what he had to say. You were at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. I'm curious what was going through your mind when shots were fired outside of the ballroom.
I didn't hear shots. I just saw a bunch of security people rushing in from the back of the room, front stage. So the first thing you wonder immediately, just knowing kind of what's out there, is there an internal threat? Is there a threat inside of the ballroom itself? Well, and then the second is, what are they dealing with, some mass event that's happening from the outside in? So, but I saw them follow all the security protocols. I was watching the security steps they took around the president. It was pretty apparent at that point that they were trying to remove him from the scene as is appropriate. So, look, I mean, it was sort of an unfortunate situation that happened there, where one individual can disrupt what is, one of the bigger nights in Washington, especially when the president attends. So that's kind of the world we live in right now.
And you immediately went to the White House.
Yeah, we did. We went backstage to the command center where the president's at in the back, and sort of the first assessment that needed to be made was to be clear that all of the continuity of government things were in place, and that was quickly assessed to be the case.
The focus for the administration this week remains on those negotiations between the United States and Iran. You'll remember Saturday morning before the dinner, the president decided not to send special envoys Kushner and Witkoff to Islamabad, Pakistan, over questions about how serious the Iranians were about making a good faith deal. I asked the secretary about the Strait of Hormuz and reports that indicate the Iranians are willing to open it. Early on Saturday, President Trump canceled the planned talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, encouraging the delegation not to go. And on Saturday, the president canceled the talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, keeping special envoys Kushner and Witkoff here in the United States. He said just 10 minutes later, the Iranians made a new offer on paper, and it was better.
If what they mean by opening the straits is, yes, the straits are opened as long as you coordinate with Iran, get our permission, or we'll blow you up, and you pay us, that's not opening the straits. Those are international waterways. They cannot normalize, nor can we tolerate them trying to normalize a system in which the Iranians decide who gets to use an international waterway and how much you have to pay them to use it.
The secretary spoke about how the Iranians are actually willing to speak at this point, given the pressure that was applied on the regime, not just economically with the U.S. blockade against Iranian ports, but also the firepower during Operation Epic Fury. As for any possible resumption of conflict, the secretary said it is President Trump's decision to make. Dana?
Trey Ying's good to have you stateside. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Armin, that's not the full interview.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
I just looked it up. The full interview is on the Fox Nation website, which I don't have access to because I'm Canadian. So hopefully at some point, maybe the full interview will come out. The only thing that I have access to is the transcript of the interview, which is on the Department of State website. But that's all I have. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm saying it's okay. We don't have to watch the full thing because the parts that we care about the most has already been clipped.
Okay.
Maybe when I come back, we could basically watch those clips, the most important parts. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
That would be great.
Then.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put the link, guys, to our discussion group in the chat. Goldie, one of these days you should come again. We miss you in the discussion group.
I will come for sure.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. All right, let me pin this. Okay, so guys, the link into our discussion group is in the chat. If you want to come talk to me or ask me questions, come over there and we talk about these topics that we just talked about and all other political related topics, and the community is there. Great. And guys, when I leave, I'm going to be there in 2 hours, but after I leave, the conversation continues. So if you want to meet people and find people who are interested in politics, it's a great place to come and hang out. All right, so I'll see you guys there, and I'll be back and join Goldie in about 2 hours from now. All right, see you guys.
We'll see you then. All right, guys, we're gonna go to some super chats. So, you know what? I should make an image here. Let me just do this really quick. Duplicate and wait, duplicate and all right, whatever. I'll do it for next time. So let's go to some super chats before we continue. David Potter 6873, best enjoy ever, Javid Shah. Thank you very much. Kevin Shaw 8797 gifted a membership. Thank you. Cyrus the Great says, have you heard that the Islamic Republic Embassy in London has been calling for members of the Iranian diaspora to rise up against the West? Yes, we have, and we've reported on that. These people are crazy. Amir gifted 5 memberships to Armin. Thank you. Christian Crusader, Goldie, Armin. I'd love it if you would move to America, run for Senate or the House of Representatives. Y'all would be a great asset. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I guess, we would probably be better than, the senator that says, World War XI. But, there's one small problem with that. Armin and I are not American, so we can't run for office in America. But thank you for that. The major's referring to 11 Han Omar. That's because sibling boinking rots the brain. Yes, guys, don't marry your siblings or your cousins. It's not good for the brain. William Mongrain says, America has gotten dumber because we keep importing millions of people from countries with air conditioner IQs. That is very true. Like immigration should be for the benefit of your country. So you want to make sure that you bring in people who can actually contribute. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to ban people from third world countries, but I would say like you want to make the numbers manageable so that you have time to properly integrate those people into your society and properly educate them so that they can rise up to the level of your society as opposed to you guys dropping down to meet them, right? So yeah. Aries, the rap artist, is also Iranian. Cool. Okay, I will look into that. Thank you. That was from Aegis Bastian. And then William Mongrain says, me struggling. Yeah, okay. Pat's G Crux says, you guys are way ahead of the news. I can feel the end coming. Fake leader, Nepo baby, temp marriages, alcohol consumption, foreigners, checkpoints. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It seems like the end is coming sooner rather than we think. We just have to keep strong and just go for it. We have to just continue until we get to the finish line. Tigro Knight says, have you seen this video? This is bad. The real reason Iran denied by JNS TV, talking on the spiritual reasoning of the regime. I already knew, but didn't realize this is an openly spoken mission. Are you speaking about the fact that the Islamic regime is like a 7th century Shia death cult that basically just, wants to destroy Israel in order to bring about the Mahdi or whatever? Yeah. Armin and I have spoken about that extensively on Iran Revolution Live. Let's see if I can find it. This is bad. Yeah, like it's true. It's true. So what they're talking about there, that's what Armin and I have been speaking about for the last, Armin forever, me forever as well, but especially more so for the last 122 days. That's exactly what we've been talking about. We've been exposing the Durqa. We've been exposing the fact that this is like an Islamic Shia death cult ideology, and you cannot negotiate with them because they're not reasonable. File 1832 says, if Khamenei Sr. would have died of natural causes in the near future, would these fractions still happen? They probably would have happened, maybe not to this degree. So one of the reasons that the internal fractions are happening is because the Islamic regime is weak. It's because they're desperate and because they are trying to figure out how best to survive. So if Khamenei had died of natural causes, I don't think that the Islamic regime would be in such dire straits. So, and it's not just Khamenei either, right? It's not just the fact that Khamenei is dead, because the other jihadi leaders that were sort of just as powerful and they were keeping everyone sort of everyone glued together, they've also been boom boomed, right? So if we go to the Durqa jihad bingo chart, right, like Larijani, he was really important. He was boom boomed, right? So Larijani is boom boomed. And then here you have like all these like top people in the armed forces. You also have all like the top people in the IRGC, right? So all of these people have been boom boomed as well. The police chief, this guy, police intel chief, right? So like their intelligence operations is pretty much done, right? So do you see how it's interesting? So within the executive branch, right? So among like the politicians, they went after the intel people, right? So they went after Khatib, Khabar Margesh, intelligence minister, And then among the police, even though Radon is super evil, but they went after Rezayan, who's the police intel chief, right? So they're going, like, they're systematically destroying certain institutions that contribute to the continuation of the Islamic regime. So getting rid of the intelligence operations, that is huge. And then of course all of their jihadi Durka nuclear scientists have all been boom boomed as well, like the top 6. And then of course, when you look here, the a vast majority of like the IRGC have all been boom boomed, right? So there is definitely an internal power struggle. Oh, Shamkhani, that's the other one. Shamkhani, he was also like very important and he held a lot of sway. So the fact that like not only was Khamenei boom boomed, but afterwards Larijani and Shamkhani were also boom boomed, Shirazi as well. So the fact that like these top people are gone, this is big. So this is definitely contributing. And of course, Mujtaba, he's nowhere to be seen. We don't know if he's alive or dead or comatose or what, right? So that's why there's this power struggle between Jalili, Zolqad, Vahidi, Ghalibaf, Arakchi, Pezeshkian. Although Pezeshkian is like the idiot. Pezeshkian, guys, do you guys watch The Simpsons? Pezeshkian is like the Ralph of the jihadi Durkas. Like he's just as like he's dangerous and he's evil, but he's just Khing. Yeah, and of course we don't know where Ghani is, right? We still don't even know where Ghani is. I mean, now he's in Iraq, supposedly, so he's in Iraq. Who knows what he's doing there? But yeah, so the reason that we're seeing all this internal divisions is because all of these top people have been boom boomed, and this has effectively destroyed the chain of command. This has destroyed the chain of command. So now people are trying to fill that void, that power void. So yeah, I hope that sort of answers the question. Okay. PC Goldie here in PC LU3ZF. Goldie here in London. Someone tried to destroy the memorial wall to Iranians lost in the oppression by IRGC. Yes, I heard about that and I posted about it, and it's very upsetting. I mean, these people can't leave us alone. They murder us in our own countries. So not only do they murder us in our own countries, but outside they're also harassing and attacking us. So yeah, there's this beautiful memorial that basically displays all of the images of the victims of the Islamic regime, and someone set it on fire.
اینجا هم دارم میبندم متاسفانه. این قسمت هم بستن و دیگه با بررسی هایی که انجام شد دیگه آتیش سوزی تایید شد. You're welcome. کل دیوار رو بستن.
Bunch of savages. Okay. So going back to the super chats, Itai says, Arman, I asked my mom to join me when I asked a girl out and she laughed in my face. I'm done taking your advice. Whoa. Okay, we should save that for when Armin comes back, because that's obviously not for me. I don't give dating advice. Mana World gifted Armin 5 memberships. Thank you. Christoph Renges 2698 says, do you think the CIA and Mossad are using this pause to arm the Immortal Guard? Possibly. So that, you know what, that's actually very interesting question that you have. That ties into the video that I actually wanted to share with you guys. So it's this video. Mark Levin and Sean Hannity are speaking on Fox News last night on Sean Hannity's show, and they're talking about arming the people. So, you know, one thing that I've learned in the last 122 days, you know, after like extensively monitoring and fine combing these sort of things, when Sean Hannity and Mark Levin speak about something, that usually means there's something going on behind the scenes. So I have a feeling that that is possibly what's happening. And the fact that Sean Hannity and Mark Levin are speaking about this is essentially to sort of lay the foundation and lay the groundwork for that very news to eventually come out. It's very similar, and it gives me the same vibes as when Sean Hannity and Mark Levin were speaking about why President Trump needs to attack the Islamic regime and Boom Boom Khomeini. And those conversations eventually led to that exact thing happening. So, and as you guys know, Sean Hannity and Mark Levin are very, very close to President Trump. So I have a feeling that that very well could be a likely possibility. Obviously, I don't know for 100%. But given the type of narrative that I see between Sean Hannity and Mark Levin, I absolutely think that that is a very likely possibility. I do have that video queued up, and I will be playing that as soon as I'm done reading the rest of the super chats here. So let me just go to a few more of the super chats, and then we'll go to that video. So RG Rappaport says, 122 days of Iran Revolution live, a third of a year. Thank you, Goldie and Armin. Thank you. Yeah, guys, honestly, I can't believe it's been 4 months. Wow, 4 months of live streaming every day and keeping the conversation going. And thank you guys to all of you for being here and, you know, being with us and, you know, giving us the energy and motivation. Really, really means a lot. So really appreciate that, guys. Appreciate having all of you here. William, sorry about your joke. Yeah, that's fine. I just no worries. It's all good. It's all good. Agent Anderson says, even after Iran is free, the sleeper cells in the West will be an issue for years. Will Savak 2 be used to help keep the West safe? Different name. I mean, honestly, that wouldn't really be up to Savak. That would be up to your various countries and your politicians to expel the terrorists, right? I mean, the only reason that there are sleeper cells in Western countries is because of terrible immigration policies by your governments. And, you know, we've been trying to warn people, but no one really pays attention, right? No one really pays attention. No one really takes us seriously. Oh wait, there's like what's going on here? All right. Sorry, there was like a spammer. But yeah, no one really pays attention. But I mean, like that will definitely have to be you know, something that foreign governments or your governments basically look into, right? That wouldn't really be Savak's role, right? Because that's not really what Savak is for. Savak is just like, you know, like the FBI. It's basically like the FBI or the CIA or something. Okay. So let's go to. Wait, move this. Okay, so like I said, I wanted to talk. I wanted to share this video. So this is from last night. So this goes back to. It was this super chat here from Christopher Enges. And, you know, he was basically saying, do you think the CIA and Mossad are using this opportunity to arm the Immortal Guard? They very well could be. They very well could be. And, you know, again, so the fact that, you know, last night there was a clip called Arm the People for Victory with Iran. And that's a conversation between Mark Levin and Sean Hannity. That leads me to believe that, I mean, that could very well be a possibility. So, all right, let's watch this, and then I don't know, let me know. All right. There you go. Come on, guys.
Now he's the host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, the great one, Mark Levin. The blockade is bankrupting them. The president also, with military strikes, can show how this will be permanent. If we can get arms in the hands of the resistance, the freedom fighters there, that would be an added plus. I think the president now has been given an answer. They don't want a deal. Military action will begin again.
Keep choking them economically, bring out the big guns, arm the people. That, to me, is a prescription for victory sooner than later. The regime can hang on. You know, if we wait them out, those guys are going to still eat. They're going to still breathe. They're still going to drink as they continue to execute their people there. I think the Iranian people are poised. They're ready to go. We should, in fact, arm them as we did in Afghanistan and Nicaragua and Angola and other places around the world in the 80s. It worked very, very well. I hope our CIA is still up to the task. But, you know, I don't think our military equipment should rust out there waiting for these guys to get their act together. They have their act together. This is what they do. They delay. They're up against the wrong president. This isn't Biden who's going to fund them or Obama who's going to hand them a nuclear weapon. This is Donald Trump who's poised to crush them. And if I were the president, I wouldn't care what the Democrats and the media have to say because they're not on our side. They want us to lose. They want the president of the United States to be undermined because that's the nature of the Democrat Party. In the 2 or 3 minutes I have left, I want to deal with the Democrat Party. This Democrat Party has a history from the very first day of being a violent party, whether it is slavery or segregation or eugenics, whatever it's been. It's a violent party. It's embraced all the worst aspects of humanity, anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry. That's the Democrat Party. And now what you hear, different targets and different aspects, but it's the same damn party. And the things that they say about our country, the things that they say about the citizens of this country as they try and put citizens as second-class citizens and bring in people from all the rest of the world who will not assimilate because they want their numbers. And the reason they go after Donald Trump is simple, because he's standing between them and us. He loves the country. He loves the founding, 250 years. He's proud about this country. They are not. They are tearing it down all the time. Their appointees are sinister. Their policies are sinister. They hate the capitalist system. They hate our sovereignty. Donald Trump wants to build up Washington, D.C., bring it back to pristine condition. He wants people to respect the country and our monuments and our founding and so forth. The opposite of the Democrats. You got Bernie Sanders, who is a Stalinist, who's a leader of the Democrat Party. You got this guy, Chris Murphy, who spent his whole life running for office. Loathsome, goes overseas and trashes our country left and right. Don't think the American people don't notice this. Let me be clear. When you attack our country, you're attacking Mr. and Mrs. America. This is our country. And one other thing, not for 1 minute, Democrats, do you fool anybody? Your language is intended to incite violence. Violence against ICE, violence against the NYPD before, violence in our streets, with your mobs, with your billionaires funding them and your networks. And you are targeting our president. And you know damn well exactly what you're doing when you talk about somebody as Hitler or that the president is a dictator. How so? He's followed every court ruling. He's followed the rules. You guys don't. So we're on to you, and we know everything that you're doing. All right, I'm done. I hear the music. I'm ready to tap dance.
Well, that's why we.
So, yeah, that is very, very informative. And that should give you a little bit of an idea on what I think is going to be happening. We have another super chat that I want to go to quickly. So Nathan Allen Pinard says, I'm reading Savok was actually used to reduce any kind of speech or dissent. That's not true. Mainly communism. Yes. So Savok was used to reduce the communist ideology, and I'll explain why in a moment. But it moved them to the mosques, and that is where the Ayatollahs started to gain traction. So first of all, free speech, like there was free speech in Iran before 1979. The context of communism in Iran is that during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the Soviets, the USSR, Russia, they were trying to bring Iran under the Iron Curtain. So at that point, the USSR actually shared a border with Iran. And the USSR created various communist political parties. They also created terrorist groups. And these terrorist groups would come into Iran and under, Marxism, socialism, whatever, they would basically try to engage in terrorist activity. And so given the very real threat of communism and Marxism, the Shah banned communism. And that's actually not a thought that's unheard of, because communism was recently banned right? Because the notion of communism was actually just recently banned in Czech Republic. So starting January 1, 2026, the Czech Republic will criminalize the promotion of communist ideology, equating it with Nazi propaganda. Is the Czech Republic a dictatorship? Absolutely not. So the Shah of Iran was decades and decades ahead of his time. So the reason that communism was banned was because it was a dangerous ideology, and all these communist groups like the Tudeh Party was actually created in Moscow and funded by the Russians, okay? And they were trying to destabilize. Iran, and they were trying to balkanize Iran and bring Iran under the Iron Curtain. Of course, there is a lot of propaganda and misinformation about Savok and, the Islamists and the communists, because they're basically all liars, right? If their lips are moving, they're lying. They put out all this insane propaganda about the horrors of Savok and blah, blah, blah. None of it is true, by the way. None of it is true. In fact, let me share with you this short clip. So this is an investigative journalist visiting and interviewing political prisoners in Iran during the time of the Shah. Okay, I know there's like a full documentary of this somewhere. I think Armin sent me the link a while ago. I'll see if I can find it. But guys, watch this short clip. So this is an investigative journalist. This is during the 1970s. Okay. Oh, see, there you go. Oh, guys, we have some people from Czech Republic here. Marek Langer says, greetings from Czech Republic. We hate communism. We support Iranian people's freedom. Aw, thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you. We love Czech Republic and we hate communism. Also, guys, Czech Republic, beautiful country. And Czech Republic, I visited Prague, beautiful country, beautiful city. And Czech Republic does have some of the best beer in Europe, I have to say. So Czech beer, very, very good. So, thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, yeah. There you go. There you go. So this is why communism was banned, because the Shah of Iran was well ahead of his time and he knew the dangers that communism brings. But anyways, let's watch this, guys. I want you to watch this. It's a 5-minute video, because and I also want you to think about the fact that this was happening under the Shah of Iran. Okay, so this investigative journalist was given full access to these so-called political prisoners of the Shah. Okay, so if Iran was this dictatorship, right? How is this foreign investigative journalist getting access to these so-called political prisoners? So let's just watch this.
After what I had read about the alleged police state, it wasn't quite what I had expected. Security at the prison is provided by the military, but as far as the political prisoners within are concerned, it is SAVAK, the secret police, who are in control. SAVAK is an offshoot of the Imperial Armed Forces, but it's not itself a police force. It's what every country has, a national security and intelligence organization. It's as such that SAVAK is responsible for watching those suspected of subversive activities and arresting those who are now political prisoners. For SAVAK's alleged treatment of political prisoners, and in particular the alleged use of grisly forms of torture during interrogations, Iran is described in the international press as being ruled by one of the most brutal and repressive regimes in the world.
Right, so do you see how the journalist keeps on using the word alleged? It's alleged because there's no proof or evidence of any of that. I mean, look at these prisoners. These people look fine. They're literally walking around, exercising, smoking. They're getting open air, right? Like, this looks like a regular, normal prison compared to what's happening right now in occupied Iran, the way that prisoners are being treated. Like, it's wild. It's wild that there are people who actually believed the communist Islamist propaganda that this was Iran was a repressive regime. Like, it was all lies. It was all lies. But it gets better.
During my investigations on the spot, I found very little evidence to support the allegations and much to contradict them. Take, for example, the case of Vida Hajabi Tabrizi. By Iranian student groups abroad and their supporters, she is one of the most celebrated of all Iranian political prisoners. She's said to be either dead or, alternatively, so paralyzed by torture that she can't even move.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? So this so-called political prisoner, right? The Iranian student groups abroad, those are the commies, right? The communists, the socialists, the woke progressives, and the Islamists, right? So the alliance of the red and the black. So outside of Iran, those student groups were claiming that she's either dead or she's so paralyzed by torture that she can't even move. I don't know. She looks pretty healthy to me here. She looks pretty healthy to me here. Look at her. She's like literally just walking around picking her nose. Does this look like someone who's been killed? She doesn't look very dead to me.
Take, for example...
Right, so the student groups, right? The student groups, and then, backed by the international media and all of these, lefty organizations, they were claiming that Savak tortured this woman to death or tortured her so much that she was paralyzed and can't move.
Example, the case of Vida Hajabi Tabrizi. By Iranian student groups abroad and their supporters, she is one of the most celebrated of all Iranian political prisoners. She's said to be either dead or, alternatively, so paralyzed by torture that she can't even move. And she is widely reported as being in one or the other of those two conditions. We filmed her unobserved to start with because we were informed that she might act paralyzed if she saw us first.
Ali, would you ask Vida Hajabi if we can talk with her? I understand what people say.
Oh, now all of a sudden, so when this commie terrorist, okay, when she doesn't know that she's being filmed, she's walking around normally, no problems, no issues, but as soon as she realizes the cameras are on her, now she's holding like her head in her hand as if like, oh no, I'm tortured or whatever, right?
You know about all the stories in the foreign press that say you were paralyzed. روزنامه‌ها میگن که شما فلج شدید و اینها، شما که الان ماشاءالله خوب قدم میزنید، راه میرید. خب راه میرم، بله، اشتباه بی خودی حرف بی خود ممکنه بزنن. It is possible that they said everything they want, but what is your condition? I mean, I am very good. You look quite well. Yes, I am good.
Dr. Seemin Saleh is another celebrated political prisoner.
Okay, guys, so this is another woman. Look at her face. Her face has been disfigured. Do you guys know how she got this injury? So, do you guys know how she got that injury? Now, remember, one of the things that the Islamic regime does, okay? One of the things that the Islamic regime does is the Islamic regime, they purposely injure Iranian protesters and blind them, right? So every single one of these people, they've lost an eye because an Islamic regime sniper has purposely, blinded them. So this is what happens. This is what happens to innocent, unarmed Iranian freedom fighters who just want to live in a secular, democratic society. The Islamic regime will blind them, right? The Islamic regime purposely disfigures them. So this is what the Islamic regime does. Now, let's go to this person, right? Because the Islamic regime is the Islamic regime and the communists, they claim that Savak was brutal and Savak was torturing and disfiguring and blah, blah, blah. So basically what they're trying to say is that everything that the Islamic regime has been doing to Iranians for the last 47 years, they're trying to pin that on the Shah and Savak. And they're claiming that the Shah and Savak were doing those things. But let's see if that's actually true. Let's go back to the video and let's find out how this so-called political prisoner, let's see how this so-called political prisoner was injured.
Apparently risen from the dead. According to all accounts, she and the baby she was carrying in her womb died under torture in Evin prison in 1974.
Oh wow, look at this. So not only was this woman, this political prisoner, right? They claimed that she was tortured, paralyzed, or dead. She's alive, walking around, totally fine. Now this one, another one that they claimed she was tortured and executed by Savak in 1974, but she's somehow alive.
Good. You look quite well. Yes, I am good.
Here's the other one.
Dr. Seemin Saleh is another celebrated political prisoner, apparently risen from the dead. According to all accounts, She and the baby she was carrying in her womb died under torture in Evin prison in 1974. She lost one eye, she told me, when a bomb that some of her friends were making in a house already under surveillance by SAVAK agents exploded prematurely.
Oh! Oh, okay, guys. Who guessed that? Who guessed that? Who guessed that her injury came from her communist terrorist friends who were making a homemade bomb, and the homemade bomb exploded prematurely? So the terrorists were making bombs in their homes, and they boomed themselves with their homemade IEDs, right? This wasn't the Shah, this wasn't SAVAK, this was themselves. Yeah. Yep. And they claim that she died under torture. But here she is, full alive, well, and her injury is her own fault. Her injury is because she is a terrorist, right? Her and her terrorist friends, terrorist communist friends, by the way. These are the woke radical left. You know, the ones that I'm warning you about, the ones that I say are very dangerous? These are the woke radical left. So the woke radical left were making IEDs in their home, and one of them exploded, and she got injured.
In prison in 1974. She lost one eye, she told me, when a bomb that some of her friends were making in a house already under surveillance by SAVAK agents exploded prematurely. Mrs. Salehey named her baby Sepida, Dawn. The child is growing up in the care of Mrs. Salehey's parents, who are alive.
Well, the child is also very much alive, and look, she's even able to visit. Her child is able to come and visit her.
Allowed to make visits to the prison.
Wow, what a brutal and repressive regime! Oh my gosh, what a brutal and repressive regime! Who would have thought? Who would have thought that there was this level of repression in the Shah's time, right? Oh yeah, the Islamic regime is so much better, so much better.
Though I sought from all the prisoners I talked with on and off camera an assurance that they were talking to me of their own free will, Mrs. Salehey said afterward she regretted talking to me because we filmed her child.
Oh well.
The most interesting account of why torture for obtaining information is unnecessary was given to me by Kouroush Yakhtari.
So look, even the political prisoners are saying, oh, first of all, I shouldn't say political prisoners because they're not political prisoners. They're communist Marxist terrorists, right? So these are terrorists. So the reason that, you know, even the commie Marxist terrorists are saying that there's no need for torture for information. It's a flat out lie. So let's listen to what this guy is saying.
Filmed her child. The most interesting account of why torture for obtaining information is unnecessary was given to me by Kouroush Yakhtari. He was the leader of one of the biggest and most active terrorist groups in Iran. His charge sheet was long and included his involvement in a plot to kidnap the American ambassador. Yakhtari.
Oh, look at that! So the commie terrorists wanted to kidnap the American ambassador, so the Shah of Iran put him in jail. What a brutal and repressive regime. What, do you think the Shah should have just allowed them to kidnap? And guys, guess what happened? Guess what happened? As soon as the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened, what happened? The American hostage situation. These same commie terrorists immediately, as soon as the Shah was gone, immediately went and took Americans hostage. The Shah of Iran was preventing that. The Shah of Iran was preventing that. The Shah of Iran was keeping America, not just Iranians, but America and Americans safe.
Obtaining information is unnecessary was given to me by Kouroush Yakhtari. He was the leader of one of the biggest and most active terrorist groups in Iran. His charge sheet was long and included his involvement in a plot to kidnap the American ambassador. Yakhtari was sentenced to death but reprieved by the Shah.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at that. So even though this commie terrorist who was planning on kidnapping the American ambassador was sentenced to death in an, independent court of law, right? He was sentenced to death. The Shah of Iran forgave him, and the Shah of Iran said, you know what? Let's not execute him. Let's spare his life. Does that sound like a brutal dictator to you? Does that sound like, a brutal, repressive regime? The Shah spared his life.
Ambassador. Yakhtari was sentenced to death but reprieved by the Shah.
We admitted that we had done these things. We did them deliberately, on the basis of previous decisions and planning, because of the hatred we had for American imperialism.
The number of political prisoners in Iran is also a subject which catches the imagination of the international press from time to time. The generally accepted and apparently agreed figure most often quoted is in the range of 40 to 60,000.
Which is utter nonsense.
Savak puts the number at 3,200, including 700 in prison under investigation. My impression, based on conversations with prisoners, is that Savak's figures are much closer to the truth.
While the liberty of the subject is a human right to be preserved under all possible conditions, it is not and cannot be an absolute right, because one man may use his liberty to take away the liberty of another and must be restrained from doing so. Where freedoms conflict, the state has a duty to protect those in need of protection.
Such sentiments have often been expressed by the Shah, but that quotation was from Britain's Lord Chief Justice Lord Gardiner in a recent report on the detention of political prisoners in Northern Ireland.
There you go.
After what?
There's a short clip from, I'm going to see if I can try to find the full documentary. But yeah, see this? Wait. So this is what the Islamic regime does to Iranian freedom fighters, and yet the woke left and, the Islamists and the communists have the audacity to say that the Shah was a dictator and Savak was cruel, which is absolutely 100% wrong. It's been debunked. Guys, for those who want the link to this, I've included it in my Iran Revolution live playlist. Okay, so you can find this there. There is a full documentary. I need to find it so that we can watch it together. I know Armin sent me the link. I can't find it now, but yeah. I'll see what I can do there. Okay, so someone's yelling Goldie. What's going on? Someone's yelling Goldie. What's going on? Okay. Let's go to Tusi now. We'll get some updates from Tusi, and then I will be back in a little bit, and we will continue. Wait. Okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the Islamic Republic of Iran's oil infrastructure is collapsing as we speak. And the United Arab Emirates have also declared an oil war on the Iranian regime. We're going to give you guys the latest updates and what this actually means. In case you don't know what OPEC is, we're going to explain all that as well. And we have a big announcement when it comes to our independent streaming service, 2C TV Plus. First, we're going to talk about how the UAE have now decided to exit OPEC, the oil cartel, primarily in the Middle East. We're also going to talk about the IRGC now begging President Trump to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and the Israeli Defense Forces continue to strike the IRGC's Hezbollah branch in southern Lebanon after they continued to violate the ceasefire. And finally, the United States are considering all options in the next few days, including military action again inside the Iranian.
Okay, I see you guys talking about this. Yeah, guys, I told you yesterday. I told you that I was a guest panelist host on the Quad. Yeah, I can play that for you guys after if you want, but let's get the news updates from 2C, and then if you want, I can play the Quad next, because yeah, that's what I did yesterday morning. Emily Schrader's a good friend of mine, and yeah, I love her. All right, I think the episode just the Quad episode just came out 49 minutes ago, so it's this one here. Do you want me to play this first? See, there I am.
It's rhetoric from the.
It's with my hair. Jeez. All right. Let's go to 2C, and then I can play that after. Although I don't know what was going on with my hair there.
Territory. So all this is going to be mentioned, and of course we're going to get your reaction. And as I said, big announcement coming about 2C TV Plus. So you can see at the bottom of the screen, although there's a promo code, Comedy35. We're going to explain what that is. All right, first, let's talk about what's actually been happening over the last few minutes since the confirmation coming from the Emiratis. Before the announcement, we got some update from Iran that they are now running out of places to store their oil, because of course the United States continue the blockade of Hormuz, and they're not really able to export any of their oil. So they have only a few days, probably around 12 days left until the capacity of the unused, obviously, storage capacity is left. Now, as a result, the regime in Iran would have to cut another 1.5 million barrels of oil production every single day. Now, this is completely shattering everything that the Islamic Republic has, not just in terms of finances, but the overall oil infrastructure, which obviously affects everything else in the country as well. This is why the problem that they currently have is that publicly they're saying one thing, but privately, when they go to the Pakistanis and the Americans, they are saying something completely different, which is, yeah, let's have a chat again. Even though they were the ones who walked away from the negotiations twice, but they still want to talk. Now, they think that they had the upper hand until now. When they walked away from the talks, they thought that President Trump is going to basically cave in. He didn't. He didn't even rush into anything. He just said, okay, they walked away. Let's just continue the blockade. And the Islamic regime said, well, that doesn't really help, because they wanted either President Trump to go and agree to their terms in Iran or launch the military action again, which is exactly what they want at this point. But it's still, obviously, it's in their interest to resume the conflict, but it's in our interest for the regime in Iran to sign the surrender deal, which is becoming a very, very complicated situation because of the different factions in Iran. Now, the government in Iran and the so-called president are now offering, this is the most insane thing you've heard today at least, they are now offering households in Iran a 30% discount of their energy bills if they slash the usage of electricity at their homes by at least 10%. But if they could do about 30%, 40%, then that would be even better. This is according to the Deputy Energy Minister in the Islamic Republic. You see the problem with the maths in this situation, right? This is what they don't understand anything about economics. They don't understand anything about basic common sense. You are asking people to not use electricity, right? By a certain percentage, which means by default, their energy bills will come down because they're not using electricity. And then you're saying, we're also then going to give you a certain percentage of discount on your energy bills. That makes absolutely no sense. But they are desperate. So they want people to stop using electricity, right? I get it. What they have to do, basic economics suggests, you actually have to increase the prices, you idiots. You increase the prices to punish the people. Carrot and sticks. You can't just say, we're going to bring down your bills if you bring down your own bills. No one's going to listen. They have no idea what they're doing at this point. They haven't for the past few decades anyway. Having said that, the United Arab Emirates have now officially confirmed that the game is up, ladies and gentlemen. They've decided to exit OPEC and OPEC Plus as of the 1st of May in the next couple of days. For the record, the UAE are the third largest oil producer in OPEC. Now, just a quick background for those who don't know what OPEC is. It's basically an oil group, but it's a cartel that was set up in the 1960s by countries such as Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, basically. So they're the main oil producers at the time. As they were basically starting the proper production of oil, they decided to create a club so they could control the global prices and the production and the limits and everything else. Now, initially that sounded like a good idea, especially to prevent the influence coming from the British, from the Americans and the Russians. The problem with that is that it's become a new cartel, and there are a number of gangsters in it, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. Saudi Arabia also, they work for their own interest. OPEC is not really about unity anymore. It's not really about the members of OPEC for oil to actually work together. They're working against each other. So the UAE said, we are going to bring down this whole cartel. We're going to destroy the Islamic regime's mafia and what they've been benefiting from. So this is the beginning of the end for the oil cartel. There will be massive influence coming from the Islamic regime. Now, obviously, now UAE are able to pump oil at full capacity. No limits, no restrictions, no regulations. They can do whatever they want because they are no longer going to be a member of this group. This is how you do it, by the way. We got a number of globalist entities that's been set up over the last 100 years, from the World Bank, the IMF, obviously, and the United Nations, the European Union, the World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization, OPEC, this, that. There are so many globalist entities which was supposed to be part of the new world order since the 1940s and 50s. The problem with that is that it's gone too far. And you either have to create a situation where you are looking after your own interests, or you create your own smaller teams. So the UAE, with the help of Israel and the United States, they can work together. And of course, a future free and democratic Iran. You have to bring down these globalist entities. So that is why, obviously, it's going to affect everybody else in the region as well, not just the Islamic Republic, but it could encourage the rest of the Arabs to also rethink the situation. The UAE are now leading from the front line when it comes to this war. Now, obviously, lower prices is going to happen now, and increased supply is going to happen now. So the Americans are going to love it, especially when it comes to oil prices, because the UAE are able to now just pump as much as they want. There's going to be massive supply, and it's going to exceed demand at this point. So it's going to take some time, but obviously as they leave on the 1st of May, things are going to change. Now, quickly, in the meantime, the Islamic Republic publicly are saying one thing, privately something else, right? So we got the deputy chair of Iran's Parliamentary National Security Commission, who says that negotiations are futile. We shouldn't even negotiate. Instead, we should basically go back to war. And well, we are still at war, but actual conflict, in order to humiliate the Americans. This is absolute insanity. Let's just watch this with subtitles.
نخواهیم کرد. مذاکره الان ادامش خسارت محضه. هیچ کس نباید الان مذاکره بره.
Nobody should be allowed to negotiate.
ملت ایران داره میره به این سمت که انشالله آمریکا رو زیر پای خودش له بکنه.
یعنی به هیچ وجه ما نپذیرفتیم خروج
به هیچ وجه
400 کیلوگرم اورانیوم
اصلا 1 گرم شو. 1 گرم.
حتی 1 گرم.
بله 1 گرمش نپذیرفتیم.
الان ما 2 تا خط قرمز اصلی،
3 تا خط قرمز.
3 تا خط قرمز.
three red lines, not two.
و غنی‌سازی.
و هیچ کدوم از اینها را ما هیچ امتیازی که تا الان
اصلا هیچ توافقی من اینجا بگم هیچ توافقی صورت نگرفته.
It's not going to be any deal.
همین مقدار حرفا رد و بدل شده. من حرفم اینجاست. نباید مجال میدادیم که اصلا ایشون بیاد بگه به چه جرأتی ایشون باید بیاد بگه. اصلا نباید موضوع مذاکره. بیاد بگه غنی‌سازی شما نباید داشته باشین. بودم به تو چه ربطی داره که تو این کار دخالت کنی؟
وقتی ما این سه تا خط قرمز داریم مثلا اصل رفتن پای میز مذاکره
هیچ فایده نداره.
What's the point?
او 1 ریال رو آزاد نخواهد کرد. شما دوره شهید رئیسی ما زندانی رو آزاد کردیم. همینجا سریع عرض بکنم دیگه. قرار بود 6 میلیارد 7 میلیارد دلار کره جنوبی گفته اومده قطر، دادن به ما ندادن. 1 دلار رو ندادن. الان میگن تو قطر نیست، تو حساب قطر تو آلمانه هستن. مثلا اینجا نیست که شما بخواید کاری انجام بدید. آمریکا یعنی این. آمریکا فقط زور حالیشه. ما باید اون مدل جیسون رضاییان رو انجام میدادیم. گفتیم با چمدون ورده بیار. همین چمدون رو خالی کردیم، زندانی ساواکو ببر. راه.
Anyway, so yeah, they want to die. Translation, they want to die. So just a summary in case you couldn't read the subtitles. He said that we shouldn't negotiate. We should humiliate the Americans instead, whatever that means. And then he said, well, obviously, we got the 3 red lines. Well, it was 2 red lines, now it's 3 red lines. They're adding more red lines. Enrichment uranium should continue in Iran. We should be in charge of the Strait of Hormuz, as in the Islamic Republic. They should withdraw their forces. They should unfreeze all the financial assets to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And then he said, well, there's no point in even negotiating because they're not going to agree to any of this. So we're not going to agree to their red lines, obviously. And so everything's going absolutely fine. But we're going to read the statement. This is brilliant. The statement coming from the United Arab Emirates on the exit of OPEC. This is a major historic moment, by the way. I know a lot of people would probably not really know much about OPEC or oil production, and they say, okay, it sounds boring. It's very, very, very important, and it's going to affect the future of geopolitics, not just short term, but also long term. Short term, obviously destroying the Islamic regime. Long term, reshaping the world order. And this is major. But before we go to the statement, this is a beautiful statement, major announcement on 2C TV Plus. Over the next few weeks, I'm going to make more big announcement about 2C TV Plus. In case you don't know, that's our independent website and app away from YouTube. Obviously, live streams on YouTube continue, but we have our own independent service with our documentaries, our interviews, original series, our chat forum, everything else, right? We already have a lot of stuff on it, but we're going to add much more and more regular content, major improvement. But we are introducing finally, for the first time in history of humanity, political satire and comedy to 2C TV Plus, called The Haters Ball. It's a stand-up comedy. It's a bit of like a game show sort of thing. Let's quickly, I'm going to show you just a few seconds of a teaser from what you're going to see as this is released in the next few days, over the next week. Let's quickly go watch The Haters Ball exclusively on 2C TV Plus. Very excited.
You know when a so big you're not sure if you're having the or the having you?
I hate black people with autism.
Sorry, I just spit on you, but you love that.
I hate fat people because
Finally, someone who fucking gets it, right?
The haters ball, you name it, we roast it. Coming soon on 2C TV Plus, and obviously we have a live audience. So next time, if you want to join, we're going to give you more information about that. If you want to obviously come to the live audience, we're going to obviously do these things around the world as well. So Australia, the US, Canada, the UK, Europe. So stay tuned. If you want to watch this, which is going to come out soon, we've also built a new sexy page for 2CTV Plus, in case you don't know. You can become a member of 2CTV Plus today using our new promo code Comedy35. So look at this beautiful page. You go on offers.2c.tv. Obviously, the link is also in the description. So get 35% off annual plans. Use the promo code Comedy35. You have 12 days left. It will end on the 10th of May. Just a quick heads up. Obviously, you get full access to our 2C TV Plus platform. Again, just click on claim 35% now. Don't do it on the app. Obviously, you can download the app afterwards. If you go on the App Store, you can't use the discount code. Discount code only works on the website, and then you can download the app and log in with your details. And no censorship, no algorithm, just the truth. Join 2C TV Plus today and use the promo code Comedy35. Anyway, let's get back to the statement coming from the Emiratis. And this is fascinating. This is what they said. The United Arab Emirates today announced its decision to exit the organization of the petroleum exporting countries, OPEC and OPEC Plus, effective 1st of May 2026. This decision reflects the UAE's long-term strategic and economic vision and evolving energy profile, including accelerating investment in domestic energy production, and reinforces its commitment to a responsible, reliable, and forward-looking role in the global energy markets. They're going independent. This decision follows a comprehensive review of the UAE's production policy and its current and future capacity, and is based on our national interest and our commitment to contributing effectively to meeting the market's pressing needs. While near-term volatility, including the disruptions in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, continues to affect supply dynamics, underlying trends point to sustained growth in global energy demand over the medium to long term. They also obviously mentioned that this decision follows decades of constructive cooperation. The UAE joined OPEC in 1967 through the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, and continued its membership following the formation of the United Arab Emirates in 1971. Throughout this period, the UAE has played an active role in supporting global oil market stability and strengthening dialogue among producing nations, and saying that the UAE is a trusted producer of some of the world's most cost-competitive and lower carbon barrels, which will play an important role in supporting global growth and emissions reductions. And of course, there's a lot that they talk about in terms of what they're going to be doing in the future, but saying that the UAE values more than 5 decades of cooperation with partners and will continue active engagement in support of stable global energy markets. Then you can see why this also occurred, this decision. Number one, the Strait of Hormuz being blocked by both the Islamic Republic and the United States. There is a high demand, global markets for oil. Where is the supply? Obviously, they're putting the prices up. Now, the Americans don't need the oil because they got their own. They don't need the oil from Hormuz, but it's still affecting the prices in America because that's a global market reaction. Having said that, the UAE thought, well, we have a lot of oil. OPEC stops us from producing and pumping as much as we can. There's a lot of demand. There's a lot of customers. Let's leave OPEC. So the Islamic Republic is now strengthening the Arabs, their own rivals, their biggest enemy right now as part of the Arab world, the UAE. Clearly, the Emiratis have talked to the Americans about this, and of course, their other allies, including Israel. They know what they're doing. They have the backing of the West, And this is going to bring down prices, and it's going to completely shatter the Islamic Republic's oil mafia. Of course, it's going to disrupt Saudi Arabia as well. So they're going to have to come up with a plan to stop the regime in Iran when it comes to oil. President Trump has also now come out to say that Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. No, they can't. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. It's fascinating. Whatever President Trump says is the exact opposite, usually. So he says, obviously, the regime in Iran are trying to figure out their leadership situation because they're all killing each other, right? And then he says, which I believe they will be able to do, is to create expectation. It's expectation management. They're not going to be able to do that. It's complete chaotic, absolute mess in Iran right now. But that was his latest statement. The situation with the OPEC, because it's also OPEC Plus, which is other nations who are involved, not just the Middle Easterns and Venezuela, but they're supposed to be the OPEC Plus to coordinate production and also limit supply. And that's the problem, because it's a globalist entity, it's a cartel. It doesn't allow you to sell the oil that you have because there's a limit at the top of it. Now, the regime in Iran have been taking advantage of that for a very, very long time. And this could change the whole game. Now, one of the biggest things to expect, apart from lower oil prices, which will happen eventually now that the UAE are leaving, is new alliances. So it is now time for the UAE and Saudi Arabia to finally and officially get together to stop the cartel being disrupted by the regime in Iran. Because the money is not being made anymore in Iran, and the money is not being sent to the proxies. The proxies are getting suffocated, and that's how you sell the idea to countries like Saudi Arabia. Because Saudi Arabia want to destroy the Houthis in Yemen, they want to destroy the Hezbollah in Lebanon and all the others. So there is a big move happening as we speak. The Israeli Defense Forces have launched major strikes and also drone attacks after the Hezbollah militants started to attack the Israelis in the southern parts of Lebanon. A number of drones were also launched by Hezbollah. These are the drones, of course, that were sent to them from Iran by the IRGC, but this is basically the final capacity. Hezbollah are now struggling. They don't have the funding, they don't have the weapons anymore, and whatever they have left is what they have. Whatever they use is basically going to be the last time. So we don't know how long they have left, whether it's going to be a few weeks or a few months, but they are also getting suffocated. The Houthis are not even getting involved. They launched a couple of rockets a month ago after days and days of saying, we're going to join this war to defend Iran. And then they decided to stop because they realized we can't just launch our rockets because they don't even hit the targets and we are running out. We are not getting any support from the Islamic regime in Iran. And of course, there's also Hamas in Gaza, and they are also getting suffocated. This whole conflict is basically reshaping not just the Middle East, but also the whole world. Let's quickly go to the latest round of strikes by the Israeli Defense Forces over the last few hours in Zutar al-Sharqiya in southern Lebanon. There you go. The fight continues, a largely peaceful scene.
Okay, so I think that's pretty much all the breaking news. All right, you guys wanted me to play the quad. All right, so yes, I was a guest panelist on the quad yesterday on JNS TV with the wonderful and lovely Emily Schrader and others. So, all right, I'll play this for you guys.
The Islamic Republic is bleeding, losing millions of dollars every single day. And even its own leadership admits the war is slipping out of their control. So why won't the regime surrender? And why is the Western media telling you the opposite, that America and Israel are the ones losing this war? We're unpacking it all today on The Quad. Welcome back to The Quad on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, filling in for Fleur, who is remote this week. But before we get started with our incredible panel, I want to take a look at this video of what the Islamic Republic is putting out, according to even some of their own officials. Take a look at what the regime's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, had to say about the current blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
از مردم عزیزمون که الان آماده‌اند و در صحنه‌اند اینجا هم گفتم یه درخواست ساده داریم این که مصرف خودشون رو در برق و انرژی بیارن پایین اینا زیرساخت ما رو زدن ما رو در محاصره قرار میدن تا مردم ناراضی بشن و این رضایتی که الان وجود داره تبدیل به نارضایتی بشه.
So as you can see, things aren't exactly going smoothly inside of Iran under the Islamic regime. Today we have with us an amazing panel. Of course, we have Fleur Hassan Nahum, who is with us remotely, sadly. We also have here with us in studio Shoshana Keats-Jaskal, and we have a special guest today, Goldie Ghamari, political commentator and former MP all the way from Canada. Thanks so much for being with us today. Goldie, I want to go to you first. What is your response to what we're hearing, this rhetoric from the regime that, you know, they're trying to position themselves as being in control and having strength, and yet we very clearly see that they're bleeding big time when it comes both to the economics and everything else happening on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, great to be here. Thanks so much for having me on. Really excited to be here with all of you. With respect to the regime, I mean, this is just another indicator that the regime is collapsing. So the fact that Pezeshkian is now trying to convince the Iranian people to use less electricity in a country that should be very energy resource rich. However, we know that's not the case. But this is just another indicator that the Islamic regime is collapsing internally. They're trying to portray a strong front, but, Iranian people know better. So, as difficult as the situation is for the people of Iran right now, this message from Pezeshkian is actually giving them hope that the end of the Islamic regime is closer than they might think.
I mean, Shoshana, what is your take on this from everything that we're seeing from the regime officials? They're coming for talks. They're not coming for talks. Talks are happening. Now they're canceled. I mean, we don't even know who's in control right now, right?
We have no idea who's in control right now. Is he dead? Is he not dead? The paper says one thing and X says another. And it depends on what time you're reading the news, who's alive and who's maimed and who's, functioning fully. I think that what Goldie said is accurate. I think that it shows a chaos. It shows they're trying to save face, but at the same time, they're hemorrhaging. And so, God willing, this is the middle of the death of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That would be lovely.
I mean, one of the things that we've seen happen so many times with this war, and even prior to that with, the aftermath of October 7th, is a total disconnect from reality in terms of what's being reported in the media and what's actually happening on the ground. And we see the same pattern happening with the Islamic regime in Iran. I mean, Fleur, you know better than anyone how crazy the reporting has been. You've been on many of these, like Goldie, been on many of these shows speaking about this issue of subversion. I mean, what is going on in the media? I mean, why does the West keep presenting this? If we see the regime on its knees, why does the media keep presenting this otherwise?
I think it's two things. I mean, I'm here now in the United States, and anybody would think that the Americans and the Israelis are losing the war. When you look at the majority of the coverage, except for Fox News, of course, everybody, and I speak to people, and when I tell people all the achievements of this war and how much was achieved beyond the expectations of the militaries, people are like, well, why aren't we getting this news over here? It's absolutely incredible how the Islamic Republic has managed to dictate their propaganda in the West. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about Europe, but even in America, giving people the impression that this was a terrible war, that America's had, there've barely been losses. It's really amazing that they've managed to infiltrate and to do mind control in the West. And that's really the only cards they've got left. These idiots are the only cards that they've got left. And it's very difficult for me to understand. And the second thing is, of course, and this, Goldie and Emily better than anyone, they're going to be half dead and bleeding on the floor and still doing the V sign going, we won, and that's something that the West and Western people don't understand. They don't understand that the mentality is one that they could be on their floor with no legs and no hands, like apparently Mushtaba is a cardboard cutout, and still putting the V sign.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an ongoing problem that we've seen, and not only in the Western media, but also Western leaders not really understanding what's going on, which actually brings us to the next thing I wanted to talk about today, which is, does the Trump administration really understand the mentality of the Islamic regime? I mean, Goldie, I'd love to hear your take on this because you're dealing with this every single day. I know. I mean, we've seen some great comments from Trump, objectively. We've also seen some very problematic comments from Trump objectively. So what is your take? I mean, does he really get what's going on? Is there a grand strategy behind this? Or is he kind of just as in the dark as so many other Western leaders that we're seeing?
Well, first of all, I have to say, I believe that Marco Rubio knows exactly what's going on. And that's because Marco Rubio, given that he comes from Cuba, so he's familiar with how these dictatorships and, how these sort of communist dictatorships function. So Marco Rubio knows them very well. I think with President Trump also knows who they are, but he is holding his cards back a little bit. And, the reason that I think President Trump is trying to give them, a last chance or one more chance is because, unfortunately, there is a lot of pressure, not just from the international community, but from the Democrats as well. These people, the unholy alliance of the left and the black as well, communism and Islamism, that are trying to put pressure on President Trump to engage diplomatically with a brutal Islamic terrorist regime that for the last 47, 48 years has chanted nothing but death to America and death to Israel. So, I think President Trump knows what's going on, but at the same time, to me, it seems like he's, dotting his I's and crossing his T's because he wants to make sure that, when the United States and Israel get to the point where they're going to completely obliterate the Islamic regime, which is, by the way, what we Iranians want, when he gets to that point, when people try to come and say, well, you could have gone this route or that route, I mean, President Trump is really exposing these terrorists for who they are. And he's showing the world that you cannot negotiate.
I mean, do you think it's a mistake to push for negotiations? Is there even any kind of deal that can be made? I mean, given that we don't know even who's running the show, we do, it's the IRGC, but formally, we don't really know who's running the show. So is there even a purpose to negotiating? Like, is this all optics, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, President Trump has made it clear the only deal that he's interested in is unconditional surrender. So President Trump is basically saying to the Islamic regime, there's two ways that this is going to end. Either you can surrender unconditionally, or we're going to continue our military operations and, in President Trump's own words, bomb you all. So that's what President Trump is doing here. But as you can see, even when it comes to the negotiations, they're not going forward because President Trump last Saturday said, okay, we're going to do the negotiations on Saturday. Then it was Sunday. Then it was Monday. Then it was Tuesday. Now it's, the week after. And President Trump has said that we're not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother sending anyone to Pakistan anymore. If you want to negotiate, you know what the terms are. This is the deal that we want to make. Give us a call.
I mean, I just want to say that what the genius of what Trump's done, and I keep saying this and I'll keep repeating it, is that in the past, time was always on the hands of the regime. They kept, playing with everyone and pushing and keep the negotiations going. And whilst they were doing that, they were continuing to develop their nuclear ambitions and their ballistic capacity and repress their own people. I think the genius of what Trump has done is to flip the script that today it is them who are running out of time and the Americans who've got all the time in the world, because as long as the Straits of Hormuz are blocked, they've got no income, they've got no resources, and they're dying economically. And I think what Trump has come to the conclusion is, why should I continue attacking them? They're wilting without the resources. He's got China not involved. He's got Russia sitting pretty. And so basically he's choking them slowly and he's playing with them the way that they played with everybody for decades. I'm enjoying the fact you say Trump doesn't understand them. Trump is like them. He speaks their language. This is like gangster. That's what Trump is. That's what I love him so much.
I think I just read that I don't remember, 20 million barrels of oil left the States to Japan, right? Like, hello? Talk about disrupting the way the way these people have dictated the world. And I just want to mention something about the media. Why does the media not report it? The media is not going to report anything positive about Trump unless they are forced to. They hate Trump. This is not a secret. This is very, very known. They all hate Trump. So why on earth would the media invested in getting rid of Trump, hating Trump, I denied it myself for a very long time, but they lied about the fact that Biden was competent for a very long time. They were complicit in those lies, and they lied to the American people. So I don't know why anyone is surprised, unfortunately, that legacy media is continuing to lie to the American people. And anyone who continues to only watch those channels is not going to know what's actually going on in the world.
Well, I think the more problematic thing is that they're actively misleading people in the service of, whether they realize it or not, but in the service of the Islamic regime in Iran and other, Islamist and other anti-American entities. But this is the byproduct of their obsessive anti-Trump bias, which actually brings us to something interesting I wanted to talk about today, which was the press conference of the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He held several in Europe, and he had some pretty strong words to say to European journalists, and I think very much deservedly so. Can we take a look at that clip?
I can now say with confidence that silencing, that censorship is not just happening at the hands of the regime in Iran, but by the international and particularly the European media. Not a single of the 150 journalists asked me a question about the 40,000 Iranians slaughtered on the streets of my country on January 8th and 9th. Here, in the heart of a continent that claims to stand for human rights, justice, and dignity, its journalists have fully abdicated their professional responsibilities and even their moral objectivity. It is clear to me that my 40,000 brave, innocent compatriots who were slaughtered in the fight for liberty are of little interest to these journalists. They seem more interested in criticizing America, asking why the United States and Israel killed the dictator that has slaughtered our people for 47 years, than criticizing the regime doing the slaughtering.
So as you can see from that clip, very, very strong words, and I believe justifiably so, the hypocrisy and bias from the European sort of elitist class, of which most of those journalists belong. At least in one of the cases, it was a known anti-Israel and anti-Pahlavi activist, but most of them are just go with this default mentality that emboldens the Islamic Republic, and I don't understand it. I mean, Goldie, what is your response to all of this?
I think it's really shameful that we're seeing the far left and the woke left and the anti-Trump and the anti-Israel people. They're so focused on their hatred for Israel that they have now. The only way that the Iranian support for Israel and United States makes sense to these people is if they accuse us of being Israeli assets or Zionists, or by the way, we are Zionists, right? Like, when Iranians, we believe in the right of Israel to exist, so there's no issue there. But for them, because they've been so indoctrinated into this pro-Palestine Hamas nonsense, they just assume everyone in the Middle East thinks the same way. Meanwhile, Iranians, we have a much different history, much different culture. His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi said it best when he was responding to that far left person in Germany. The relationship between Iran and Israel is biblical, and nothing is going to take that away. What's really shameful about all of this, especially what's happening in the media, is that you have these elitists who are judging Iranians And, I was incredibly shocked, but, not really surprised, unfortunately, when the Crown Prince said that there was one German politician that said to him that Iranians are not ready for democracy. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. Iran actually became a constitutional monarchy in 1906. Germany didn't become a democracy until 1918. That didn't last very long, however, as you guys know. And in fact, during World War II, during the Holocaust, all of those democratic countries in Europe who were unable to, provide safety for the Jewish people during World War II, at least 50,000 Jews escaped Europe and sought refuge in Iran during World War II. So I just find it shameful that, these politicians now are claiming that Iranians are not ready for democracy.
Yeah, they're not ready for democracy, but somehow the Palestinians are, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
the ones that voted for Hamas, they're really ready. They're putting money into this Palestinian democratic cause that is electing terrorists. There you go. That's the hypocrisy.
Never mind the fact, of course, that the Palestinian people, the majority of them in poll after poll after poll after poll, proves that they are not really proponents of democracy, that they're not interested in that. And furthermore, like 95% of them support terrorism as a method of liberation. Like the idea that this society, Palestinian society, is ready for democracy is delusional. And they say it at the same time that they're cutting down the people of Iran who just went out in the streets and sacrificed at least 40,000 people for this cause. Like, I don't know what it's going to take to get through to European leadership and European elites about this issue. But I mean, we're no stranger to this here in Israel, the bias and the hypocrisy of Europe. I mean, we saw the same thing after October 7th. Shoshana, I know we spoke about it on this show, how the media responded and how they've covered for these Islamist terror organizations over the voices of Iranians, over the voices of Israelis. I mean, what's your response to this?
Same different day. I mean, like, I just feel like nothing surprises me much anymore. I think, as I've said before, I would never want to be in New York right now. I would never want to not know. Sorry, Fleur. I would never want to be living this out
wear
in New York.
sunglasses when I go out.
It's just, I feel like it's not the same place. I feel that it's been infiltrated. I feel like the United States and Western democracies have been infiltrated and they don't even realize it. And it's very, very devastating and sad to me to see the places that I walked through, the places I grew up in, not being spaces that are what America stands for any longer. They really have been infiltrated. And I really, really, really hope it's not too late. I hope they wake up because I don't know. It's not a path. It's not a good looking path right now.
But also, it attests to the fundamental misunderstanding that Persian culture and Persian civilization and Arab civilization is the same thing. They're bunging everybody in together.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this German guy's doing. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they assume that just because, we're in the same area, we're all the same. What they forget to realize as well is that you want to talk about colonization. The biggest colonizers in the Middle East are the Arab Muslims. No offense to them, but I mean, that's the reality. There's a reason that there's such a hegemony in the Middle East, and very, very few civilizations have managed to retain their identity and their history, and that's of course the Jewish people, and the Iranians, and there's a few other small groups here and there, but by and far the two largest civilizations who've managed to survive colonization is Jews and Iranians.
I have to say, we do have one more clip that I want to play of an Iranian woman, an activist who confronted a lot of different activists, some of them being white liberals, who were dictating to this Iranian woman about what Iranians believe and what Iranians think. And we've seen so much of that in the past couple of years. I mean, 47 years, really, but especially in the past few months. Goldie, I know you've been dealing with this almost nonstop. A lot of criticism from people in the West who think they know better than the people who are actually from or in these regions. We see it with Israel as well. Let's take a look at this clip.
we're all happy. Us Iranians, you don't speak for us. I was born there. My family lives there. You don't speak for us. We are very happy with President Trump. We're very happy about what he.
There's many Iranians that are angry.
No,
very close.
there's not many Iranians.
There is.
That's a lie. We are sick. Us Iranian people. My half sister lives there. My family lives there. We're sick of white liberals telling us about Iran and its people. We love Benjamin Netanyahu and we love President Trump for what they did. They want to name cities after these people in Iran. So please don't speak for us.
So as you can see, she really handed it to her and left no crumbs. And I know we haven't gotten to scumbags and heroes, but she could be a hero as well. But I do think we need to see a lot more of this. We need to see it from Israelis here in the region. We definitely need to see it from Iranians too, because really, at least in my opinion, I don't see any other way that we can get through to the general public until this point is hammered home again and again and again. Like, you cannot be speaking over the people for them. Iranians have been clear about what they want. Listen to the people. I mean, Goldie, what's your take on this?
You know, I'm just so sick and tired of, non-Iranians trying to Iran-splain my own country to me, thinking that they know better than me or better than what people want. Ultimately, this goes back to a form of like colonialism, like a form of racism, right? It's where these non-Iranians think, okay, like, oh, you poor, like, third worlder, let me explain to you what you should want for your own country. It's like, really? No, thank you. Please, like, take a step back and just keep an open mind and listen, because, we wouldn't even be in this situation if Jimmy Carter and the Democrats didn't support the Ayatollah back in 1978, right? So, people, the Democrats and the woke left and the communists, they already contributed to turning Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole. Right now, we're trying to rectify their mistake. And we're actually really grateful that we have, someone like President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel and the United States have our backs. And ultimately, that's what really matters. Europe has shown that they're insignificant. So, we're on the right path. And I think when Iran is free, we're going to see a shift in sort of global geopolitics, because I think we're going to go back to sort of that really strong alliance that existed before 1979 between America, Israel, and Iran.
Well, Fleur, we've also seen a lot of this on the Israel side as well. People speaking over Israel, thinking they know better what Israel should do for its own security. It's funny, oftentimes I'll have debates with people and they'll be like, well, Israel was wrong for how they responded to October 7th. And my response is always the same thing. Okay, what would you have done? And they never have an answer. Until now, they never have an answer. Or it's something like, oh, well, I would have just not responded. Oh, okay, that makes total sense. Take 250 civilians captive, but just do nothing. Makes total sense. But what's your response to this this video?
Armchair experts, keyboard heroes, all these people, they have no idea. And I agree with Goldie. This is a racism. This is actually the expression of colonialism. I know better than you. I know better than your experience. Your lived experience is not as good as my books that I've read and my professor who spoke to me. And it's very easy. And this is what, when I had that conversation with Gad Saad, he really brought the point home. He said, they're living in a very protected little lab where their ideas, however crazy they are, never have to be tested. But the people living on the ground, the ideas that are tested kill them, kill us, kill the Iranians. But they're very comfortable talking in their little lab. And that's what we see again and again. And it's disgraceful. And I agree with Goldie 100%. To me, this is the real racism. It's the racism of low expectation. Oh, what are you savages? What are you Middle Easterners? What do you barbarians think? I'm going to tell you one better. I mean, it's honestly, I can't take it anymore. And I feel like I'm living in bizarro world right now, really.
Yeah, it's crazy because you have them advocating for like this third world jihadist mentality. At the same time, they're acting as if they are the imperialist power. I mean, with Shoshana, like we saw this so much on campus with the encampments and the anti-Israel, the free.
They don't even believe their own shit. They don't even believe it themselves. They're talking about, you have to be this and you have to be that. And you have to, I can be a cat and I can be a dog and I can be whatever I want. But But no, I mean, like, honestly, I never spoke this way until the past year. You guys are absolutely full of it. You have no idea what you're talking about. You will never have to live your own ideologies. You will never have to actually put up, walk the walk. You talk the talk, you're not going to walk the walk. So you say whatever you want, because then you go back to like your Starbucks and pay your $8 for a cup of coffee and blame everybody else for your high oil prices, because you have no idea what actually takes to run the world.
Yeah. And talk about another civilization they're doing the same thing with is with the Lebanese people. The Lebanese are saying, please liberate us from Hezbollah. And people are going, no, Israel's bad. And they're like, no, Israel, we have no beef with them. It's Hezbollah. We are occupied. No, you're not occupied. They're part of your society. Same story. And again, nobody's connecting these dots. Nobody. Or they don't want to.
Well, not only that, but you also have Europe doing the same thing when it comes to Lebanon. You have them trying to involve themselves, wanting to cut deals to preserve Hezbollah. Like, what are you doing? I was so happy to see that the talks excluded Macron, because France needs to words I can't say on this show.
Talk about France making a mess in Iran as well.
Yeah.
Where was the Ayatollah in hiding until they brought him out on a private jet?
Air France jets. Yeah.
Yes,
Air France flew him there.
Exactly. This
total
is,
betrayal.
These people, and they don't have the consequences. They don't face the consequences. Well, I think Europe is facing the consequences. They just still haven't woken up to it yet.
That's right. I mean, we do have to wrap up because we have to get to scumbags and heroes, but I feel like I could keep talking for another 2 hours about how problematic Europe has been, both for the Iranian people and for the people of Israel and the Jewish community globally. But I do want to move on to our very popular scumbags and heroes segment. But first things first, we're going to kick off with the scumbag. Shoshana, who do you have for us as a scumbag this week?
This guy, I acknowledge I never heard of him until I unfortunately saw him on the interwebs. He's the lead singer for The Strokes. His name is Julian Casablancas, I believe. And he was, they talk into their Metro cards, because that's a shtick, I guess. It's Subway Talks, Subway Takes, something like that. And he's like, well, what's an unpopular take? And this guy's like, well, American Zionists get all the benefits of white privilege, but act like they're black people during slavery. And the guy's like, 100%, man, 100%.
American Zionists get the benefits of, white privileged people, but talk like they are black people during slavery.
100% agree. I've never seen something so shocking where they're like, I'm so
oppressed.
I'm an oppressed person. I'm like, you are going to a wedding in Tel Aviv right now when there are 80,000 dead people and more, 80,000 plus dead people, including women and children, half a mile away.
Talk about people who talk the talk and will never walk the walk. It is so easy. It's so easy to make the Jew your punching bag, your scapegoat, because you're not saying Jew, you're saying American Zionist. And then to use a real pain point for Americans and say they think they're blacks during slavery. Oh, really? Show me a New York Jew who thinks he's oppressed like a black person during slavery. Show it to me, you Show it to me. I got a lot of New York words for you. It is appalling that these two white men can have this conversation on a freaking New York subway and actually talk about Jews like this. It is appalling. And you think you're some sort of hero? You think you're like some sort of righteous guy? Dude, you're a piece of dreck, piece of garbage, scumbag, if you will.
I agree. He definitely is a scumbag, which is a shame because I think at least one of his bandmates is both Jewish and pro-Israel.
Well, somebody should say something to him.
Yeah, somebody needs to sit down with that guy and
take him around the subway at night.
Yeah, exactly. Fleur, who's your scumbag this week?
Oh dear, there was so many to pick from, and I don't really know his name, but I guess he's just representing the general scumbaggery of the hypocritical boycotters. This one is from Belfast. And, we've all seen over the years, the BDS movement, which had very, very little real effect in our economy, but it had much more of a psychological effect, especially for Jewish communities around the world. And of course, Israel exports many wonderful products, many food products. And people are boycotting. Okay, you don't want to buy the product, don't buy it. No. But this scumbag decided in Belfast to go one up. And instead of not buying the product, boycotting the product, telling his friends not to buy the products, he decided to take a shopping cart, take all the Israeli products off the shelf and put them in this cart and just take it off the shelf so that people wouldn't see that there's Israeli products on the shelf. Now, what a loser do you have to be? Do you not have a life? Do these people not have a life? I'm beginning to wonder because, we all here, ladies, we're pretty busy. Do you imagine taking like 2-3 hours out of your day? Imagine this, to take all the products of a country we don't like from the shelves just to say you took off all the products. Get a life, losers. You're on the wrong side of history. One day you're going to wake up. And in the meantime, you're wonderful scumbags. Scumbag of the week.
Not only that, but he causes the people who work for minimum wage to then have to go and sit there and sort through all the things he puts in the cart and put it back on the shelf. What kind of hero are you?
Well, this is how ridiculous this boycott movement has always been. One of the biggest employers in Judea, Samaria, the West Bank, used to be SodaStream. There were thousands of employees that worked for SodaStream, wonderful company that carbonates water. And as a result of this BDS movement, the company had to close down their factory that employed thousands of West Bank Palestinians, Judea Samaria Palestinians, and move it down south, where now, of course, it's employing Bedouins. Who cares? The point is they've caused damage to the very people they claim to want to help. They're losers.
I mean, that's the same thing we saw. So I'm all circling back to the encampments today, but the same thing we saw with them. I mean, these are privileged, spoiled little children who haven't had to cope with the realities of the world, like Mamdani, who was a rapper. That was his job before he became mayor. These people have never worked a day in their lives. They live lives of privilege, espousing the values of socialism or communism, or Islamism, that they have no actual idea what it's like to live under those ideologies. And in the process of doing that, they disrespect and denigrate and degrade people who they deem to be below them. And in their case, we're talking about the custodial workers at Columbia University, two of whom they actually took hostage, if you remember correctly.
Yes.
I mean, they had
Mahmoud
complete disregard for everyone else in society, including marginalized groups. It's the ultimate hypocrisy. Definitely a good scumbag, although a whole group of them. Goldie, who's your scumbag? Who's your scumbag of the week? This is your first time, right?
It is. I'm a little bit nervous, so go easy on me. So my scumbag of the week is that European politician who said that Iranians are not ready for democracy. In fact, all European politicians who are attacking Iranians and taking the side of the Islamic regime, and of course, the leftist European media. They were called out by the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. So to me, they're my scumbags of the week.
All right, definitely worthy scumbag. My scumbag is also someone very, very problematic.
You guys in the chat called it. Number 3.
Not just one person, it's actually a lot of people, a whole wave of hatred that we've seen online. I think one of the people, and I've been no cheerleader for her or her late husband, prior to his assassination, but Erica Kirk, whose husband, Charlie, was so brutally assassinated in a hideous video. She's really been put through the ringer since his assassination. And despite that, I think from everything I've seen and everything I've heard, she's really carried herself with a great deal of composure and grace in all situations. And, what we saw this week with the attempted assassination of President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner with this individual who tried to storm into the ballroom. There were videos that were released in the immediate aftermath of Erica Kirk being escorted out by the security in tears, understandably so, saying something to the lines of, I just want to go home. I just want to go home. And, watching this really broke my heart because this is someone who clearly is dealing with a lot, obviously has PTSD, understandably so, and has been thrown into yet another situation in which, you know, she's dealing with this awful, horrific violence, political violence once again. It's totally understandable that she would be upset. And yet, instead of seeing people understanding that on social media, we saw an onslaught of hatred, accusing her of being performative, of being an actress. I mean, listen to me. If you can act that way, if you have enough emotional composure in such a situation to actually consciously think, oh, let me put on a show, I mean, you deserve an Academy Award. But it's very clear that that's not what was happening here. This is a deeply traumatized woman who has dealt with an incredible onslaught of hatred. And shame on any of these people who are using this video and this event, this tragic event, as an opportunity to bash her and to demonize her. It's sickening. All of you are absolute scumbags. No one should be engaging in this hate campaign against Erica Kirk, regardless of what your political views are. So they're my scumbags of this week.
But that's what they do, right? They totally demonize, they dehumanize the person who doesn't look like them or think like them or believe like them. There's a dehumanization. And the minute you dehumanize someone, nothing that they do, nothing they feel, no experience that they've gone through is worthy of consideration, is worthy of empathy. That is dehumanization at work. That's what you're watching.
It's just, to me, the fact, you know, in Judaism, there's a concept that you have to protect widows and orphans. And the fact that this poor woman, agree with her, don't agree with her, like her, don't like her, she lost her husband. He was shot in the neck in front of her and her kids. And now she's had another shooting thing that, of course, is re-traumatized. And the fact that people are attacking her for being re-traumatized, I just don't understand how people could be so cruel. I don't understand it. And the only way I can think of it is that they're jealous. Like that stupid Candace Owen. She's jealous of her. And I don't understand who could be jealous of a widow who lost her husband, a young husband. I don't understand how people can be so mean. I don't understand it.
It is truly the lowest level of humanity. And look no further than social media for the actual toilet bowl of humanity. But, you know, before we wrap up, I do want to go over our heroes of the week. As always, we like to end on a positive note. Flair, who's your hero this week?
So seeing as I'm stateside, my hero, and he's been really inflappable, John Fetterman. He recently, there was this vote in the Congress about selling, not giving, selling Israel some D9s, bulldozers. That's how we do part of the work that we need to do to get rid of the terrorist infrastructure in Gaza and in other places. We don't get them as a gift. We buy them. And the Democrats voted overwhelmingly in the Senate, not in Congress, not to sell this to Israel. And John Fetterman was one of, I think, 6 or 7 Democrats that voted, of course, against the not selling, the boycott. And, you know, he's been, since October 7, completely unflappable. People come to his house, they demonstrate. People have tried to bring him down. And he has said, I stand with Israel. Don't mess with me. And the best thing that I heard him say in the last week is, if I have to be the last Democrat in Congress that is standing with Israel, that's who I will be. And he's still a Democrat, and he's still standing with Israel, and he doesn't care if it's popular, he doesn't care if it's not popular. He's doing the right thing.
We are the force of good, you know, as Israel is. If you have to criticize some side, you know, pick our side, stand with, you know, our special ally. And now as Democrat continues to abandon Israel, I'll be the last man standing if that's what's necessary.
That in this day and age is rare to come across in politics. People that don't take a poll and then decide what they're going to do because they're cowards. He is deciding what to do. To me, that's real leadership. Senator John Fetterman, you are my hero this week.
He is a great hero for sure, and one that's been really consistent on all of these issues for a very long time. Definitely something to respect, no matter what your politics are. And we do need more politicians like that. It's a shame Goldie is no longer an MP because we need more politicians like Goldie was too.
Come back, Goldie.
Yes.
You know what? That's the price you pay for speaking the truth in Canada. The jihadis come after you and accuse you of Islamophobia. But there you go. I don't know. I see that as a badge of honor, though, that I was accused of.
Well, you could be the foreign minister of the free Iran, Goldie. So all good.
Sure.
Yes, definitely. Goldie, who's your hero this week?
So my hero of the week is actually the entire Iran Revolution live community. So I've been live streaming with my co-host ARMIN every day for 120 days now. And we've grown this community of people who watch us on various platforms, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, on Kick, on Twitch. And, these are people from around the world. So, Americans, Israelis, Europeans, people in the Middle East, people in Asia and, America, South America, everywhere around the world. So our Iran Revolution Live community has grown so much, and, more people are coming in every day. And, we have some amazing conversations in our live streams, in the chats. And so, the reason that I'm even motivated to continue live streaming every day to raise awareness about Iran is because of this community of people, and the vast majority are not Iranian. They don't necessarily have to care, but they care. They're with us. They've basically become like a second family to me. I call them my compatriots, my hand-me-hands. So that's my hero of the week, is the Iran Revolution Live community. Shout out to you all. Love you guys. Thank you for everything.
And Armin is amazing. We love him too.
And Goldie, I think it was through this community, one of your live streams, that you exposed the fact that Tucker Carlson's interviews were being screened in Iran in the blackout.
Yep. Tucker Carlson. Who else? They've also
Cenk, your debate with Cenk.
Yeah, Cenk. They've also shown posts by Chuck Schumer, by the way. They've used posts from Chuck Schumer and Marjorie Taylor Greene to attack President Trump. Yep, we've caught that as well. We've caught a lot of interesting things on Islamic Regime State TV.
Wow, they're really having a field day with that. Shoshana, who's your hero? Sorry.
The Islamic regime loves the Democrats. Let's put it that way. They love the Democrats.
Well, they're doing their jobs for them, so I guess that makes sense. Shoshana, who do you have for us? Who's your hero this week?
My hero is, the Secret Service in general for doing their jobs as they did the other night, and the Secret Service agent who actually took a bullet, my understanding is, and they took down the shooter. It has been the entirety of Trump's presidency, second presidency, is so wild. It's so crazy as an American. And this is the third, I understand, if not fourth, attempt on his life. It's wild. It's crazy. And I have to, as we talk about people who can't, see other people as humans, even if they don't agree with them, and we talk about people who are dehumanizing Erica Kirk for her response, there are people who understand this is my job. Everyone has the right, freedom of press, freedom of speech, the freedom to be who you are in the United States of America. And the Secret Service really does keep itself very much on point, taking care of the people it has to take care of. And I have to say that Emily and I were looking a little bit at these pictures beforehand about like how the men of the room responded to what was going on, and how people on the internet are talking about the ways that the different men were responding to what's going on. Some of them eating like nothing's going on. Some of them huddling over their wives. Some of them leaving their wives. Very, very interesting. But overall, the Secret Service did a great job. And I would just like to give them a shout out. You're my heroes this week for saving the day.
They definitely are. I mean, they've been working overtime with President Trump, that's for sure, with all the threats that he's facing. But they're really facing, especially right now, with all of the efforts of the Islamic regime, how much they've infiltrated the place, even in the United States, different places. It's they
tried to kill him twice.
Yeah,
they tried to kill him twice.
Yeah, at least twice.
At least twice.
The Islamic Republic has tried. Yeah. Along that same theme of Iran, my hero this week is the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He was asked a question by someone who I mentioned earlier briefly, a known anti-Israel agitator who parades around as if he's a journalist, German national, actually. And he asked a question of Reza Pahlavi, insinuating that he's an Israeli asset. Take a look at what he had to say.
Many people around the world think that you are an Israeli asset. Are you?
Of course not. But I'm a friend to Israel and the Jews, and I tell you why. Because again, as a descendant of Cyrus the Great, we take pride of the fact that the very cornerstone of human rights happened at the time that Cyrus the Great, through his cylinder, which is displayed worldwide, that is referred to in the whole of nations as the United Nations, was what coined the very principles of liberty when he freed the Jewish slaves in Babylon and helped them rebuild their temples in Jerusalem. Iranians and Jews have a biblical relationship. In fact, the only two countries that can claim that. In modern history, Iran wasn't the only country in the Middle East that harbored Jews that were escaping Hitler and his regime and were given refuge in Iran. That's part of our history. That's part of our tradition of harboring persecuted people. Jews in Iran were free to practice their faith before the revolution. I'm fighting for their rights to be restored, and that of any other religion in Iran, because one of the cornerstones of human rights should be protecting people in their freedom of religion. That's what I stand for. And I don't need to be an agent of anyone to do that, but I'm an agent of my people. I'm the agent of the Iranian people.
So as you can see, a real class act as usual from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, how he responded to this extremely ignorant and quite frankly offensive question of the Crown Prince. And despite that, he answered it openly, honestly, and furthermore threw it back to the European arrogance that allowed that German journalist to ask the question in the first place. This is something we've seen a lot from a lot of different reporters in the Western media towards Reza Pahlavi. There's some kind of animosity towards him. They ask him the same questions repeatedly that he's already answered. The guy has spent decades being very explicitly clear about what his ideology is, what he wants to see in Iran, that he wants to see a democratic transition, that he's advocating for a constitutional monarchy or whatever it is that the Iranian people decide through a national referendum. We're talking about a transition leader, not a monarchy or a dictatorship, as all of the, naysayers love to present it as. It's a complete misrepresentation of everything that he stood for. And despite that, I think he's really come into his own as a leader. And when I saw how he responded at these press conferences to some of these just ridiculous questions with integrity, with clarity, and with class, that is what a leader looks like. And, as I mentioned, Donald Trump has made some great statements, but at the end of the day, Donald Trump is an entertainer. He's a businessman, but he's an entertainer. And that's not who the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is. The Crown Prince is a leader of his people. And it's clear that he is willing to sacrifice and do literally anything, as he stated, including giving his own life, in order to ensure that the Iranian people are free. And that is the character that we should be promoting, that we should be advocating. And it makes me very sad to see this same elitist class that we spoke about earlier on this show, bashing him in such bad faith, not listening to what he's actually said and what he's actually done. They're saying that he only has a narrow coalition of support. That's not true. Every poll we have ever been able to see with varying degrees of credibility has demonstrated that he is the most popular figure in Iran, inside Iran, in addition to the diaspora, by more than, at least double digits. So the record is consistent for many years. It's the West that's willfully ignoring this, both in the media and in the leadership, and that cannot stand. If the Iranian people are willing to risk their lives, if they're being executed in the streets because they came out and were chanting one name and only one name, and that is the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, then the international community owes it to the people of Iran to listen to them and stop speaking over them when they say that this is what they want. So Reza Pahlavi is my hero this week, for many weeks as well, prior to this, but definitely for this week. Outstanding job dealing with true bigotry from Europe and from countless other attacks as well. And with that, we pretty much wrap up for this episode, unless
Emily,
you guys
can I
have any
just
final
say-
comments. Yeah, Goldie, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, I just wanted to say thank you so much to you and everyone here. I mean, especially you, Emily. You've been such a fierce advocate for Iranians. You've taken the time to listen, to learn. You help to amplify our voices. So I just want to say, on behalf of the Iranian community, how much we absolutely love and appreciate you and everything you're doing. So hopefully in a free Iran, you can be the Israeli ambassador.
Bravo.
Well earned.
Yes,
Well
we'll
earned.
be
Now, when
working
that
on
happens,
that.
you better invite me to all the parties. At the embassy in
But first we have to
Tehran.
free Iran.
Of course. But no, I just wanted to say how much everyone really, really appreciates you. And, we love you all. So thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you. And I
Beautiful.
think here in Israel, we have a lot of support for the Iranian people. I mean, we feel closer than ever as a people than we have been because, unfortunately, we're facing the same crap. But with that, I think we do have to wrap up for today. So I want to thank you all for tuning in to the Quad. Thank you to Goldie, Fleur, of course, who's joining us remotely, and Shoshana here in studio. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week on JNS on the Quad.
There you go, guys. How was that? Did you guys like my hero of the week? Did you guys like my hero of the week? Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun filming that. So, aw. Do you want me to replay that part? Do you want me to replay the part where I talk about the heroes of the week? Here.
And we do need more politicians like that. It's a shame Goldie is no longer an MP because we need more politicians like Goldie was too.
Come back, Goldie.
Yes.
You know what? That's the price of Islamophobia. But
and stop the free Iran.
So my hero of the week is got you guys. Got you guys. So there you go. Got you guys. Oh, you guys forgive this one. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for forgiving. That was perfect timing, wasn't it? That was perfect. Perfect timing. There you go. But all right, here you go. Here, I will actually I will actually play it for you guys one more time.
Goldie, who's your hero this week?
So my hero of the week is actually the entire Iran Revolution live community. So I've been live streaming with my co-host ARMIN every day for 120 days now. And we've grown this community of people who watch us on various platforms, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, on Kick, on Twitch. And, these are people from around the world. So, Americans, Israelis, Europeans, people in the Middle East, people in Asia and, America, South America, everywhere around the world. So our Iran Revolution Live community has grown so much and, more people are coming in every day. And, we have some amazing conversations in our live streams, in the chats. And so, the reason that I'm even motivated to continue live streaming every day to raise awareness about Iran is because of this community of people, and the vast majority are not Iranian. They don't necessarily have to care, but they care. They're with us. They've basically become like a second family to me. I call them my compatriots, my hand-me-hands. So that's my hero of the week is the Iran Revolution Live community. Shout out to you all. Love you guys. Thank you for everything.
And ARMIN is amazing. We love him too.
And Goldie, I think it was through this community, one of your live streams.
Okay, so there you go. Love you guys. Love you all. Guys, I only Rickroll you because I love you guys. It's a Rickroll of love. It's a Rickroll of love. So okay, let's go to Murad Vaisi for a little bit. Let's play a little bit of his live stream from this morning. And the title of his live stream from this morning is Hame dar intezar tasmim Trump, which means everyone is basically waiting for President Trump's decision. So let's go to his analysis and see what he is speaking about, because we haven't tuned into Morad Vaisi for a while.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر سه‌شنبه 8 اردیبهشت 2585 در ایران و 28 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. اخباری که برای این ساعت شما در نظر گرفتم: انتظار برای تصمیم ترامپ در آمریکا که به محاصره ادامه میده یا متکی به حمله به جمهوری اسلامی میشه. بازگشت
Oh, like I saw a comment here, and I just wanted to expand on this a little bit. So, so Richie Hall says this community shows diversity can work as long as we are all on the same page. I agree, guys. Like, diversity means, respecting, different, like, I don't know, like cultures and things like that. Diversity of food, diversity of music, diversity of political opinion, right? Things like that. Like that's the right kind of diversity. But when it comes to ideas or a value system or beliefs that are fundamentally opposed to your like civilization, let's say, then that's not diversity. That's conquest or something, right? So for example, we live in a society where, let's say, it's frowned upon to have more than one wife, right? Polygamy is illegal. It's frowned upon because we've evolved past that in terms of our societal values, culture, and things like that. But then there are people who come from a different society where, it's my religious belief that I'm it's my human right to have 4 wives, and they're trying to impose their value system. And then you have some people who are like, oh yeah, we need to have diversity and allow different, whatever. It's like, no, that's not diversity at that point, right? Or for example, diversity of opinion is fine, but if your opinion is that, I don't know, terrorism is justified, that's not diversity. That's terrorism. So, multiculturalism and diversity works only if everyone, and like you said, you're absolutely correct, only if we're all on the same page. And by being on the same page, that means respect for and advocating for and living within the societal construct of our society, right? So you can have multiculturalism and diversity, but everyone needs to assimilate insofar as having the same, protecting the same value system that makes our society a great society, right? Which is why communism is very, very dangerous. Which is why Sharia law is fundamentally incompatible with Western society, right? Like the values of Sharia law are fundamentally incompatible with Western civilization. And yet these Islamists and jihadis are trying to use the concept of, diversity to impose their fundamentally incompatible values and beliefs on society. And if you say, no, I don't want that, I don't tolerate that, all of a sudden, instead of you being viewed as someone who is protecting the core foundational pillars of your society, instead, you're being perceived as being intolerant, right? It's insane how the the communists and the Islamists have infiltrated Western society in such a way that they are taking advantage of the freedoms and liberties that are granted and are protected in a Western democratic society. They are taking advantage of those freedoms and liberties to impose their beliefs, which are antithetical to freedom and democracy, right? So yeah, and that's what I really love about this chat and this community, right? Because we're all very diverse, right? We're from all around the world. However, we're all united in, when it comes to the same page in terms of democratic values and, freedoms, and, we're all like anti-jihad and, anti-communism, right? Because we are, we're patriots. We're nationalistic. And yeah, so you're absolutely correct. So I just thought this was a wonderful comment. And it actually, like this is what diversity should be all about. Unfortunately, you have the communists and the woke left and the jihadis who have taken the concept of diversity and they've just ruined it, right? They've completely ruined it. So yeah, exactly. Our common ideology is liberty, 100%. And so that's why, we're diverse when it comes to language and tradition and, religion and culture and food and everything. Like, guys, we're diverse where diversity, is, provides cultural enrichment, right? In that sort of sense, we're diverse, and I think that's fantastic. But, our common ideology is liberty, and that's very, very important, right? So yeah, like I think it's fantastic. And no, I love it. And there's so many people from all around the world watching, and it's so great. And I think it's also nice to see how much we have more in common than people realize, right? So we have more in common than people think, and it's an amazing community, right? So, and we're all fighting oppression. We're all fighting oppression, and we're all fighting for liberty. So, oh yeah, the left absolutely hates. Yeah, the left hates diversity of opinion. This is one thing I've always said as someone who is center right, and I'm like a conservative politician. So the one thing that I've noticed when it comes to these sorts of things is that the left does not like diversity of opinion. The only kind of diversity that the left likes is like, the token diversity, right? Like someone's appearance, whether someone is wearing hijab, someone's religion, right? Oh, let's check all the DEI boxes, right? So the left doesn't actually want diversity of opinion. The left wants diversity of appearance. That's what the left talks about when they talk about diversity, right? Because that's where they check off all the, boxes or whatever. Whereas when you look at the right, I have found from, personal experience that the right cares more about diversity of opinion, and they value diversity of opinion, and they don't really care what you look like, right? Because ultimately your appearance is irrelevant. What matters more is your opinion. So yeah, just wanted to add that as well. It's also very similar to like the LGBT community, where back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, the LGBT community was basically just they were fighting for freedom, and now the woke left, the far left, the Antifa, they've taken that and they've turned it to the extreme, so much so that like regular normal LGBT people are just like, we don't want anything to do. We don't want anything to do with these people, right? Like, because there's like the woke left have taken that messaging and they've completely destroyed it. right? Because now apparently these like, people are like, oh yeah, like drag queens should go and like, like drag queen story time or whatever, right? Which is like totally insane, right? Like for me, if someone wants to like, go to a nightclub and watch a drag show, go for it, whatever. I don't care. Like, do what you want to do, right? But it's like leave children and leave schools out of it. So, like, in that sense, like, I'm a pure libertarian, right? Someone wants to wear, a dress and lipstick. I don't care. Not my business. Do I understand it? No. But I support your right to do what you want to do, right? As long as you're not imposing it on children, for example, or, storytime drag queen, or, whatever the case might be. And so, I actually haven't spoken a lot about the Iranian LGBT community, but, like the LGBT community is another heavily, highly persecuted group by the Islamic regime. And just as much persecuted, even more persecuted, I would say, than the Jewish community. Because if you're, charged, or if they find out that you're, part of the LGBT community, it's basically a death sentence. You're hanged. So, actually, so what they do, you know what? Let me actually share this documentary with you because it is wild. It is wild. So, the Iran revolution, like our movement, we also support the LGBT community, and there are many LGBT activists who attend the Free Iran rallies, and they will bring the rainbow flag with them, and we support that. We have no issues with that because in the context of the Free Iran movement, the rainbow flag means something completely different than, unfortunately, what the woke left has done with the rainbow flag these days, right? So I can actually show you, for example, there's one LGBT activist in Toronto. He's a young man. And, he is pro-America, pro-Israel, pro-Shah. And he's also part of the LGBT community. And where's this? Let me find this here. Where's the message? This guy. Okay. And, again, do I understand why he likes wearing, lipstick and makeup? No. But is it my place to judge? No. Because ultimately, we're all fighting for a free Iran, and that includes the rights of people within the LGBT community. So, let me share this.
به روی کنسولگری آمریکا.
Change in Iran, regime change in Iran. Freedom for Iran. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Islamic regime must go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Islamic regime must go. Internet for Iran. Internet for Iran. We only knowledge.
به امید آزادی در ایران.
So it incredibly brave, right? So but do you see? So he is comfortable and confident enough to join the Free Iran demonstration with his LGBT flag, and no one's attacking him, no one's insulting him. Like everyone is welcome, right? Everyone is welcome, and he is he's pure, pro-America, pro-Israel, pro-Trump, and this is how he's protesting And, he's a voice for the LGBT community. But unfortunately, what's happened is the woke left, right? The woke left, they've appropriated the LGBT messaging and they've turned it into like weird, like, drag story time nonsense, right? But this, we're fighting for a free Iran for everyone, and that includes our highly persecuted LGBT community. And in fact, guys, did you know the first gay marriage in Iran happened in 1978 under the Shah? Yeah. The first gay marriage happened in Iran in 1978 with the Shah's blessing. And then when the communists and Islamists found out, that gay couple had to basically escape because they were being targeted. But first gay marriage happened in 1978 in Iran. So yeah, I only believe in two genders, right? I believe in two genders. That's my thing. I don't believe in like all the extra letters or whatever. Yeah, I know. The first gay marriage happened in Iran in 1978. But he's again like the LGBT movement. That's part of the Free Iran movement, right? It's similar or not similar. It's the exact same movement as what was happening in, let's say, United States in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, right? So the Iranian LGBT movement is about legitimate human rights. It's about not murdering gay people. It's about letting people just live their lives however they want to live it, right? So it's the legitimate real LGBT movement. It's not like what's happening these days where it's like, I don't know, furries and all that like weird, gross, whatever. Not that I have, do what you want to do in your homes. That's the thing. Do what you want to do in your homes. But I have an issue with like, people in drag wanting to like read stories to children. Like it's very, very bizarre. But yeah, so we do have like a very active LGBT community, and they're also very brave. And as you can tell, like we embrace them all, right? So everyone is welcome because we're all fighting for human rights, right?
امسال سالمونه پهلوی شاهمون.
So he says, Imsal Salamune Pahlavi Shahemune, which means this year is our year and Pahlavi is our king. So yeah, like His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, he has the support of everyone, all communities, right? And that's really important. That's really important because the LGBT community, it is a small community, but they are heavily, heavily persecuted, and they're hanged. They're hanged for the crime of being gay, which is absolutely horrific. Let me show you a quick documentary. Wait. I think it was a BBC documentary. Let me see if I can find it. Let me find it. Where is this document? It was a BBC thing. Wait. Okay, I found it. So here's like a short clip. if you guys are interested, I can find the whole thing. But like this is the horrific reality of like LGBT people in Iran.
Gay and lesbian people are leaving Iran, fleeing not just persecution of homosexuals, but pressure to change their gender.
با دو نفر از آشنامون که با اونا در ارتباط بودن اومدن تهران. اونا بعد از یه چند مدت پیداشون میشه شروع میکنن.
So he's saying, so this man is, gay, and he's saying my father came to visit me in Tehran with two relatives, and they told me you need to have your gender changed or we will kill you. So guys, what happens to homosexuals in occupied Iran is that if they find out that you're a homosexual, you have two options. Either they force you to have transgender surgery, so they force you to change your gender because they think that that's going to cure you, or you're hanged. So, basically if you're a gay man, your only two options are either you're hanged or, they force you to become a woman through transgender surgery, because then if you're a woman, then you're in the right body to be attracted to men. Yeah, that's what happens.
کنن به فشار و اینا که یا باید تغییر جنسیت بدی یا باید ما از بینت میبریم.
The Iranian authorities say they are helping those who feel trapped in the wrong body, but gay and lesbian people claim they are being pushed into changing their gender as a cure for their homosexuality.
If you go to psychotherapists, most will say you're afflicted, you have a mental illness, but there is a treatment. You can use Islam. You can go to the clerics and they can guide you. You can be normal. The other option is to change gender. If you're like this, they say the best treatment is you can go and change your gender. I would rather die than do this.
In the mid-1980s, apparently moved by meeting a woman claiming to be trapped in a man's body, the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini, issued a fatwa allowing people to change their gender. The impossibility of being openly gay and the relative acceptance of being transgender helped to explain why some gay and lesbian people in Iran change their gender. Despite the difficulties, Turkey remains the easiest route out of Iran, and in some Turkish cities the atmosphere can be more accepting than anything Iranians will ever have experienced at home. Gay Pride, Istanbul. This city is unique in the Muslim world for its relative tolerance of homosexuality. It's easy to see why it's a draw, even if only for a weekend, for gay people from the whole of the Middle East, including Iran.
So, hi, Armin.
Hi.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation about the LGBT community, the Iranian LGBT community. And I was making the distinction and difference between like the woke left, like the crazy, like, let's wear drag and, read stories to children. Like, I don't agree with that. But, our movement also includes the Iranian LGBT community, because they're severely persecuted, they're hanged for being gay. And then I was explaining that if the Islamic regime finds out that you're a homosexual, you have two options. One is either being executed, or the second is having a forced sex change, because apparently that's supposed to cure you because you go in the right body. And then I was
Yeah.
shocked. So,
Yeah, in Iran, it's the only place in the world where it's accepted for you to transition, but not to be gay.
Yeah.
Which is horrific, because a lot of gay people who are okay with their gender, they're completely comfortable with the gender, go through transition, go do surgery on their body just to be able to be with the people who they want to be with. So imagine, guys, imagine if you're a man and you're okay with being a man, and you're attracted to other men, and to be with other men, you're actually doing a gender transition surgery so that you legally can be with other men, even though you were completely comfortable with the gender you were with. That is unbelievable. That's evil.
yeah. So yeah, I was just speaking about that a little bit because I know that the woke radical left, they have pretty much ruined the notion of LGBT community fighting for their rights, but the Iranian LGBT community are legitimately fighting for their rights, and we support them because we're fighting for a free Iran that respects all human rights, and that includes the LGBT community as well. And the vast majority of the LGBT Iranian community also support His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, because he has made it very clear that our movement and our revolution respects everyone's human rights, and that includes the LGBT community. So
the best way we have to check from the LGBT movement who is like woke LGBT and who's like classical liberal LGBT is we do a Pahlavi check and an Israel check. Okay, so if you are like an LGBT who is anti-Pahlavi or anti-Israel, then you're like a woke LGBT. But if you are pro-Pahlavi and pro-Israel, then you're like proper LGBT.
So like here's the proper LGBT.
اینجا تورنتو روبروی کنسولگری آمریکا.
Change, change in Iran, regime change in Iran. Freedom for Iran. Hey, hey, oh, oh, Islamic regime must go. Hey, hey, oh, oh, Islamic regime must go. Internet for Iran. Internet for Iran.
به امید آزادی در ایران. امسال سالمون پهلوی شاهمون.
You know what? Live and let live. That's my philosophy. Live and let live. Live and let live. And that's why, I support the Iranian LGBT community, as long as they're not the woke left, right? Because if they're like the Palestine or whatever, like that's nonsense. But live and let live. Live and let live. And I support the right. Armin, actually, did you know the first gay marriage happened in 1978 under the Shah, with the Shah's blessing?
I did not know that.
Yeah. The first gay marriage in Iran happened in 1978. The Shah was actually moving towards implementing basically what's the word I'm looking for? Like he was moving towards respecting and protecting the rights of the LGBT community in Iran back in the late 1970s. And so the first homosexual gay marriage happened in 1978. But then, of course, the Islamists and communists found out, and those two men basically had to escape, especially right after the 1979 Islamic Revolution happened.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So you got a shout out on the quad, by the way.
Wow. I want to see that.
Okay.
Oh, I was expecting to be rickrolled. See, Goldie, you're so good at rickrolling us. Every time I think I'm going to get rickrolled, you're not going to rickroll us. Every time you do rickroll us, I'm like, oh, I got
time. Definitely.
Oh my gosh. Why would you think I would rickroll you? I was going to show you where you got a shout out.
Okay.
Why are you so mean to me?
to respect, no matter what your politics are. And we do need more politicians like that. It's a shame Goldie is no longer an MP because we need more politicians like Goldie was too.
Come back, Goldie.
Yes.
You know what? That's the price you pay for speaking the truth in Canada. The jihadis come after you and accuse you of Islamophobia. But there you go. I don't know. I see that as a badge of honor, though, that I was accused
You
of.
should. Well, you could be the foreign minister of the free Iran, Goldie. So all good.
Sure.
Yes.
That's what I
definitely.
That's what I
Goldie, who's your hero this week?
So my hero of the week is actually the entire Iran Revolution live community. So I've been live streaming with my co-host ARMIN every day for 120 days now. And we've grown this community of people who watch us on various platforms, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, on Kick, on Twitch. And, these are people from around the world. So, Americans, Israelis, Europeans, people in the Middle East, people in Asia and, America, South America, everywhere around the world. So our Iran Revolution Live community has grown so much and, more people are coming in every day. And, we have some amazing conversations in our live streams, in the chats. And so, the reason that I'm even motivated to continue live streaming every day to raise awareness about Iran is because of this community of people, and the vast majority are not Iranian. They don't necessarily have to care, but they care. They're with us. They basically become like a second family to me. I call them my compatriots, my hand-me-hands. So that's my hero of the week is the Iran Revolution Live community. Shout out to you all. Love you guys. Thank you for everything.
And Armin is amazing. We love him too.
And Goldie, I think it was through this community, one of your lives.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank
There
you,
you go.
guys.
So you got a shout out.
Yes. And guys, you guys, the chat, you guys, the community, you got a shout out as well. And thank you, Goldie. Thank you. That's so sweet. That made me happy.
Absolutely. No, happy to do it. It's a great community we built. So it's a great community, people from all around the world. And Emily gave you a shout out. There you go.
Yeah. That's so sweet. I love that. Oh my God. I'm a huge fan of her.
She's fantastic. All right, Armin. How did your discussion group go, by the way?
Really good, really good. We got into so much crazy level of detail. Like we got into like counting oil barrels and figuring out when the Islamic Republic runs out. We were talking about whether when the next uprising happens, we were looking at the technology of the drones and whether Israeli drones would be able to actually effectively participate in protecting the Iranian people. If such a some people were suggesting the capabilities of the drones might be somewhat exaggerated. Some other people were suggesting like, no, we have seen them do this and that. So people were getting into some crazy level of we have like some military experts and stuff over there. So that go over these stuff with us, and like I'm actually learning. Like I started the community because I was there to answer people's questions, but now it's filled with other experts. I'm learning from the discussion group there too, so that's good.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, and we're waiting for Goldie's return to come there one day again. So
I will.
So,
I will
okay.
come by.
Okay,
I will do that. All right, what do you have for us now?
Rubio, let's go do some here. I don't know. This was we know that the video that we played was not the full thing. Because there's some other parts of it. By the way, Goldie, look at this. Look at how the Iranian people are celebrating Rubio.
Oh,
like,
what are they
guys?
saying?
Yeah, like this got 9,000 likes. Okay, so this is a Persian account. Let's look at the translation. The U.S. Secretary of State once again showed that he knows the Shia system in a way that feels like he studied the principles of of Mabani Fiqh Imami. Okay, so the Shia jurisprudence, basically, like in the classroom, Imami jurisprudence in the classroom of Sheikh Ansari and the author of Jahir and completed the advanced fiqh course in the presence of Ayatollah Safih Golpayegani. So the Iranians are amazed of the level of awareness of Marco Rubio regarding the inner details of the Islamic Republic regime and their religious ideology. So saying Marco Rubio saying in Iran there are no hardliners and moderates, they're all hardliners. Well, I mean, actually, I could just play the video. This is the part of the video that the Iranian people are celebrating so much.
The best way to understand Iran is you have a political class. Now, I think, look, people talk about moderates and hardliners. They're all hardliners in Iran. Yes! There are hardliners who understand they have to run a country and an economy, and there are hardliners that are completely motivated by theology.
So this is the category. This is the proper way to separate them. They're all hardliners. Some hardliners understand that you need to be pragmatic economically to survive. The other hardliners are like more end of times, Mahdi focused, but they're all hardliners. Listen to this part.
People talk about moderates and hardliners. They're all hardliners in Iran. But there are hardliners who understand they have to run a country and an economy, and there are hardliners that are completely motivated by theology. The hardliners that are motivated by theology are not just the IRGC officials, but obviously the supreme leader and the council that surrounds him. And then you've got the political class, the foreign minister, the president, the speaker, the Majils. These guys, they're hardliners too, but they also understand the country has to have an economy. People have to eat. They have to figure out a way to pay salaries in their government. And so you see a tension, and you always have in that system between the Iranians who understand, let's be hardliners, but let's also balance that with the need to run a country, and the hardliners who don't care and have this apocalyptic vision of the future. Unfortunately, the hardliners with an apocalyptic vision of the future have the ultimate power in that country. That tension has always existed there, always. I think it's pronounced. Now that you have a supreme leader,
Isn't
He gets it. He gets it. That's what we've been saying this whole time. Guys, there are no
Right.
moderates. There are no moderates. They're all hardliners.
Yes. Yes. They're all hardliners, but he also does a good job in talking about the actual division and how to classify these two camps. Rather than saying one is hardliner, the other one is moderate, he actually, I've never seen anybody explain it like from a non-Iranian explain it a better way. Like he gets it in such a level of detail. It's very impressive. And guys, you can see that the Iranians, are very impressed as well.
I love that. Oh my gosh, that's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Can you send that to me?
Yes. I have a higher quality version of this, I think, but do you want the one that shows that the Iranians are appreciating
No, I mean,
it?
if you have the higher quality version, then that's fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna send you the higher quality. I'm gonna go through them. But I got a question in the super chat, so let me respond to this really quickly. Saying, hey Armin, in Farsi videos you play, I keep hearing the phrase میهونم
I think he
and
means
or
میکنم
میدونم
and خواهش میکنم.
خواهش میکنم خواهش میکنم maybe میدونم and خواهش میدونم or میخونم means I will read it. میخونم means I will read it, okay? And خواهش میکنم means like you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Are they said together or separate? So میخونم means I will read it. خواهش میکنم means you're welcome. Can you break it down? Yeah. میخونم, yeah, I said خواهش میکنم is like I beg of you. And it's when I say I beg of you means like you're welcome. So somebody says thank you, and in response you say I beg of you. And when you say I beg of you, you're basically saying you're welcome. Okay. So let me see if this is another part of the video. So what, Goldie, as I go through the videos, if I get to this video that I just shared, then I will share that link to you. Okay. But let's go through this one. Again, I'm still waiting for the full version, but these are the clips that we're getting so far.
I think the Iranians are serious about getting.
Actually, no, we're not waiting for the full version because these are the parts that we care about the most.
I think the Iranians are serious about getting themselves out of the mess that they're in. All the problems Iran had, they had riots a few months ago, and these were economic riots. All the problems that Iran had before the start of this conflict are still in place, and most of them are worse. And now they have half the missiles, none of the factories, and no navy. I think the Iranians are serious about getting themselves out of the mess that they're in.
Look at this is important. He says Iranians are very serious about getting themselves out of the mess that we're in. That basically means the Iranian people. So he's basically he's saying a new uprising is coming, right? I think the Iranians are serious about getting themselves out of the mess we're in. So this is, to me, suggests that he thinks another uprising is coming. Let me see, calls the Strait of Hormuz. So this is the Strait of Hormuz commentary. Let's see what he says here.
It's great to see you here, not on a balcony with a vest on.
Absolutely. Great to see you.
Oh, Goldie, this is 5 minutes. Is this the full thing? I don't know. Let's see.
It's great to see you here, not on a balcony with a vest on.
Absolutely. Great to see you. What do you see as the main roadblock to an agreement with the Iranian government?
Well, other than the fact that the country is run by radical Shia clerics, that's a pretty big impediment. The other is that they're deeply fractured internally. And I think that's always been the case, but I think it's far more pronounced now. The best way to understand Iran is you have a political class. Now, I think, look, people talk about moderates and hardliners. They're all hardliners in Iran. But there are hardliners who understand they have to run a country and an economy, and there are hardliners that are completely motivated by theology. The hardliners that are motivated by theology are not just the IRGC officials, but obviously the supreme leader and the council that surrounds him.
Do you believe that Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, is alive?
Well, we have indications that he is. Obviously, they claim that he is. We don't have evidence that he's not. But I think the unresolved questions here are, does he have the same credibility as his father did? You know, we know that for many, many years, at least I know that for many years, there's been internal debates in Iran about succession and whether it should be, hereditary based. Should it be this? That there are a lot that are resistant to that. Does he have the clerical credentials to actually act as supreme leader? Is he?
Wow, yeah, no, he doesn't. He's not even an Ayatollah. He doesn't. He's not even an Ayatollah, guys. They faked saying he's an Ayatollah. Not only he's not even an Ayatollah, he's not even a mujtahid.
Actually making the decisions, or is there somebody standing in his stead who's basically controlling 90% of it and is the one actually making decisions on his behalf? We don't know the answers to these questions.
Reports do indicate Iran has offered to open the straits, but they want to delay conversations about their nuclear program. Would this be acceptable to the Trump administration?
Well, again, I'm not going to speculate about the president's decision-making on this matter. Suffice it to say that the nuclear question is the reason why we're in this in the first place. If Iran was just a radical country run by radical people, but, it'd still be a problem. But they are revolutionary. In essence, they seek to expand and export their revolution.
That was so on point. It's not just that they're radicals and they're revolutionaries. They're expansionists.
They want to expand their jihad. It's jihad.
Yes. If you were just radical and you were just radical in your own corner, that would be like, okay, you goddamn radicals, like whatever, right?
Yeah, but that's why they leave North Korea alone, because North Korea is not revolutionary.
Yes, they're not trying to do this global revolution. They're not trying to export their revolution across the entire planet. Oh my God, let's listen to this part again.
To the Trump administration?
Well, again, I'm not going to speculate about the president's decision-making on this matter. Suffice it to say that the nuclear question is the reason why we're in this in the first place. If Iran was just a radical country run by radical people, but, it'd still be a problem. But they are revolutionary. In essence, they seek to expand and export their revolution. Not just what they do in Iran. That's why they're with Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's why they've supported Hamas. That's why they've supported the militias in Iraq. They don't just seek to dominate Iran. They seek to dominate the region. And imagine that with a nuclear weapon. Look what they've done with the Straits. Great example. The Straits is basically the equivalent of an economic nuclear weapon that they're trying to use against the world. And they're bragging about it. They're putting up billboards in Tehran bragging about how they can hold 25% or 20% of the world's energy hostage. Imagine if those same people had access to a nuclear weapon. They would hold the whole region hostage.
Do you believe the Iranians are serious?
Yes. We said on Iran Revolution Live, you guys have been hearing like, oh, if you didn't start this war, they wouldn't have closed the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz was already open before the war. So you messed up. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have definitely closed the Strait of Hormuz forever, and nobody would be able to do anything about it. If the Islamic Republic is closing the Strait of Hormuz now because it gives them leverage, what do you think they would do if they had a nuclear bomb, knowing that nobody would come and do regime change? Of course, they would close the Strait of Hormuz and collect tolls of any ship that wants to go through. Of course, they would. Wow. I think Marco Rubio watches Iran Revolution live.
Hi, Marco.
Where's this part?
Hi,
Marco.
Rubio.
With this part again, he's so on point. I'm a Marco.
25% or 20% of the world's energy hostage. Imagine if those same people had access to a nuclear weapon. They would hold the whole region hostage.
Do you believe the Iranians are serious about making a deal?
I think the Iranians are serious about getting themselves out of the mess that they're in. All the problems Iran had, they had riots a few months ago, and these were economic riots. All the problems that Iran had before the start of this conflict are still in place, and most of them are worse. And now they have half the missiles, none of the factories, and no navy.
If there is no deal, what comes next?
Well, again, that's the president's decision to make. I would start out by reminding everybody that the level of sanctions.
That's so professional. For like, when you are not the main person who's making the decisions, then you don't come in front of the media and make decisions. You know, you give your analysis, objective analysis about describing what their situation is. But whenever the decisions, when they're up to the president, you say like, it's up to the president.
Next. Well, again, that's the president's decision to make. I would start out by reminding everybody that the level of sanctions on Iran are extraordinary. The pressure on Iran is extraordinary, and I think more can be brought to bear. But I hope that in the aftermath of this conflict, the whole world's eyes have been opened to the threat Iran poses.
I know that regime change is not a goal of the Trump administration, but do you see a scenario in which the actions of the United States and Israel lead to regime change?
Well, I think, look, regime change is something that has to happen from within. But changing the regime, I know it looks like a wordplay, is something that pressure can bring about. In essence, one thing is to change the people in charge or their ideology, but another thing is to modify or modulate their behavior. At the end of the day, even though they are radicals, there are still people in the Iranian system that every single day, behind every decision they make, they weigh the costs and they weigh the benefits. And we have to make sure that the costs of all the nefarious things they are doing outweigh the benefits of what they are doing. This is the reason why the blockade is in place. The blockade is not a blockade against shipping. It's a blockade against Iranian shipping, because they cannot be the sole beneficiaries of an illegal, unlawful, and unjustified system of tolling and control in the Straits.
How do you walk the line between targeting infrastructure in Iran that hurts the regime but doesn't hurt the civilian population that you are trying to win over?
Well, the first thing is always intent. Our desire is not to hurt the people of Iran. We have no problem with the people of Iran. Frankly, we wish the voices of the people of Iran were heard, as opposed to having 30 and 40,000 of them murdered in the streets. And so our targets will always be things that support the regime directly. Obviously, there might be a road or a plant or a factory somewhere that also benefits the economy, but its primary role is to benefit the regime and its security apparatus.
I'd like to shift now to Lebanon. There are historic efforts underway to try and reach an agreement between Israel and their neighbor to the north. Where do things stand in those negotiations?
Well, it's a very unique ceasefire because Lebanon and Israel are not at war. Israel's problem is with Hezbollah. Unfortunately, Hezbollah happens to be inside of Lebanon and conducting attacks against Israel. So I think what I've perceived from this, and it's been very successful, is both the Lebanese and the Israelis seek peace.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, I think that was the full version. That was really good.
That was really good. Wow, you'll have to send me that link, please, so I can take a look at that as well.
I will send it to you in the chat, in the private chat.
Thank you. Armin, look at this.
Yep. Oh, finally some good memes.
Well, I don't know if it's good or not. But let's watch it.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
First of all, my name is 11 Han Omar. I survived World War XI. The bombs fell, but this neck brace saved me. I ate pie for strength. I led my unit through the chaos. We bought war bonds. Now you must too. Buy war bonds. Let me tell you how I survived World War XI. This black tar saved my life. Surprise! Die, you old fools! You are sabotaging the war.
Goldie, you're gonna get black. No, Goldie, stop! You're gonna get your channel is gonna get no. YouTube. That was AI. None of us. Show your Goldie. Get back. Show your hands. Show your hands. We're not holding weapons. That was a video that we were reviewing, and that was AI. YouTube, calm down. YouTube, calm down. Okay, don't block us. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh my. All right. All right.
Right.
Oh man.
I have to
Oh,
save
wow.
the channel.
All right. Let's go back to that was my mistake. That was my mistake.
Didn't expect Elon Omar to all of a sudden just bring that up. Yeah.
Go full Durka. Was not expecting that.
Yeah. Oh, so Goldie, did you see the UAE left OPEC?
Yes. Yes, we spoke about that a little bit in Played 2C, but I'd love to hear your analysis of this as well.
So I don't know how big of a deal this is. Some people are analyzing this, but let me actually bring up the news because, you know, I mean, it has been unfair to the UAE ever since Russia has joined OPEC. It's just basically Saudi Arabia and Russia making all the decisions, and the UAE has to just go with it. So here, this was breaking news. The United Arab Emirates has said it is leaving OPEC, dealing a significant blow to the oil cartel and its de facto leader, Saudi Arabia. So this is good because that means that market forces are going to be determining oil prices rather than, you know, price fixing. I mean, to be fair, OPEC has been less relevant than before because America has a lot of oil, Canada has a lot of oil, so many other countries now have oil. So the level of influence that OPEC used to have on oil prices is now significantly less. But this is, I think, a step in the right direction. Hopefully, we could finally kill their influence completely. So this guy has some analysis. Let's read his analysis, and then I'll go. Oh, but before I do that, this guy was posting this picture, but I got a community note, so we'll read the community note as well. So Ahmed Khalifa is saying, after leaving OPEC with the Fujairah. So guys, this is the Fujairah here, okay? So with Fujairah pipeline bypassing the Strait of Hormuz, UAE can now ramp up freely, potentially. Yeah, so guys, the UAE doesn't have to worry about Saudi Arabia anymore regarding to how much oil they put in the market. So guys, with the OPEC, with the UAE being part of OPEC, that means that the amount of oil that they will put out there in the global markets had to be approved by Saudi Arabia. Now their hands are untied. So now UAE can ramp up freely, potentially adding around 2 million extra barrels a day and helping break the high price grip, game changer for the markets. So that's too much. Let's see what the community note says. The UAE's has Habshan Fujairah pipeline, which bypasses the Strait of Hormuz, has a capacity of 1.5 million. You know what? That's actually pretty much in line with the graph that I showed you before. Let me bring that graph for you guys so you can see that here on Iran Revolution Live, we have good information. Let me see actually before I say that. So this is the graph that we use often. Oh, yeah, see? 1.5. So we had it right. This pipeline has 1.5 million per barrels. Let me actually remove the chat. So guys, look at the capacity of the Strait of Hormuz. It's 21 million barrels per day. The east-west pipeline going to the Yanubu port, connecting the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea, had 5 million barrels. So this Abu Dhabi pipeline by the UAE has 1.5. The Saudi one has 7 million barrels per day. And the Strait of Hormuz capacity itself was 21 million barrels per day capacity. Okay. So it's a minor correction to this guy's post. This guy said 2 million extra barrels a day. The community is saying 1.8 million barrels a day, expandable to 1.8 million barrels per day, and is operating near full capacity, so it cannot support an additional 2 million. Oh, okay. So this guy is saying that an extra 2 million is now going to enter, but the community note is saying like this pipeline was already operating at full capacity, so it's not going to be able to add another 2 million. Okay. So, but let's see what this guy's analysis is and all of this is. Food for thought. The age of cartel scarcity is ending. The United Arab Emirates' decision to leave OPEC is not just another quarrel inside an oil cartel. It is a move in the new great game taking shape across energy, trade routes, and strategic commodities. For years, Abu Dhabi accepted the logic of collective restraint. Saudi Arabia would lead, Russia would amplify, and other producers would sacrifice volume for price. That bargain worked while members shared the same goal: defend oil prices without destroying demand. The UAE no longer fits the model. It has invested heavily to expand capacity, while OPEC Plus, guys, OPEC Plus means like including Russia, right? While OPEC Plus quotas have limited its ability to monetize those barrels. ADNOC has targeted crude production capacity of 5 million barrels a day by 2027, while UAE production has often been restrained by OPEC Plus agreement, the EIA. Abu Dhabi wants to convert oil in the ground into sovereign wealth while demand still has value. The cartel wants patience. The UAE wants velocity. Oh, that's a good summary. The cartel wants patience. The UAE wants velocity. This is the structural shift. The oil market is moving from price defense to market share capture. Ooh, that's a good summary, actually. The UAE is not leaving OPEC because it has lost faith in oil. It is leaving because it wants to sell more of it while the world still needs it. That's a really good way of describing it. Investors should separate the shock from the regime. In the short term, the Iran conflict drives prices because it determines whether barrels can move through Hormuz. If tankers cannot sail, spare capacity is a theoretical. War risk, insurance costs, and inventories set the front month price, but Iran does not define the long-term price structure. Wars create spikes. Structures determine regimes. The structural story is bearish. OPEC is less cohesive. The UAE is more willing to chase volume, and the US is now the resource superpower OPEC once feared. The US became the world's top crude producers in 2018 and produced a record 13.2 million barrels a day in 2024. Wow. For Donald Trump, the rupture is useful. The rupture is useful. A weaker OPEC means Saudi Arabia and Russia have less ability to manage prices. Lower oil is a tax cut for U.S. household and a weapon against inflation. But Hormuz limits the victory lap. Trump can pressure cartels. He cannot repel geography. China sees the same map differently. It remains exposed to Gulf flows and needs to Persian Gulf flows and needs reliable suppliers. It remains exposed to Persian Gulf flows and needs reliable suppliers. Okay, Beijing has relied on discounted Iranian and Venezuelan barrels, but those suppliers carry sanctions, shipping, and insurance risk. A freer UAE can offer something more valuable than cheap crude: reliability. This is the new great game in energy form. The US wants lower cartel power. China wants secure supply. The UAE wants autonomy and relevance in both capitals. Saudi Arabia wants to preserve cartel authority. Russia wants disruption to keep energy geopolitics in play. The age of cartel scarcity is giving way to the age of market share oil. The marginal barrel is no longer merely an economic unit, it's a geopolitical instrument. Wow, that was fascinating. Who's this guy? I like the way he describes it. James Thorne. Okay. Chief market strategist. Okay. We got a few super chats. Let me respond to them. The RGC is like Camel cigarettes. If you got them, smoke them. Okay. Well, thank you for the super chat. And then we got another super chat saying, do you think Iran knew the UAE would pull out of OPEC and tried bombing the infrastructure so they wouldn't have the industrial ability to leave? I mean, the UAE is not, I mean, look at this graph. Like, UAE is not a major part of OPEC, right? Like Saudi Arabia and Russia are, but you know, this is like, it's not like the bombing of UAE is more explainable by two things. One is Murad Vaisi's theory that the Islamic Republic always had a grudge against the UAE because of Dubai. But my theory is more goes based on the fact that the UAE is the biggest Israeli ally among these Arab countries around the Persian Gulf, and also because the Islamic Republic. Actually, here's my theory why the UAE is getting the most hit. What got the most hit? Because they were the easiest to hurt. And the Islamic Republic needed to demonstrate that they are capable of causing destruction. So the internal politics of the Islamic Republic is the reason why the UAE got a lot of damage, is because they were the most defenseless, and also pro-regime people hate the UAE the most as an Israeli ally. So internally, it sells better for consumption, for content, for satisfying the pro-regime people. So the pro-regime people hate the UAE as an Israeli ally, and because hitting the UAE is easier than hitting Israel, and showing damages on the UAE is easier than showing damages in Israel, so that's why they were the target. That's my theory. So there's that.
I sent you another link talking about this, like another sort of an analysis, which I thought was interesting, and I'd love your thoughts on that.
Okay, let's go with that one. All right. So let's get the picture for you first. Oh wow, this is the UAE and Arakshi from the Islamic Republic. So let's see. The UAE just walked out of OPEC and OPEC Plus. That is not just an oil story. It is a direct economic blow to the Islamic Republic. OPEC Plus exists to coordinate production, limit supply, and keep prices higher. Iran benefits from that structure because even under sanction, higher oil prices mean more revenue for the regime. Now one of the Persian Gulf's major producers is leaving the table. Well, look at this. You need an Iran-based account. Oh, who follows me, by the way? Thank you. To properly name the Persian Gulf. So many of these other accounts say the Gulf. But this person is saying the Persian Gulf. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, one of the Persian Gulf's major producers is leaving the table. The UAE says it will withdraw effective May 1st, giving itself more freedom to increase production outside cartel limits. More Emirati oil on the market means more pressure on prices, weaker OPEC Plus coordination, and less room for Iran to benefit from artificially tight supply. And that matters because Iran is already under pressure. Its exports are constrained, storage is filling, revenue is tightening, and the regime is relying on every dollar it can get to fund security forces, proxies, and the state budget. Lower oil prices hit that model directly. This move also sends a political message. The UAE is signaling it will no longer sit inside a cartel structure that indirectly helps keep Iran's regime financially alive. For Iran, the damage is both practical and symbolic. less support for high oil prices, basically weaker OPEC plus unity, more Persian Gulf alignment against Iran, more pressure on regime revenue. The Islamic Republic survives on time, oil revenue, and regional leverage. This move attacks all three. The UAE gets more freedom. Global markets get more supply. Iran gets more isolation. This is why this matters. It weakens the cartel. It weakens the cartel structure that helped cushion the Islamic Republic, and it adds another layer of pressure. And at the exact moment the regime can least afford it. I don't know if exactly if this has that much of an effect on oil prices, because again, like UAE is not as big of a player in oil markets as in the volume that they put out there compared to like Iran, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Russia, United States. So let me see. Maybe we could evaluate that. So if we look at oil prices, did this news affect it that much? So I don't see this news affecting the oil prices that much, right? So this is the past 5 days. We just got this news. I'm not seeing like a drop. I mean, this is oil prices, so it's not like forward looking like the stock market. So you might actually have to wait a little bit to see the effect. So maybe we have to wait a few days to see if it will have any effect. But another reason why we might not see any effect in oil prices is because, as we heard, this Abu Dhabi pipeline is already working at full capacity. I think this is a longer term plan from the UAE, because this is more about the future rather than now. As oil prices drop, once all of this is over, Abu Dhabi, because the reason why I don't think this is about now is because everybody is trying to do full capacity right now. So it's not like the UAE. It's not like the UAE was being limited by Saudi Arabia right now, right? So how is that? This is about the long term. Let me see. Oil export per day. Let me see how big of a deal the UAE is. So Saudi Arabia, Russia, United States, Canada, Iraq. Okay, so UAE is like around 6. Let me ask. So I was right about that. Oh, who's entering? Who's here? Oh, Patipto! Patipto's here.
Durud.
How are you?
Doing fine. What about you?
We're good. We just missed you.
And so do I.
Everyone was asking about you every day. People ask. They're like, how's Petito?
That's my pleasure. I'm so glad that have faithful friends like you and everyone in the comments. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about you every night and day.
Oh. Are you safe, Petito?
What?
Are you
I didn't
safe?
hear your voice. Yes, I'm safe. Thanks to your help and donations, my plans are working well, and I'm at my safest place right now. Safest estate, like.
Good. We're glad to hear that. You know what? You came at the perfect time, Petito. Why don't you tell us, give us the updates on what's happening? And feel
Yeah.
free to speak in Persian if you like. Armin will translate.
Actually, I have some updates in last few days and weeks due to what happened to me. I have to be on the way from some cities and watched so many things happening. I gathered what I was my thoughts and talks as a speech right now, and I'd be happy to share it with you.
We would love that. Please go ahead.
So, I want to begin by speaking directly from my heart. Thank you. Thank you to every single one of you who has stood shoulder to shoulder with the Iranian people. Your voices, your advocacy, and your unwavering support are not just words on a screen. They are lifelines for us inside Iran. You are not distant observers. You are our true allies in this historic fight for freedom. Today, on the 122nd day of our national revolution, I am speaking to you live from inside Iran, behind the internet blackout, behind the regime's wall of silence. Let me give you the real picture, not the one you hear in the repetitive, one sided headlines. Right now, the Islamic Republic's security machine is fracturing from within. Their forces are uncoordinated, exhausted, and frightened. The regime is more terrified of its own people rising again than than it is of any outside threat or uh, war. At the same time, ordinary Iranians are living through an economic nightmare. Hyperinflation has turned buying goods or living stuffs, paying rent, or even taking a bus into a daily gamble. The regime tried to crush us with this pressure. Instead, we are adapting, surviving, and quietly preparing for the next blow. Now, let me pull back the curtain on their so called stability. The regime is trapped in a financial debt spiral of its own creation. To buy a few more months of fake calm, they printed worthless money, handed out fake loans, and made empty promises to workers and markets. That deal has now arrived. In desperation, they are trying to claw back the very same worthless currency from the pockets of the people. Every real they drain to pay their military is bankrupting the banks and businesses they depend on. They are not only losing the streets, they are losing the entire economic ledger. This self-made economic arson has pushed us to a historic tipping point. General strikes are no longer a question of if, they have become inevitable. In our modern industries, especially oil and petrochemicals, workers have reached the breaking point. When a worker's wage can no longer buy bread for his family, the regime's lifeblood stops flowing. Add to that the precise and crushing financial sanctions from the United States, and the regime's revenue streams are being strangled. The machinery of opposition is literally running out of fuel. The regime has completely abandoned its own citizens. Recent strategic disruptions in key sectors like steel have crippled their ability to rebuild military and security infrastructure. Every last resource is now being poured solely into keeping their own forces alive, while the rest of the country is left to collapse. But there is the most important truth I can share with you tonight. The widespread anger of the people has now reached even the ever layers inside the regime itself. Defections are already happening. A silent underground network is forming between ordinary citizens and those breaking away from the system. After decades of total security control, the regime has suffered an irreversible fracture. From what we see every day on the ground, combined with the intelligence advantages of international community, the strategic clarity of the United States and Israel, and the clear vision of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, we are approaching a decisive window. My best assessment of the situation is this. We need coordinated regional calls to action in cities that have the highest potential to break free. But the people cannot do this with empty hands. We need international community to provide real strategic support to help neutralize the regime's ability to rush reinforcements into those areas. If we can secure and hold even a few liberated zones, the momentum will become unstoppable. The news will spread like wildfire. City after city will rise, and the regime centers of power in Tehran, Qom, and Mashhad will fall, one by one. This is not wishful thinking. This is the reality I am witnessing from inside Iran, behind the silence and the blackout. You, our international friends, are the light that cuts through the darkness of censored news. Your attention, your pressure, and your solidarity are giving us the strength we cannot find anywhere else. Stay with us, amplify our voice. Together, we are writing the final chapter of this dictatorship. Iran is waking up. به پیش and پاینده ایران. جاوید شاه.
Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Patipto.
But Tipto, tell us a little bit about how the people are feeling, like average people.
You know, Armin, average people are some of them are desperate, some of them are losing hope, but they cannot deny what is seeing in their eyes, because the regime parade that happening every night, that as you see some of the footages in internet, is become a double-sided sword. It's like a chainsaw that cut in between, because the parade was designed to show the strength of the regime, show the supporters of the regime, and it must happen every night. But it's become like a mirror of truth of the regime, because everybody can saw the numbers are limited. For example, they are ordered to have the regime parade in main squares and main conjunctions of every neighborhood, and matter of fact, everywhere you can see, everywhere you search, you can see some like tens or 20 or 50 or 100 at the maximum of the people of a neighborhood gathering inside a square, singing Haydar Haydar or Durko Durko. But if you look at the neighborhood, they are odd numbers from like 1 to 100, not 1 to 10. So people are desperate because of the financial pressures, because of the every news that's coming from outside, because of the false news or propaganda. But they cannot unsee what they see and is going through the regime, because this regime was in domination for 46 years, actually, the domination of the intelligence, domination of everything you can see. But in last few months, and especially few weeks, every neighborhood, every place have their own boss. They are not organized as they be. For example, if you go outside and have a look by yourself, if you check some neighbors by passing through a car. You can see a checkpoint that have childs in it. You can see a checkpoint that nobody is in it. You can see a checkpoint that they are trying to find something, but they are desperate. And the main fact, a special fact about their checkpoints, especially through these last nights and days, is people in checkpoints are becoming exhausted of searching. Ordinary people become exhausted of searching for nothing, and this unstoppable search, this not ending search, actually help people like me that need to be undercover, because the quantity of search of so much, and peoples like me, or even Mossad agents, or whatever you call, they can use this crowded searching, use these crowded checkpoints to actually get through easily and pass by.
Wow. How do you? Some people ask us about why are there so many? Why are the crowd sizes big? You know, when some of the, so you say about the small sizes, but if you watch the state TV, sometimes you see them showing like big crowds showing up to the protests. They're like the ones that they show selectively pick on state TV. How do you explain that?
First of all, I can answer your question by a question. What do you want from the regime to show to you, to international viewers? Do you want the regime to show their weaknesses? Of course not. They show some staged videos, and they actually some using every footages they have. But Iran is a very big country. For example, Tehran, you can search, Google it about the population of Tehran. You can you reach numbers like millions or tens of millions just in Tehran. So if you look at the crowds at the very best momentum, at very crowded footages, you can count them by hand. You can count them for most biggest number you can get is about, for example, 1,000 of people. 10,000 of people even is nothing to, comparing to the vast majority of people. So I ask everybody to don't get fooled by this media. And you already know Iran regime IRGC propaganda is so it's the only weapon they have. They have AI, they have stage footages, and they have a wrong narrative that spread through their mainstream.
Right. And do you a lot of people are asking, is an uprising still coming? Would it appear like, or what do your sense? Like, are the Iranian people still ready for an uprising? How would you respond to that?
In my point of view, actually, in my point of view, especially from my side, everybody is trying to get ready for any chance for a new uprising, of course. But majority of, if I want to share a third person view of what's in the street, and what's everybody talking about, and they are two-sided decisions. Some say nothing's going to happen, we are doomed, or we are going to lose everything. But some say they are saying that if the situation goes like this, if the situation of the economical situation goes like this, they don't look of they're no matter to them that's what's happening, and they're going to take their lives on their hands and go to a street again. So I think there are three side of theories in the streets. One of them, first of all, looking for a chance to get organized and uprised as well. Second is losing hope, but I think they are in roller coaster of emotions. As they are losing hope, if they say a little fraction or a little ray of light, they change their mind. Speed actually change their mind. And the third opinions are looking for a chance to just free themselves, but by going to a street of no matter of what happening. So I think if we use this majority of feeling, we have the upper hand in the streets.
Are you doing okay? Like mentally, are you okay? Like, just worried about you.
ببین من فارسی میگم راحت ترم. یکی دلیلی که حالا توی مدت یکم فاصله داشتم به غیر از اینکه کانکشن خیلی غیر امن شده، یعنی من وی پی ام میزنم و نمیدونم از دستگاهم استفاده نمیکنم تا حد ممکن، به خاطر اینکه نمیخوام آخرین امیدم از دست بدم، آخرین فرصتم از دست بدم. اما به صورت کلی یک مقداری زمان لازم داشتم برای اینکه ریکاور بشم. خیلی اتفاقای زیادی رخ داد تو این مدت که همتون میدونین و خیلی ممنونم که میپرسین. اما در مجموع الان بهتر از همیشه.
Okay, so Patipto is saying that he needed some time to recover because of certain things that happened to him. He didn't want to miss his last opportunity. So he needed some time. But now, right now, he's better than ever. درست گفتم؟
بله ممنونم.
Okay. Okay. Do we see any signs? Are we seeing a lot of government suppression? Like, are people? Do people hold back their views, or do they share their views? Or people are being more careful with regards to their opinions? Are people getting arrested left and right? Or how is it security-wise? How is it for the Iranians right now?
You know, I think the best answer to this question is the frequency of main words you see in the streets, and the frequency of war, the frequency of the repetitive of you hearing about war, repetitive of you hearing about losing of IRGC, the repetitive of exact name of King Reza Pahlavi are doing all-time high. For example, if we go back 6 months ago from right now, after the 12-day war, something like 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10 of King Reza Pahlavi you hear about in the streets. But from my observation, even in the line of for buying bread or groceries, you hear this repetitively that people talking about King Reza Pahlavi. So some of the taboos are breaking, and I think this is the most important thing that in the daily life people are مقایسه چی میشد؟
Comparison.
Yes, people are in comparison of King Reza Pahlavi to other people in the power in the regime. So it's the main achievement, because this thing never happened. For example, never happened ungodly or publicly, and this taboo is breaking. I think it's the most important thing.
When you hear these discussions, like when you're in lines for bread and stuff like that?
Yes, everybody is talking about the solution. So some say the solution is King Reza Pahlavi. Some say the solution is not King Reza Pahlavi. When I talking about the second side, I talking about the regime side that saying King Reza Pahlavi is not the solution, as they called he's a fraud or anything else, but talking about him and finding the answers, going to این تابو رو در واقع این صحبت کردن داره میشکونه و بالاخره چون
They
ما
broke the
میدونیم
taboo.
آره چون ما میدونیم حقیقت کدوم سمته، هر چقدر بیشتر هم در موردش صحبت بشه، هر چقدر بیشتر صحبت رژیم رو بشنویم، مردم انگار بیشتر میفهمن که تنها راه حل شاهزاده است.
So they're saying even when they're talking against him, it's good because the more they talk about him, the more people will realize that he's the only solution. So among the are there anti-regime people? Do you hear any anti-regime people saying that Princess of Pahlavi is not the solution? Like the anti-regime people, or no? Most of the, what do you hear?
You know, I'm not the right person to ask this question because everybody surrounding me having my view and they are agree with me. And for matter of fact, so many people that followed me or been in my second or third layer of people in touch in the street or real life, they know my thoughts from 3 or 4 years ago that King Reza Pahlavi it's the only solution, and the special thing I'm experiencing these days, those people who do not believe that about my ideas or about the King Reza Pahlavi, they come back, they reference my older talks and they believe me. So if I want to give you an answer, main thing is people who don't believe that he is the only solution, actually they get aware and they have some answers. So in between of having these answers and what is going to happen, there are some disbeliefs, but I think disbelief is going to wipe out after other things happen and after the main final call to action happen.
So is it dangerous for you to be so openly, like so obvious that it's pro Princess of Pahlavi? Is that dangerous? Or like do you see like other people openly talking about being supporting Princess of Pahlavi?
You know, in my situation, I try to be more conservative. But for any people like me, other than Potipto, any people who have thoughts like me are going to talk more openly and more proudly about what is going to happen and what King Reza Pahlavi is doing for the people. And best thing I experiencing among the crowds of people is he is the only solution right now. After all, anybody who's talking about he's not the solution or anything else, they cannot come up with an answer for something to be at least compare with him. So in my eyes, I think the truth will be spoken soon.
So I'm hearing from inside Iran that when I get some messages from inside Iran is that the daily protests by the pro-regime people is making the anti-regime people very, very angry in a way that most people don't understand. Like it's really getting on their nerves. And is making the level of rage increase dramatically, seeing them every night in the streets. Is that accurate?
ببین من اینو فارسی میگم چون نیاز داره که یکم بیشتر در موردش فکر بکنیم و اون مفهوم بهتر رو به مخاطب برسونیم. ما الان 2 دسته آدم داریم. یه دسته آدمای دو آتیشن که دوست دارن هر لحظه اصلا ببخشید اسلحه رو بکشن روشون، نمیدونم هر کی رو میبینن بکشن، و کسایی که صبرشون لبریز شده. این آدمایی که صبرشون لبریز شده خب بهشون حق میشه داد، ولی در واقع نظرشون نمیشه اکوریت باشه، چون اونا از زاویه دید دو آتیشه خودشون میخوان اونو ببینن که وای طرف اومده نمیدونم عکس خامنه ای رو گرفته زده نمیدونم اصلا منو خورد میکنه تو خیابون، هی داره هیدر میکنه. این رو مخشون هست، ولی واقعیت میدونی چیه؟ پیووی برعکس این داستانه. ما یه بار سعی کردیم برای اینکه فقط تجربه بکنیم، یعنی خود من نه، کسایی که میشناختم، برای اینکه تجربه بکنیم سعی کردم برن لای اینا اداشون رو در بیان، یعنی جزء جمع اینا باشن، مثلا دارن بوق میزنن و میچرخن. مهمترین کامنتی که من از اینا گرفتم، از تجربه اینا گرفتم، میگفتش حتی برای 5 دقیقه هم غیر قابل تحمل بود برامون. انقدر که مردم بد نگاه میکردن بهمون، انقدر که بهمون فوش میدادن، انقدر که مثلا سعی میکردن بگیرن رومون یا مثلا در واقع اذیتمون کنن. متوجه منظورم هستی؟
کیا اذیتش میکنن؟ یعنی
ببین ما یه
مردم ضد رژیم اذیت.
آفرین. ببین ما مثلا 3-4 تا از دوستامو من صحبت کردم باشون، گفتم آقا شما اینقدر فکر میکنید اینا الان در قدرتن، همون کسایی که ایده‌ای دارن که به شما کامنت دادن. خب من باشون صحبت کردم، گفتم آقا برای اینکه این حرفو شما تجربه بکنید یه شب ماشینتون رو روشن کنید بیافتید لای اینا بچرخید، مثلا باشون بوق بزنین و چراغ بزنین و اینجور حرفا. حتی مثلا پرچم و برچسب هم نگرفتن. کامنت اینا این بود که برای 5 دقیقه هم جای در واقع این طرفدار رژیم بودن در حال حاضر توی خیابون‌ها غیر قابل تحمل. انقدر که خشونت کلامی به نسبتشون قرار میگیره، انقدر که باشون بدرفتاری میشه از طرف مردم عادی ها، یعنی انگار تبدیل به یه سری آدم جزامیه. متوجه هستی؟ مهمترین مسئله اینه که دید اون کسایی که الان داخل رژیم هستن و دارن سعی میکنن جزء این به قول خودشون جشن و پایکوبی‌های شبانه باشن، اینه که 5 دقیقه‌ش هم برای آدم عادی غیر قابل تحمله. انقدر که تعدادشون کمه، انقدر که مردم باشون بد رفتاری میکنن، انقدر که نگاه‌ها سنگینه. متوجه منظورم هستی؟
خب ولی گفتی دو دسته آدمایی که جفتش که شد یکی، جفتش که شد آدمایی که تحمل اینا رو ندارن. دو دسته چیه؟
هیچ کسی تحمل اینا رو نداره. من نقدم به اون قسمتی بود که گفتی دوستای من پیام دارن میدن و اینا میگن که خیلی مثلا رو اعصابمون داره میره و اذیتمون داره میکنه این اتفاق. خب من اینو به چالش کشیدم با اینکه گفتم اوکی شما در واقع اینا رو 2 دقیقه میبینید از ترافیک رد میشن، حالا برین جزشون باشید ببینید چقدر زندگی برای اونا سخته. واقعیت داستان اینه که از پیووی کسی که داخل رژیم داره در نقش حامی چیز میشه هم نمیتونه حقیقت مخفی بشه. خودشون هم متوجه هستن که چقدر تحت نالایقی و نادوست داشتن.
Okay, so all right, so Potipto is saying like it's true that some people are getting really frustrated with this regime supporters, and there are certain Iranians who have basically no more patience. They want to do like really radical things. They want to basically pick up a gun and go start shooting, right? There are some Iranians who are like that. But it to say like their anger is justified, but obviously we can't go based on what they want. Every time they see these hater people, like they get really, really angry. But Potipto said he had a couple of friends like that who were really like also were looking at all of this and getting annoyed by them. And Potipto told them to go into that crowd and basically try to pretend to be one of them, like go there with your car or like go and basically do what they're doing. And they told Potipto that they went and they couldn't tolerate it for even 5 minutes. And the reason is like the normal Iranian people, the anti-regime Iranian people were would swear at you, would insult you, would attack you, like verbal attacks and stuff like that. It's just really hard to deal with that, saying that you're being hated so much by like average Iranian people because you're part of this hater crowd, like the jihadi crowds. So basically Potipto saying like if you think that any of these protests shows that these people have power, just go and join them and see like the level of hate and attacks you're getting by average Iranians as you go there, right? And Potipto saying like these people also understand this because they probably are getting attacked and insulted for being part of these crowds by average Iranians. So that means that they are aware that they are unpopular and they're the minority. So if you think that this is giving them a sense of power, in fact, it's not, because it's giving them actually more awareness that they are hated by most Iranians. درست ترجمه کردم؟
بله عالی و شیوا.
ممنون. Patipta, there's a question here for you. Thank you for the super chat. Saying, is there a way to distribute arms inside Iran? I don't think the US, Israel have a problem providing arms, but the issue is more logistical in distributing them to the anti-regime resistance. Do you have an answer to that, Patipta?
Actually, we have talked about topic in last nights, and I think Armin especially know my opinion about distributing arms inside Iran. But my answer to this friend is the distribution of arms is one side of the story. The using of arms is the another side of the story. We need a specialized and trained people to use that arms as a weapon, not as a something to hurt themselves or people in the street. I think the majority of the idea of spreading arms into between the street people it's my idea. It's not. It's maybe right. It's maybe right. But it's my idea is this strategy is coming from the IRGC propaganda, because it helped the chaos, it helped the massacre, or something else that you already seen through the media. But I think this idea is going to happen when the operators are the people who have the right, who have trained for this moment, and we have so Iranian people in USA Army. We have so many Iranian people are looking for a chance to use that arms, and I want you to just not think of a UZ or machine gun or AK-47 as an arm. We have so many more powerful, more advanced arms to have directed attacks, like drones, as well, like what you already saw in Ukraine warfare, and do not دست کم چی میشد؟
Underestimate.
Do not underestimate the electronic warfare. The majority of actually 100% of IRGC regime, from the top level, from the generals through the lowest level, as the kids you saw in the street, are communicated with low encrypted or no encrypted communication methods. Some like market level communicating walkie-talkies, and disrupting this communication, and electronic warfare at this level are so easy and more accessible to US Army or anything that want to hurt IRGC system.
So, Patipta, I always say that if you want to arm the Iranian people, there needs to be, one, a vetting process, two, a training process. So
That's
a vetting process, yeah, a vetting process to make sure that the guns actually get to the people, the right people, because if you just drop weapons inside Iran for the Iranian people, like obviously the IRGC is going to get that first before it get, like, you're basically arming the IRGC, like you're giving weapons to the IRGC because they have the upper hand. So there needs to be a vetting process to make sure that the right people are getting armed. And also after the vetting process, there needs to be a training process that could take anything between 4 to 8 months to train somebody properly, right?
That's right. I'm with you on that comment, and keep that in mind. The time is a valuable thing that we have right now. We don't have the time for a 2 or 3 months process to get this thing ready, and we need ideas and anything that can execute it vast majority in vast levels and in less time. So I think the U.S. Army and Israeli Army, they have masterful plans about that, and we never knew until it happens.
Patito, do you think that the Iranians were expecting the Islamic Republic to fall faster than this? Like after Ali Khamenei's death, there was an expectation that things will have the Islamic Republic would have fallen by now, and that's why a lot of Iranian people are disappointed.
Yes, I'm 100% agree with you on this matter, and keep that in mind. People who suffered more than 4 decades, they don't want to live on this suffering situation for more than not one day, more than just 1 minute or 1 second. The traumatic level of anything is happening to the people is so vast, and majority of people experiencing so many things. And keep that in mind. If we go back for about 1 year ago from right now, even before a 12-day war happened, people was very more صبور با صبر چی میشد؟
Patience.
آره. People were was very patient, have more patience from one, because they never saw that they never saw these big cracks in the regime. So as the cracks are happening, and this glass is shattering, so it's very understandable for us to people lose their patience and want freedom happen so soon. But me as myself, talking to my surrounding and to my everyone is come with this question to me from inside Iran or in the timeline or anywhere else. I have one united answer for them, and this is it is that this is a process. We cannot rush the process, we cannot change the process, and we can't just be someone in this process. So if everybody wanted to this happen sooner or in a better way, they just have to play their part more carefully and play their part better than they playing in everyday life.
What about the Artesh? A lot of people say that they're really disappointed with the Artesh, and they wanted the Artesh to have done something by now. They wanted to see more signs of defection by now. How do you respond to that?
This is some root problems. Artesh has very actually I have to update information about have more information about what's happened in Artesh. Actually, Artesh was called Artesh when established in Imperial Iran, and as soon as the IRGC rebels get in the power, they neutralize not main generals of the Artesh, not the second level, not the third level. In the last 4 decades, they actually neutralize every single person in the Artesh who have some beliefs in Iran or lesser beliefs in IRGC. So this is called Artesh, but this is you can read it IRGC number 2. So actually they are not a thing called Artesh or Iranian army in Iran. This is just IRGC number 2. So you have to change your mind about Artesh.
So why is it that none of the Artesh's leaders have been killed by the Israelis or the Americans, and they're just only focusing on IRGC?
I'm not authorized to have answer to this question because I'm not from the military or from the Israeli IDF or from
Yeah.
US Army. But my opinion is come from Santezu Art of War. When you suppressing someone, when you attacking someone, you have to have some safe. You have to keep some safe, because if you want to attack everyone at once, they going to get angry, and they going to have some actions. You don't prepared for that. So I think they are using the mass belief about Artesh. They giving the chance to Artesh army sergeant or generals to have this picture. And if they push both sides together, I think it's more dangerous for people to have Artesh lose that fake beautiful image to join IRGC. Uh, you
I see.
understand
I
what
see. I
I'm
see.
saying?
Yeah, I understand. That makes a. That's actually very interesting. Um, can you tell me about food security issues in Iran? Like, are Iranians? A lot of people are asking us often that how are Iranians eating right now? Do they have access to enough food?
There is from this moment at this moment there is no majority shortage of food, but the chain supply and something in the something domino like is happening, because when you're talking about food, for example, talking about meat have to process uh, from the دامداری نمیدونم چی بشه.
Animal farm?
Yeah, meat have to process from animal farm, go to a slaughterhouse, and go to market. And for example, this simple supply chain have needs of transportation, have needs from uh, eating supplies, and have need to buying power of the people. Buying power is losing every moment. Meat prices are skyrocketing, but main thing, critical thing I'm seeing in supply chain is, for example, somebody in animal farm, for somebody in animal farm, and it's no longer used to feed his cows, or send his cows to a slaughterhouse, because if you send the cows to a slaughterhouse, you cannot have logistics and have buying power for rising cows. And this shortage of supply chain, I think, going to uh, shatter, and going to have effect, for example, about 3 to 4 weeks from now. So in my analysis, people are losing their access to goods, and people buying power is lowering, but it's like changing from meat to from meat to another kinds of protein like eggs, and it's going to change level by level. And at this moment, I think it's 30 to 40% advance in getting to critical point.
So I think people have to understand the difference between starvation and malnutrition. So starvation is about calories, malnutrition is about not having enough nutrition, like the nutritional values. And I think what we're dealing with is not like stores running out of goods completely, is people losing their purchasing power. Even though the good is there, less people could afford it, and we're going to see not a shortage in calories. So we're not going to see starvation. We're just going to see a change to cheaper diet, and which is going to cause malnutrition rather than starvation. Is that a proper understanding of this?
Yeah, actually, I agree with you on that comment, but just want some justification about cheaper nutrition. We have lose this level already. We have high cost and middle cost. The cheaper nutrition are off the table right now. I have see in the comments some say eggs and beans. I want to answer him about beans are competitive with eggs in the prices. It's no matter you want to eat meat or want to eat beans, they have already in the same prices.
Right. Yeah, we also hear many people can't afford healthcare, right? Like medicine, stuff like that. That's a bigger issue for many
Yes,
people.
yes,
That's
yeah, that's the main issue right now. That's the bigger issue because Iran is a vast place. Iran is a vast country. At the lowest level, at the last level, anybody can access to a rural place, can access to a chicken, or can have access to eggs. But medical care and emergency medicals for like در واقع بیماری دیابتی یا هر کسی دیگه که داروی خاص داره. Yeah. Anybody with a special treatment have trouble for more than 2 or 3 months, and they are actually losing hope to get medicine in their hands.
So, guys, by the way, like I know there's many people here. When we say inflation, we're not talking about the levels that you guys talk about. Like, we're not talking about like 6%, 10%. We're talking about like 60%, 100%, 180% levels of inflation right now. So, for example, food inflation inside Iran right now is number 1 in the world. That we have the highest level of food inflation in the world right now. So we're talking about triple-digit numbers, which I don't think you guys, like many of you, can't even imagine. We already had like 50-60% inflation for a very long time right now, but now we're getting into triple-digit territory. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. 100% inflation just basically means that your net worth just halved in 1 year. Yeah, go on. I have no question.
Just let me make an example for audience. We 4 years ago, we get used to changing the prices for about a yearly changings. Something like 5 to 10 years ago, people get used to updating their prices for about once a year or twice a year. For 3 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, this change is changing in prices. It's about 2 months, 3 months, and after the 2 or 3 years ago, we get used to changing in pricing goods or anything that we use for about monthly. But what we are seeing right now is pass through changing in weeks. It's going to it's like changing from day to day. Actually, what's happened at this day in the Hey, Bobo. Actually, what happened
آرمین
in
شب
this
اون آهنگه رو برای پا تیپ تو بزنی.
Okay, yeah, I will.
ولی بعد بری چیز سبزت هم بذاری. When
Okay.
done.
I will.
Very big news in the market today was about the cars industry. I don't know you heard about that or what. Main cars, actually main SHIT cars that made in Iran Khodro or anything that the industry, the fake industry is, was valued something like top of the range car was valued priced at the 1.5 million billion تومان، در واقع میلیارد تومان. Okay, at the less than 24 hours, the car prices surged about twice of the exact prices. For example, that 1.5 car became 3 billion 2 months. You know what?
But
After the strikes to a steel factory, after to shortage of supply chain of the cars industry, they in one night they become to decide to change the prices twice or third the prices of the factory from
wow.
the last week.
Potipta, I saw a video. So, guys, like prices change sometimes on an hourly basis. Like in the morning, you go to the store, you have one price, and in the afternoon, the prices increases in the same day. You have a price increase in the same day. That's how fast the prices are increasing. And I saw a video from a store in Iran when the internet was still on that they got the news that the prices went up, and the store managers were trying not to sell because the prices on the products were the old price, and they all of a sudden got the news that the prices were higher, and the people wanted to get the product, and the store managers were trying to guard the product, like the food in the store, stopping people from buying it because they want to figure out what the new, and they couldn't even figure out what the price they should put on the products, but they were trying to block the customers from grabbing the products, the food products, because they didn't want to sell it at the price that they were buying it right now, because they just got the news that the price changed. Right? You know what video I'm referring to? That was something that was happening. So the
Actually,
store managers were saying like, sorry, go back, we're not selling. But go on.
yeah, actually, we are coming to a great conclusion, because the main topic I was talking actually in my speech was economical fracture, and with these conclusions, I can describe my idea in better way to audience. And I just wanted to create have another example for you. For example, in a normal country, in a normal market, we have some dealers of jewelry or dealers of limited cars or limited watches that they talking about the prices that they buy or they sell at the daily basis. For example, if you own a limited watch, you can check the changes of the prices on a daily basis. But in the at the very moment in Iran, if you're going to sell a watermelon or potato, you have to that skill, that level of skill, to have finish the sale and make profit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. So, but basically, selling, you need to price chart for watermelons, and you have to buy and sell
Exactly.
as if you're like on the stock trend,
Exactly.
like
Exactly.
on your stock market. You have to buy. So, guys, when you're buying watermelon in the market, you have to buy low and sell high. Like that's they're doing day trading on watermelons and eggs right now in Iran.
Exactly.
But
This is the very very important point that
oh my god.
this point is referring to uh, uh, nationwide strike in any market you can see, because if they I don't know audience is know about that main markets and main marketers in occupied Iran are controlling from the government. So this is there's no such thing as a free market in Iran right now. And because there is no free market, or there is no free employers in the key like petrochemicals industry, key industries. So expecting them to go on a strike was like something that's going to happen. But at this very moment, looking for to what governments have to do with economic and what's happening to the paycheck, and from the side of employees of critical industries, and from the point of view of anyone in the market, there is no solution to this economic collapse. Expect for a marketer or for a wholesale to not sell anything, or for a employee in critical industries, when they cannot afford their living, they simply cannot go to work. So this economical collapse, and I'm referring to some level of war that that happened to actually closing money revenues from outside, that what President Trump is planning to do to Strait of Hormuz, or that what OFAC is planning to do with IRGC cryptos, that going to escalate the situation for a nationwide strike. That's the key level of the uprising that we already every time we lost this piece of puzzle in our uprising, but this time uprising of the people are 100% guarantees as always. But more important part is economical part, that playing part to pushing the employees of critical industries, pushing that main people in the market to go on a strike to do the facts that we are talking about.
So, first of all, let me 3 comments I wanted to add. First of all, guys, when I highlighted this comment, is this person? I don't know. Are you inside Iran? The person who wrote this, he's basically saying we're so effed. This Iranian in the chat is saying we're so effed right now, and somebody saying not funny though. I think this is in response to me laughing, given how effed the situation is. Guys, like if I laugh, this is how we cannot. I cannot just. This is how we have to deal with the strategy. Okay, sometimes we have to laugh at how horrible our situation is, because that's our way of trying to manage, because we can't just
laughter is a form of stress relief. So like if Armin's laughing, it's because it's like we either laugh or we cry. So we choose to laugh because otherwise we're going to be crying. So please, don't judge us if we laugh at something, because you guys have no idea what we're going through, or how we cope with the horrific reality that we have been dealing with for the last 48 years. So not really your place to judge us when we laugh at something.
And also somebody saying we need humanitarian aid drop. That I might be wrong with this, but that's not a good idea, because that is going to go straight to IRGC. Okay, like aid drop, probably the IRGC will get their hands on it before the people do. So probably not the best idea. Also, Patipto, I heard about this. Can you confirm if this is true or not? I heard Iranians are buying cell phones as a way to have some assets that doesn't lose value. Because they can't get their hands on dollars and gold sometimes. Like, I don't know why they're not buying like dollars and gold, or maybe because it's not being sold at a fair price. But some people are buying cell phones because they don't want the value of their reals to keep dropping, and so they're so desperate to somehow maintain the value of what they're having. So that's what they're doing. Is that the case?
Actually, not only cell phones. Anybody in any state that have any cash on their wallet, they're trying to change the cash to anything they can. If they can buy a cell phone, they buy a cell phone. If they can buy a car, they buy a car. If they can even buy watermelons, they buy watermelons. This is a situation of everybody just trying to stay
not hold
alive.
real.
The not hold real. And another question about why they are not buying dollars or gold, it's about the mainstream. because in my calculations, real price of dollar is double or triple from this price. Because if you calculate the petrochemical, or if you calculate the anything that equals to dollar in worldwide economic, they are double or triple the price
Yeah.
in Iran.
So
But
people who have USDs, they're not selling it because the market prices that are being quoted is not the real price, so they're just holding on to their US dollars. Does that make sense?
yes, and they just don't believe that real dollar prices are much higher, and they're going to educate about this matter when the price of the dollar goes out of the hand of the IRGC propaganda. Because this is not the economical expert that keep the price of the dollar steady. They just propaganda expert that keep the price
So
steady.
why are people not buying gold and silver instead of cars and cell phones?
Another issue with gold and silver, or anything like that, is scarcity. They cannot change gold and silver to daily needs or anything else. But
Because
if you
people are
have,
holding on to their gold. People are
yeah,
holding on to their gold and silver too, right?
yeah,
Like, so
and another answer to this question is, if you have an iPhone, any kind of iPhone, for example, from iPhone 6 to iPhone 17 Pro, any kind of iPhone in Iran, you can change your iPhone for goods or anything else. Actually,
wow, you could go buy watermelon and eggs with iPhone. You're like, right? Wait, are you saying iPhones is a currency now in
yeah,
Iran?
that's what I'm talking about. For
Wow.
example, if that's the exact thing that we are experiencing right now. If you have a iPhone, genuine iPhone in your pocket, and go to a store and have some become low on cash, or have some issue with paying, uh, no matter who is on the other side of the counter, it's or from you, if you're in the supermarket, or if you're on a dentist, no matter what, for example, he can have your iPhone, and he can price your iPhone with for one or two calls. You know what?
Wow, so you could go to the
It's
dentist and pay for your dentist with an iPhone.
it's not a joke, because genuine iPhone, or something like it, have plus or minus 5% of difference in prices. But if you hold your cash, they have more than 10 or 20% of difference in
Oh, you're
prices.
so Potipto is saying the price, the value volatility of real is higher than the volatility in an iPhone. So the
Exactly.
iPhone has the value of an iPhone has more stability right now than real. So people are trading with iPhone because that is a more stable form of currency.
That's the real definition of hyperinflation.
Right,
You know?
right. So you're saying, like, if you go to a dentist and you pay with an iPhone, the secretary will just call with 2 or 3 phone calls to make sure that they understand the value of an iPhone, and then they would verify it and they will take an iPhone.
Actually, they have more willing to change the services with something like iPhone, or with something with
So they would be happy. They would be
yeah,
happy that
yeah,
they're paying with iPhone more than real.
yeah,
Like, they actually prefer that over the actual currency of the country.
actually.
Okay. Can you
We
pay
are,
with goats and chicken? can you go to your
دقیقا
dentist?
دقیقا ما یه
and-
قدم با این موضوع فاصله داریم، و این اتفاق داره میفته تو شهرهای کوچیک. این چیزی که من خودم تجربه کردم،
Oh,
واقعا من
oh my
خودم
God!
دیدم
He's saying
کسی
it's.
که بیاد
But you're saying actually in
مرغ
smaller towns,
چیز
that's what they're
دیگه بگیر.
doing. Yeah, he's saying that's what they're doing. Wow! Imagine going to the dentist and bringing 2 chickens and a goat.
We are not from there. We are not from
Yeah,
far
Potito
from
is saying we're actually not far from there. Wow!
Well, that's how much the Islamic regime has messed up Iran's economy, right? I mean, that's what you get when a bunch of like uneducated, inbred 7th century mullahs take over the country. They know nothing about the economy or economics or policy or anything like that. They've turned the country to poop in 47 years. Like they've taken this amazing civilization and 47 years, like look what they've done. Like it's wild.
Yeah, actually, a couple of years ago on my Persian channel, for some reason we started talking about investment, and then I saw so many Iranians in the chat. They were saying like, yeah, they were buying cars as investment, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Like, have you guys don't understand the basics of investment. Cars are not good assets to invest in. Cars, when you buy a new car, they immediately lose their value on day one. So you should buy, like, that's a depreciating asset. Why are you guys buying cars? And they were like, Armin, you don't understand. This is not a normal economy. You're talking about wherever you are. This is things work differently here, okay? People apparently in Iran, buying cars is an actual form of investment because it holds its value compared to the real. So cars are actually seen like in normal countries, cars are not like houses and apartments are things that you buy for it to appreciate in value, in price, right? But not cars. But apparently, because the value of real drops so much and people can't afford apartments and houses, like things like cars and phones are actually a way, because even if it drops in value as it depreciates, relative to the real, it's holding its value a lot more compared to the currency. And that's why in a country like Iran, cars actually become legitimate ways to hold the value, to hold some value. Does that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, and you have to add that the fact that we have limitation of limitation rules that make this clone economy more funny. For example, I have a real exact life example of today. A 2006 Toyota Sequoia, I think everybody knows this car, is gone on the market and bought for about $250K. 2006 Toyota Sequoia has sold $250K. It's Bentley
Toyota,
price.
how much is the price of that car in like a normal like US market? This is a car
I
that is
think,
worth how much?
less than 20K.
All right, so a car that sells for 20,000 US dollars in the US in Iran is being sold for 250,000 US dollars
Today, right now,
today in Iran. Yes, in yeah, guys, because guys, foreign cars, like foreign made cars, are very expensive in Iran. So like, yeah, so the equivalent of $250,000.
And there's the irony that with this amount of money in a free economy country, you can buy more than 2 up-to-date G classes.
Wow. How much is like can you compare like how much an iPhone sells for like in USD in Iran compared to
I have
Iran?
today price of iPhone 17 Pro Max 1 terabyte that registered to IRGC Telecom, Iran Telecom. We have registry fee for phones, and today sold for 750 million tomans. That's 2K
USD,
3K. I think about 3 to 4K USD. I don't do the calculation. Let me do the calculations.
Wow, so your iPhone sells for 3,000 USD.
For 4,068 for 4,680 USD. iPhone
Okay,
17 Pro Max,
wow.
1 terabyte.
And why is an iPhone that expensive? Like So guys, like an iPhone is in Iran, it's being sold for $4,000. So if you have an iPhone, that's like really, so it's not just expensive because like in reals, it's actually expensive even if you compare if you convert the currency to USD, it's actually it's not just
Well, it's because they're
affordable.
contraband. iPhones are contraband. You can't like legally
because
buy an iPhone.
Yeah, because of limited supply, very limited supply, right? So
No,
it's not that it's not
Armin,
just affordable for an
actually,
average Iranian. It's
no,
also, hold on, just let me finish this. Let me just finish my sentence. Right? So
sorry.
it's not just not affordable for Iranians. It wouldn't be affordable for most Americans to buy an iPhone. Yeah, but go on. Sorry.
I'm sorry. This is not actually I caught you because this is not due the shortage of the supply. Supply is full. There's hundreds and millions of the phone in the market. This is because the IRGC teamed economy because Islamic Republic have cut tariffs on everything that you want have popularity in Iran, so they can borrow from the people's money to use that in missiles and guns. Actually, we have I've referred that we have registry fees that
So
about $1,000 for a phone.
So Potito's tariffs are a supply constraint. So one way or another, it's a supply constraint. You know what I mean? Because tariffs cause it, like whenever a price of something is very high, one way or another, it's because of a supply constraint. Other like this is a supply constraint introduced by IRGC. Do you know what I mean? So you might see a lot of it, but it's a lot of it, but it's still limited compared to how much it could have been if the tariff was not there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, in comparison, if we have a free and open world market, nobody going to buy Iranian cars.
Yes, of course, not of course, yeah. So that means that somebody who's an iPhone must be rich, no? Or actually, they finance it when they buy one, right? Or no?
They're either you're rich or either you have a financial brain to invest in iPhone or anything else. For example, you can have loans on buying iPhone or electric car or something else that have 2 years or 1 years of period. And for about 90% of a year سود چی میشد؟
Profit.
Okay. We have yearly loans with 90% per year profit. Okay. And it's better for you to use that loan because there's more than 100 or 100% surge on the prices. So people who have investment thoughts, they use loans to buy these things. And after they pay with reals for this thing, they have higher values with even profit of the loans.
Is it also true that for Iranian made cars, if you want to buy one, there's like a قرعه کشی برای گرفتن ماشین? There's like a lottery.
این دقیقا اون چیزاییه که مثلا دیگه میتونن دیویل ادوکیت بشن، یعنی کسی که به عقل جنم نمیرسه. شما یه ماشین بی ارزش رو بیای بدون امکانات و بدون امنیت یه کاری بکن که مردم توش صف واسن و حتی قرعه کشی کنن. دقیقا به خاطر همین مدیریت زنجیره تامین.
So guys, they like for the Iranian made cars, the IRGC has created like basically a system where even for the like apparently being able to buy a car is a privilege, that you have to put your name into the system to win a lottery, not to win a car. Okay, so in Iran we have lotteries, like, and there's no other way to buy these cars. Okay, you have to, sometimes there's no other way to buy these cars. You have to enter a lottery to win the ability to pay and buy the car. And these are like really crappy cars, really crappy Iranian cars. And even though they're crappy, you have to actually enter, you have to enter a line so that you can get the chance to enter a lottery. And if you win the lottery, you will be given the privilege to be able to pay to buy the car. Right? Did I get that right?
Yes, actually, you are being too kind to call them a car. They are just a video maker or dead maker or dead maker
Oh my
boxes.
God, widow
Because
makers. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
because either they can either the in IRGC industry, either they can higher the price, or if they can higher the price, they lower the material, they lower the standards. For example, metal sheets, steel sheets that used as body panels, they come thinner and thinner year and year, and even month
Thinner.
and month in the production. So this is the deadly standard. They just going to go past to just make a profit.
Wow. Crazy. And somebody was saying that, wow, I should open a car dealership in Iran. Is that profitable to open a car dealership in Iran?
It depends how level are you.
Yeah, what level you are. Yeah. And
No, no,
also
no, no.
somebody's asking,
You don't hear my. It depends how devil are you, because you need to be devil's advocate to make profit in Iran.
oh, you need to be okay, you need to be like scheming. And yeah. Somebody Leo, did I pronounce that right? Leo, I think I pronounced it right. Saying, what's the crime rate? People must be resorting to theft. Is that
I don't have access to, nobody in Iran have access to true statistics, but based on what we are seeing and what people are talking in the streets, it's about the real crime persons, the real criminals are either in the regime personnel, they hired as a checkpoint, or gunman, the real criminals, or either they have killed in the attacks. So majority of the people are taking the criminals, main criminals, real criminals are in the system, but daily theft and daily crime that happening in the street, through they are the thieves expressions. It's because they just wanted to live. For example, if they going to have a theft on a grocery store, this is the real life stories. This is the legitimate stories. As a thief has have a theft on a grocery store, but they just pick what they needed. So we have to create a border between the criminals and theft that happening in the street. You know
so?
what I'm saying?
Yes, yes. No, that's actually, yeah. The main criminals are the regime itself. Do you think, like, a lot of people are saying that as bad as things are, it's nothing compared to what's about to happen, right? Because with the oil blockade, once the Islamic Republic gets closer to having its revenue being halved in the next, I don't know how many days. Some people say 12, some people say 22. I'm getting different numbers. If that's correct, if that analysis is correct, then my understanding, my guess is that the regime is going to print more money, more than ever before. I mean, they print money all the time whenever they're out of and they need to pay people and they don't have enough dollars. But now, with this level of shortage in revenue, they're just going to put those printers into, like, they're going to keep them running nonstop 24/7. They're going to print money like there's no tomorrow, and to be able to continue to pay the regime forces and other workers within the government. And that is going to make inflation even become so much even higher than we are seeing right now. Like, is that your understanding as well, that that's what the regime will do soon if they run out of money?
You know what? In this topic, we have three branches. First of all, printing money, it's not happening for a long time because there is no actual money in the street. everything that people are using as a money or real or toman is just digits on their accounts. I have
No, yeah,
direct.
printing. Sorry, printing. So, particular. Just let me interrupt. Printing. When we say printing money, that's metaphorical,
I
right? Like
know,
we
I know
don't
that.
actually like we're
I know
talking
that.
about
But just
changing the digit. We're just basically talking about increasing the money supply. So that
yes,
metaphorically refer to it as printing. Yeah, but
I know that, but I just wanted you to use that fact to refer something happening in the banks. For example, if you want to, if you visit a bank or a ATM, there is not such a thing as a bank issues. You know, this is not there is no cash in the banks. This is the main problem, and this is the main news that we have to know. This is when you have no cash to supply the street, the things have gone past the critical level so long time ago. The other branch of this topic referred to printing money. It just used to pay internally. The printing money they just used to pay a staff, but a staff or employers or anything inside the Iran economical circle, they they just don't use money. As we talked earlier, they refer to using uh, anything other than Iranian money. So I think printing money has lost its value right now as we're talking. Because at the first level, regime tried to uh, print phenomenal numbers of money just to for their supporters to keep their mouths shut. But after the crisis, after the when I referring after, I referring to about 2 to 4 weeks from 4 weeks earlier from today. After this crisis, the regime have to get back that worthless and printed money from the staff hands, because regime is more poorer than ever. And I think this scheme that regime prepared for its own supporters had gone back and backfired to himself, because there's worthless money in the street. Regime has to gather this worthless money as tax or anything like that to push the money revenue in the military industries, and this money is even more worthless than ever. And this strategy started a domino of failures in the economic system that ending up with nationwide strikes and shortage of supplies in military level. That's a critical point for regime. And the third branch of this topic, referring that regime worldwidely is in shortage of main supplies. This is there is no money that can buy supplies, critical supplies for regime. For example, a military regime have need to get access to special grade level of uh, aluminium, a special level of titanium for using in military industries. I think the main critical point for the regime is choking with this with these metals and anything that like that needed for Iranian regime military to get operation that it needed. And there is rumors that they going to use Chinese yen. Is yen for Chinese currency? Yeah, they are going to use Chinese yen as the main currency in the streets of Iran and economical circle of Iran. So they have thoughts that Chinese yen can overcome US dollars, and I think it's going to backfire to both sides of Iranian and Chinese. I think they going to get Chinese yen with in downward spiral of debt with themselves.
Okay, so I have 4 super chats to ask you, but before that, I have some interesting news. Okay, so oh my god, hold on, look at this. So before I have if you guys don't mind, like do a quick announcement and then we go back to Potipto. Is that, if that's okay? So look at this. Oh, pause. Prince Reza Pahlavi's communication channel just posted a story, and this is their story. Okay, look at this. This is Pahlavi Communication, and they posted the story. And this is a story of Iranians making a YouTube video showing their appreciation and gratefulness to Prince Reza Pahlavi, and saying why we Iranians have picked him as a leader. And look, that's me. That's over there. That's me. Okay, and if you click on, so this is Prince Reza Pahlavi's communication team posted this video, and if you go to the video, this is the video. Hold on. So let me try. Oh my god, guys, I'm so happy. Because guys, recently the Islamic, like pro-regime people and leftists and MEK, they have been attacking Prince Reza Pahlavi so much. So they, like, all of the main pro-regime, pro-regime people have been attacking Prince Reza Pahlavi. So all the main pro-Prince Reza Pahlavi people decided to come make a video of a collage of so many different people at the same time to come and show that we're grateful and we appreciate
با
Prince
درود و
Reza Pahlavi.
احترام این
And basically
اعلام
this is a
آمادگی کرد
2-hour
و پای
video
در
that keeps going through different people
اونها رو
sending their
نمایش
messages to Prince Reza Pahlavi,
بهتر
telling
از
him
That's
that
Bapishman. Look at that.
yeah, that was Bapishman. Yeah,
تو در تب و تاب
exactly.
نگه
And then
داشتن
if you
در
keep going through
نگرانی در
it,
حرام
Armin's there. Look at that. Our very own Armin.
yes,
I'm very proud,
from
Armin.
Iran.
I'm also
Oh,
jealous.
thank you, thank you.
Armin's
That was
representing Iran Revolution Live. For the
yes,
record,
yes.
Armin did ask me if, like, if I want to join, and I was like, no, Armin, you go, you represent us, because Armin's better at doing the Persian language stuff, and I'm more comfortable speaking in English. So yes, I was like, Armin, go represent Iran Revolution Live. So we're very proud of Armin. Let's hear your message.
Oh. Okay, really? Okay, here.
Yeah, we want
It's
to hear
just
it.
2 minutes. Okay. So let me go to the beginning. Oh my god, I look weird.
Oh, you look fine. You mean you look weird.
So this is the guy before me.
ها متکی است تا پیروزی و ماورای آن من مانند میلیون ها ایرانی با او خواهم بود پاینده ایران.
جناب آرمین نوابی کنشگر سیاسی و رسانه‌ای.
خیلی بر این باور هستند که دلیل محبوبیت شاهزاده میان مردم ایران اسم ایشون هست، اسم پهلویه، در صورتی که فقط این نیست. مردم ایران به درستی تشخیص دادن که روش‌های ایشون، ارزش‌های ایشون، باوراشون و امیدی که برای مردم ایران دارن، همه اینها یه انعکاسی هست از خود مردم ایران و اون چیزی که ایران براش داره تلاش میکنه و مردم ایران به یک بلوغ سیاسی رسیدن، به یک آگاهی رسیدن که دقیقاً اون ارزش‌ها و روش‌هایی که توی جهان جواب میده و باعث پیشرفت یه جامعه میشه، دقیقاً شده همون روش‌ها و اصولی که مردم ایران بهش باور دارن و نماینده این روش‌ها رو در شاهزاده دیدن. با کارنامه ایشون، صحبت‌های ایشون و تمام فعالیت‌های ایشون رو مخصوصا تو این چند سال اخیر وقتی که باهاش آشنا شدن و صدای ایشون رو بیشتر از همیشه شنیدن، امیدهای خودشون رو شنیدن، باورهای خودشون رو توی صحبت‌های ایشون دیدن و فقط اسم پهلوی نیست، برای اینکه اگه فقط اسم پهلوی بود، اگه فقط به خاطر اسم ایشون بود، انقدر محبوبیت ایشون در این حد نمی بود. باید مردم از این اسارتی که توش هستن، از این شرایطی که توش هستن میخوان آزاد بشن، این میل به این آزادی هست و بعد از امتحان کردن همه روش‌های دیگه بود که به این نتیجه امروز رسیدن، به این نتیجه رسیدن، به این ارزش‌هایی که امروز دارن، به این باورهایی که امروز دارن رسیدن. ایران به یک درکی یا آگاهی رسیدن که هم فهمیدن چه روشی جواب میده، هم فهمیدن که چه ارزش‌هایی و چه باورهایی بهترین ها هست در جهان. مردم ایران واقعا از لحاظ آگاهی و از لحاظ بلوغ سیاسی به یه مرحله رسیدن که کمتر جایی تو جهان پیدا میشه و وقتی که به این مرحله رسیدن به خاطر تجربه هاشون به درستی هم تشخیص دادن که تنها کسی که میتونه نماینده تمام اینها باشه با مشاهده صحبت‌های شاهزاده و همه کارهایی که تمام این مدت داشتن برای مردم ایران میکردن، فهمیدن که هیچ کسی دیگه نمیتونه بازتابی بهتری از مردم ایران باشه و بلندگوی بهتری برای صدای مردم ایران باشه، نه فقط برای جهان، نه برای فقط انعکاس دادن صدای مردم ایران به بقیه جهان، بلکه به خودشون، برای اینکه تو این جنگی که ما هستیم، تو این راهی که هستیم، احتیاج به همسویی داریم. درسته که باورهای مشترکمون زیاده، ولی برای اینکه به مسیرهای مختلف پراکنده نشیم احتیاج داریم که یه نماینده بتونه صدای خودمون رو به خودمون برگردونه که هممون بشنویم، هم خودمون، مردم ایران خودشون رو ببینن. شاهزاده مثل یک آینه هست برای ما که ما مردم ایران رو مردم ایران اینو خودشون رو توی این آینه میبینن و میفهمن که کی هستن و چی هستن و برای چی دارن میجنگن و این باعث همسویی رفتارشون میشه و باعث اتحاد بیشترشون میشه. این دقیقاً به همین دلیل است که شاهزاده نه تنها بهترین نماینده مردم ایران هست، بلکه بهترین روش متحد کردن مردم ایران هست و خیلی ما خوششانس هستیم که شاهزاده رو توی همچین شرایط تاریخی داریم و با شاهزاده واقعا باید افتخار کرد. به مردم ایران هم باید افتخار کرد که به این مرحله از درک و شعور رسیدن که همچین خرد جمعی جامعه در حدی هست که انتخابات درستی انجام میده و این رابطه هم دو طرفه است. هم شاهزاده جهت دهی میده به مردم و هم مردم سیگنال های لازم رو به شاهزاده میدن که شاهزاده با اون اطلاعات بتونه بهترین تصمیم‌ها رو برای مردم ایران رو بگیره. یه رابطه دو طرفه وجود داره و واقعا باید قدردان این شانس بزرگ تاریخی باشیم که در این تاریک ترین لحظات تاریخ ایران دقیقا اون چیزی رو که لازم داشتیم رو داریم. این واقعا شانس بزرگیه و واقعا متشکریم.
جناب شهرام آریان فیزیکدان.
So we go to the next person.
That was great. Okay, so Armin's going to translate. Guys, by the way, Armin's not speaking Durka. Persian isn't Durka. When we do the Durka news network, that's because they're speaking jihad. Durka is like the ideology. It's not the language, because there are many people who speak Arabic, but that's not Durka. Durka is the language of jihad and like the Islamic terrorists, right? So that's the difference. That's the difference. So when we translate from Durka, it's because we're translating like jihad into English.
Yes.
So we go hunt Durka, right?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, the most anti-Durka activity is being done in the Persian language.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there are a lot of Arab people who are also anti-Durka. So that's what you have to remember. So Durka is the language of, like Allah, like that's Durka. That's the Durka.
Yeah, it's Durka based on the content, based on what you're saying, not based on the language that you're using.
Yeah. No, Arabic is not Durka either. No. Durka is the what you're saying, right? Yes. Durka is what you're saying. It's not the language. Yes. Because you could also be speaking Durka in English.
Yeah, and guys, the YouTube Arab scene is like blowing up with anti-Islamic content. Like
Mhm.
if you want to see anti-Islamic videos, like go look at YouTube in Arabic. There's so many people. Like it's a huge scene of people making content for secularism, anti-Islam, anti-tyranny. So it's big. It's a big scene down there. Yeah.
All right, so Armin is going to translate now. We're going to have Armin
Wait.
GPT translate Armin.
No, how about I give the gist instead of translating word by
Well,
word?
people want to know what you were saying.
I could give you the gist. I could give you the gist
Up
because
to
I want to
you.
get to the
Up to you.
because we have Potipto here and people give super chats to ask to tell him stuff and I don't want to
Okay.
miss that.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Let's go to super chats for
Maybe
Potipto.
another time if we're like if something not important is there, we could actually focus on
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Well, I mean, this
trust.
is important, but yeah, we're very proud of you. And everyone says that you look very dressed up in like a collar, a polo. So
Can I admit something?
Sure.
I shouldn't admit this. I did it with a t-shirt. The person sent me a message is like, can you make another one and wear something else?
Good.
Yeah. the person who was collecting the videos were like, you're the only person with a t-shirt in all of these videos. So I'm like, okay.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, Goldie's always right. So,
What did I tell you about your outfit?
yeah. That's true. Okay. And Goldie, you know what the problem was? I couldn't find because I've gained muscle in the past year. So I have like collared shirts and none of them fit. Because I've gained.
Oh no! What a humble brag, guys! Now Armin's humble bragging. He's like, "Oh God, I've worked out so much. I've gained so much muscle. I'm
It's
so
true,
shredded. I'm so shredded. None
It's
of
true.
my t-shirts fit me."
It's true. It's true. It's true. I don't know what. Hey, you could hate me for it, but it's true.
No, I don't hate you. I'm just saying. I'm just reminding you. You're married, so all the women in the chat are now saying like, "Oh wow, Armin's." They're all like fawning over you. So there you go, Armin too
Oh, wow.
swole. I'm teasing.
But this was the only thing that I found that would fit. I need to go shopping.
Armin after. This is Armin's problem. Oh no, I'm too ripped to wear a shirt. Yeah. Good job. Good
It
job.
is what it is. What can I say? It is what it is. Don't blame me.
So
All right.
funny. Yeah. Iranian Superman. There you go.
No, not that much. Okay.
All right, let's go to the super chats for Potipto. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, let's just go through. Okay, so Potipto, I'm going to try to get through these. I have like a few more minutes.
I mean,
okay, so
I can answer this. So, he's always looking for more. So, like the initial amount, the initial amount has been received, but any amount always helps, right? So, yeah, Potipto, I think. Because Potipto was requesting, I think, 10 grand, and I think we reached the 10 grand, right, Potipto?
Yeah, that's right. I've reached the 10 grand, and as we are talking right now, because of the funds and the helps of every people, especially Goldie, Golsa, that delivered the majority of part to me. But I have a note about this matter that I'm going to talk about that with you.
Good to know. But yeah, like so the initial like emergency amount was received, and based on that amount, Potipto was able to acquire a new laptop and all the other equipment that he needed, because when he was arrested, everything was confiscated. So based on the initial sort of emergency funding, he was able to acquire everything he needed within a span of, I think, a week or so. And normally, in a situation like that, it usually takes someone 3 to 4 months to get all the equipment that's been confiscated from you. So thanks to all your generosity, Patipto was able to get what he needed much sooner. But of course, any sort of assistance, is very, very helpful and will, definitely contribute to keeping Patipto safe wherever he is.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Saying maybe a free run.
Before that, Armin,
yeah,
I just wanted that to because we are talking about directly about the 10 grand. I just wanted that to most of the 10 grand part go to the collateral. وثیقه میشه collateral درسته؟
Yes. Yes.
I have to pay for about like 7 grand for a collateral, actually, because I'm in charge right now, and
Bond,
the rest of
bond, like release on bond, right?
release on bond.
Bail. So bail.
Bail.
Okay.
Bail.
So 70% go to the bail, and the other 30% distributes between the lawyer and other things that made my connection possible to you. And I have more than 10 grand. I received more than 10 grand. So I've distribute the money between the freedom fighters in need, and I have یه گزارشی هم در مورد این خرجه دارم. حالا هر موقع شد بهتون میگم. هر موقع در واقع
ما در اختیاریم، بفرما.
Okay. Wait, what are we doing? Are we going to the next? Sorry, I missed that.
من فکر می‌کنم سوالاتون رو بپرسین، بعد من یه پارت بذاریم در مورد این موضوع صحبت بکنیم.
Yeah, because maybe we could do that after I leave, because I want to just make sure I go through these really quickly. So somebody's saying maybe a free Iran should model after Israel and make all eligible 18-year-olds join the military for extra layer of protection for Iran in the future. Well, we'll decide that once Iran is free. We're going to have a democratic process, and we'll see how in a democratic Iran those details. Any update about his friend in Texas? Is it okay? Like your friends in Texas, are they okay?
Actually, no, I do not have access to him, and he have sent some messages to me, indirect messages to me, that they are looking for any kind of help. So one part of my part of I have joined to you this night with you guys, that have a brainstorm or anything like that to what we going to can to do for them in Texas.
Okay.
Port Isabel, Texas.
The next one is thanks Patipto for the update. Armin let him know that the US has confiscated money from the IRGC. Yes, $340 million of crypto, I think, from the IRGC, and is holding it to be returned to the Iranian people once Iran is free. Bless you and the Iranian people, Patipto. Thank you so much for that. And then saying, so what will happen if the power really goes out in Iran? If the power goes out, Patipto, what will happen? If like
first of all, the comment before this friend, I want to send my best regards and thanks to him. And actually, I do not know, but I think the day 20 or something like that of this live stream that me and Goldie talked about this method that we come like about $1 trillion in crypto, that everybody commented, no, this is a huge amount of crypto. So as you can see, the 30 or 40% of this amount already holding in US, and this is the part of the plan, and I think it's the best part of the plan, that they get the money and revenue channels from the regime and get it back to the Iranian people in free Iran. The other question was about Yeah, what if power really goes out? And you know what, my friend? Actually, there's the third year in Iran that we have shortages of power, and people get used to it. But in some districts and some streets, some cities that for about 2 to 3 hours a day that we have power shortages in last years. So this is not new in Iran. And after attacks and military operations in Iran against IRGC missile systems, everybody is looking with their eyes that these shortages and limitations of power has go less. Actually, we have more power right now after the military operations in against a year or 2 years ago. And this is another fact about what we are seeing in the weather, as we saw clear and more beautiful weather in these days. This is in conclusion of limitation of IRGC military operation in creating missiles or whatever, that they are using so much power that polluting the weather. So
All
after
right.
the military
So,
operation and disabling this system, more power is going to people.
all right, I have a few more minutes. Let's just go through these. Do Iranians feel differently now about the future than they did before December 28th? Are they feeling like they have more control in their lives and destiny? Are they hopeful? I think we already talked about this, or like you
Yes,
wanted
100%.
yeah. What? Say that again.
Yes, 100%. There's nobody that living the life before the December 28th. Everything has
Oh,
changed from that.
okay. And also another second question. Thank you, ma'am, for the support. Saying, are people trying to leave the country? Are they allowed to leave?
If he's talking about the legally living and allowing, yes, there are legally allowed people to live, but they are so limited ways, and traffics are so in limited gates streets, especially they are living in land ways. But I don't think so. The majority of people right now want to leave country, because there are some rays of hope, and there are some feeling that being in Iran and staying with friends and family is more safe than living there.
Okay. And Goldie, you got $100 super chat. Goldie, oh, you're muted.
I know, I saw that, and that's really, really thoughtful. It's for Petito. So really, really
Wow.
appreciate that. But guys, the best way to donate to Petito is to go through my Buy Me a Coffee link, because super chats on YouTube, usually they take between 30 to 50%. So I'm very, very grateful, and thank you for your very generous super chat. But yeah, like super chats on YouTube take about 30 to 50%. Like when it comes to like super chats for me, like I have no issues. Like I don't care, because I'm not here for the money. But for those who want to donate to Petito's campaign, the Buy Me a Coffee link is the most economically it's the best one, because I think Buy Me a Coffee only takes maybe like 5 or 10%, and then just put in the message for Petito, and then that way I can like send it over. So chira YouTube Panjada, I don't know, man, that's YouTube's policy. It's somewhere between 30 to 50%.
Mostly 30.
But
Just
if
so
you get
guys,
it
you
through
know.
the app, if you get it like
Yeah.
if you do it through like your app or phone, it could be up to 50%. Yeah.
So, guys, just to be clear, Goldie is not discouraging super chats, because super chats are still a very effective. Super chats are a very effective way of supporting YouTubers. Okay, so she's specifically talking about supporting Petito. There's a better way,
Yeah.
but don't like when you hear the 30% or 50%, don't feel like, oh, so I'm not going to do super chat.
Yeah.
For YouTubers, that's still a very effective way of supporting them, because when people see the super chats, it's encouraged other people to do super chats as well. So still, if you're trying to support YouTubers, super chats are good. But Potipto specifically,
yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So I'm not referring to super chats in general when it comes to like our live streams. All I'm saying is when it comes to, if you want to donate to Potipto, please use the Buy Me a Coffee link, because that's more bang for your buck when it comes to donating to Potipto. But super chats, that's yeah, absolutely. Great
because the share that YouTube takes, you might like, oh, that's not fair. It's actually not that bad, because without the platform that YouTube is providing, the YouTubers, like all your favorite content creators anywhere, they wouldn't even have, like, they wouldn't be able to make people find them to begin with. Like any other platform, even if it takes 0%, at the end of the day, it would be less money for those content creators, because it doesn't have the algorithm of the YouTube that brings their content to people. So you might think like 30% is too much, therefore I'm not going to support the content creators. Actually, for the content creators, the 30%, even though it's a big cut, at the end of the day, they still make more money, because YouTube is pushing their content to more people in a way that their own personal website or Patreon or whatever would never be able to do that. I don't know. Does that make sense? Like, let me know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, I'm only speaking about Potipto's situation. All I'm saying is for people who want to donate to Potipto, it's better to, I mean, obviously we appreciate the super chats, but only in the case of Potipto, the Buy Me a Coffee link is more effective. But yeah, super chats is the best way to you know, have the conversation and then, you know, all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Okay,
and
so
we of course obviously we appreciate all super chats. So very, very, very appreciative of everything.
And then so I don't know how to pronounce it. 5 memberships for Goldie, and then this person became a member on Goldie's channel, and also gifted a membership to someone.
Wow,
Kevin.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes. And also, before I go, Potipto, are you ready? Have you seen this? Are you ready? I'm gonna play this for you.
I don't know what plan have you
Armin,
for.
but you have to go Zolfaq, Armin.
Oh, Zolfaq.
Oh my god, that's new. Go Zulfagar.
آره ببین برای آرمین اسمش چیه گذاشتیم زلفق آرمین.
And Goldie is Canis. Oh yeah.
Wait, should I get my outfit? No, I'm okay. Do I need to get mine too?
It's okay. I'll do it for. I could do it for both of us.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what? Okay, you know what? I'll be right back. Give me one moment. Give me like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. It takes so much longer for me to do this.
Yes, I know.
Okay, give me like 5
See, guys, this shows that Islam is has patriarchy. It's anti-female, because men get to go full durka faster. So Potipto, this is only 30 seconds, but it's like really, like it's 30 seconds of pure durka. So you have to be mentally prepared for it. Okay, like get yourself ready.
Yes, I'm very ready.
Okay. Durka Media. Potipto, how do I look? Do you like my new look?
میخواستم پیشنهاد بدم که از چهرهت برای خودم به عنوان پروفایل پیکچر استفاده کنم.
Wow, what a compliment. Guys, Potipto just told me that he wants to use my face for his profile image. Wow, that was the best compliment that I got.
You know, Potipto, I could make one for you too. I'll make one for next time. I'll surprise you because Armin has to go.
Okay. Well, okay. All right, you ready, Goldie?
Yes.
Let's go.
Constitution.
Oh my God. I don't believe I just heard right now.
Yeah, one more time. Wait, one more time. Sorry. Because now Patito knows the context. I want him to listen to this again. There we go. Okay, Patito, your turn.
Potipto's embarrassed. Potipto, because
That-
Potipto's so polite.
that's a yearly dose of cursed I learned.
Potipto's very
Oh my
polite, so we just traumatized
Oh my
him.
God. He's traumatized with like, Goldie, why did you do this to me?
Oh wait, I'm still wearing my Durka. So you
Feel
took it
the-
off.
Oh, you're getting too comfortable with the Durka,
Wala
Goldie.
konam.
Yeah, see?
Konam.
Oh no, you're getting too comfortable with it.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you're the one that starts vibing whenever we hear Hey Dad music. You just start vibing automatically. So
I've been
don't
sent
judge
by the
me.
regime to make you slowly appreciate their culture. That's what I've been doing. So eventually
Yeah.
bring you to our side. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so before you go, I know it's late. Very quick. Can you please share and translate this poll from Islamic Regime State TV? This is the only thing from Durka News Network that we're going to share tonight. So I saw this a while ago. Yeah. So guys, remember how like the Islamic regime puts like fake polls on Durka News Network? So this is their fake poll from tonight that Armin's going to translate really quick.
Wait,
So let's start with here.
Okay, so why is it so unorganized? Oh my God, it's all over the place. Okay, so we have 72% of the voters have said that آینده بهتر ایران پس از جنگ. The Iran's future is going to be better after this war. 72% of the voters have said that. And then we have 66% of the people who voted say ایران پیروز قطعی جنگ است. They're saying with absolute certainty that Iran, they say Iran, is a victor of this battle. Like Iran is winning this battle for sure, 100%. 66% of the voters are saying Iran is winning this war. Iran will win this war 100%, like with absolute certainty. And then we have 64% مخالف مذاکره با آمریکا. So 64% are against negotiating with the United States. You know what? I agree with them. Okay, so I'll endorse that. But wow, okay, so most regime supporters. You know what? I actually would believe. I don't think these polls are fake. I think the voters are Durka. I do believe these numbers. I think that
because this is this is the internal polling of their supporters, right? However, I have to say, I do agree with this one. When they say 32% believe that Iran's going to have a better future after the war, yeah, I agree, because after the war, we're going to overthrow the regime and we're going to have a better future. So, I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
Exactly.
True. That's
Right,
a good point.
Petito?
Yes.
I'm with you.
There you go.
This is why we say that anti-regime people and pro-regime people actually have a lot more in common than you think. Both of them want the war to continue, but for different reasons, right? The anti-regime people want the war to continue because they think it's going to topple the regime. The pro-regime people want the war to continue because they think they're winning, right? So,
pretty much,
yeah. The vast majority of Iranian people agree that this war is good for Iran. But the anti-regime people think that the war is good for Iran because they think it's going to liberate Iran. the pro-regime Iranians think this war is good for Iran because it's going to finally defeat the enemies of the Islamic Republic. But but for different reasons, Iranians, one way or another, support this war.
Exactly.
Wow.
All right. Well,
Okay.
thank you for sharing that, Armin. Appreciate that. And I think we're gonna call it a night because I also have to run a few errands. But yeah, no. First of all, I just want to give a big shout out to Petipto. So grateful that you're here with us, Petipto. Such a pleasant surprise. Always an honor to hear from you. Such a pleasure. Please, please, please be safe wherever you are, and just know that we're always thinking of you.
Actually, that's my honor that I'm here with you, and so glad that hear you guys. And it's my pleasure that having my time with you and your audience. It's my generational honor. I saw so many years that I'm going to refer to this night, and I'm going to. I believe that we are here for win. So I'm going to win. We are going to win together.
Oh.
Absolutely. We're going to win together. And don't forget your promise, Petipto, because your promise to us is that when Iran is free and His Royal Highness is on his way back to Iran, you're going to be our special news correspondent, and you're going to live stream from Tehran when King Islam Pahlavi is coming back. So don't forget your promise to us.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm living for the moment, for that exact moment.
We all are. We all are. So
Amazing.
Thank you so much, Petipto. And thank you, Armin.
Oh, for what? Oh, yes. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javicha.
Payande.
Payande Iran.
Iran. See you guys tomorrow. I'm going to play some music as usual. We're going to go with Barboy.
Well, okay. Was that the only Rickroll for today?
No, there was a few. There was a few good
Oh, there
ones.
was a few? Oh, I missed them.
There's a few good ones. Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.
Streets are burning, voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is at. History waits for your bureaucrats, we write you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, set it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. Read the crown prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's we all hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump. We lived in shadows, cut from the light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. But not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire. And the Islamic regime, lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through all our love, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. Iranian, stand with you. God bless the USA. Thank you, Trump, for the strength and the lead. Thank you, Bibi, for the words and the deed. The iron fist has crumbled. The tyrant's time is through. What we thought was impossible is finally coming true. The eagles and the stars, the red and the white, and the rising lions will end this long bitter night. Ghamari died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. To the IDF and the US, brave and bold. A story of liberation that will forever be told. You finished the job, you broke every chain. You washed away decades of blood and of pain. The IRGC is a ghost of the past. The freedom of the lion is here at long last. Ghamari died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. King Reza Pahlavi, our hope and our light. He got us to greatness, he led us from night. The leader of our future, the heart of our land. With him as our leader, democracy will stand. No more mullahs, no more fear. The golden age of Iran is finally here. Ghamari died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, baby. Tommy John, Reza Pahlavi. Screens gone black, and 20 million voices under attack. The wires were cut, the signals drowned, truth locked inside a silent town. But hope still travels through the dust, a whispered call across the dusk. From Terran's nights to open skies, a brave nation sends its signal high. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk, tonight. Let the signal break the night. Help Mr. Musk, let the whole world see this brave nation rising to be free. Help Mr. Musk, we place our trust in the power of the genius mind that's just. From every rooftop, every dusk, hope is calling. Help Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. You built your name on fearless dreams, on open words and global streams. From rockets rising through the skies to your stalling, getting truth is rise against the tyrants and their will. Now hear the Iranian people through the dust. They are calling, help us, Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk, tonight. Let the signal break the night. Help Mr. Musk, let the whole world see this brave nation rising to be free. Help Mr. Musk, we place our trust in the power of a genius mind that's just. From every rooftop, every dusk, hope is calling. Help Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. A single link across the sky can lift the truth they tried to hide. A spark of light, a signal wide, can turn the darkest turning tide. The future moves with minds like yours, who open unseen digital doors. From silent streets to cosmic dusk, we send our thanks, Mr. Musk, Mr. You stood for free speech and open air, for voices rising everywhere. Not walls of fear, not hidden chains, but bridges built across the plains. So hear us now across the night. The Iranian people reaching for the light. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk, tonight. Turn the silence into light. Help Mr. Musk, let Iranian voices fly across the world and through the sky. Help Mr. Musk, the people's trust, a brighter dawn beyond the dust. From terror streets to cosmic dusk, hope is rising. Help us, Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. promising of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away, while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry. Iranians want freedom, they're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow, dreaming of a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low, and down below the fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away, while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan or Obama, pressure or deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for a sake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Iranians fighting, they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away, while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan, no deals with the devil. "47 years we've been bleeding in the dark, under the shadow of the Islamic regime, with a stone cold heart. They silenced our voices, they turned off our light. 58 days without internet, but we still fought the night. Our children took the streets, they raised their empty hands, and the world looked away. Do you understand? Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just that's all it took. Mothers and fathers and sons, did you even look? We stand with Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, our hope and voice. Millions behind him marching, he is our only choice. He only fights for freedom, democracy and human rights. But you mock him in your chambers while he fights for our lives. To pull us out of this darkness, this century-long night, while you sign deals with our killers and call it diplomatic right. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? They hang 60-40 souls one by one, hanged within 4 months by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while I ran answered the call? Do you know Europe? What happened to you, Europe? What made you so cold? What turned your heart to stone while our story went untold? Is oil worth more than blood? Is silence worth the shame? Because while you negotiate with murderers, we are dying, calling your name. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here. We are still strong. Do you know Europe? How much longer? How much longer? How long? Do you know Europe?
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اشکون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شهنگاه، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد، در
این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی.
با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شان هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش.